this fight that's now beginning to wither away as Zante Otto is getting away underneath Robin de Vos. Down the back main they go. There's another dice going on out here, and Nicholas Hutchings is definitely involved in that one, and I look and see who might be with him. I think that could be Liam Pina, should I say Tristan Pina. It's Tristan Pina, yes, and Nicholas de Vos. They're having that fight out there for P7 and 8 as they head into turn 5 fast run.
Well, talking about Mitch Robinson and Braden Hutchings there as well, Frankie, that's 10th to 11th in this race. That's about a 10th of a second, less than a 10th of a second between the two of them. Half the race distance gone, so 4 laps left to go. Rob de Vos crosses the line, 10th of a second back from Zante Otto, and then Nicholas Hutchings and Tristan Pina still having a battle royale as they go into turn 1 into KFM corner. Look at them, almost touching wheels over there, back to front, and onto the straight then as well, the Joubert straight towards turn 2. They will then run onto the inside of Tristan Pina. Will go Nicholas Hutchings, but he will not take the place, and he'll keep it just ahead there. Tristan Pina, a lovely ride from him, but a lovely ride from Lance Jonas as well on his own in 4th position.
While the leader's making his way out of turn 5, out of fast run. When he crosses the line, he'll have 3 more laps to go. That's a race leader on the number 19 machine. That's Kewan Snyman. Snyman making his way under the RST bridge. And Mad Max Motorcycles heading down into turn 1 into KFM corner. Here comes Slade van Niekerk and Davy Lindeman. They are sitting 2nd and 3rd respectively. A lonely P4 out there for the Pineapple Express motorcycle, being ridden today by Lance Jonas, the dad of Hayden, as they head into turn number 1. Here comes Zante Otto and Robin de Vos as the two of them make their way into turn 1 into KFM corner. And there's a massive gap before we see the next dice, and that is Tristan Pina and Nicholas Hutchings, the 50 and the 72, heading into turn 1 KFM corner.
Well, Frankie, he's going to have another go, is Nicholas Hutchings on the turn 1 KFM corner, but does not make it, but he gets that second wind as they come out onto the Joubert straight towards turn 2, and you'll see now he'll try and size his way up now and try on the outside maybe into turn 2. That is the battle, remember, for 7th and 8th positions. He won't make it now. Ryan Kutsia is a much further back as well, and I think he currently now is ahead, Ryan Kutsia, of Braden Hutchings, who's got it on Mitch Robinson. Remember, that's all the way down in 9th, 10th and 11th position.
Yeah, lots of little fights going out there for the minor positions out of the top 10, as Kewan Snyman is the quickest man out there. He's done a 1:22.79 as Kewan Snyman. So we wait for him to come through. The rest of the field just working its way into turn 1 into KFM corner. The leader should be coming past us. As a matter of fact, he has gone past us already. There he goes, heading out of turn 2, out of Quarry corner. Man, it's a massive lead that he's got, and heading into turn 1 into KFM. Look at this fight here between Robin de Vos and Zante Otto into KFM. They go now, and these two have been going one-on-one from the beginning of this one as they exit KFM, work their way up the Joubert straight towards turn number 2, and still coming out of KFM corner, Tristan Pina and Nicholas Hutchings. They've got their own little fight. That is a dogfight coming out of KFM corner, and it is Pina that's got his nose ahead there. Hutchings, Byron, as they head into turn 2.
Oh, but let me tell you what, Hutchings has been squeezing every inch out of that bike of his as well. He's got now 2 laps left to go, including this one they are currently on at the moment. The fastest lap now, another one from Kewan Snyman on 120. Well, actually now it's at 121.582 on this lap, but a 120.279, the fastest lap that's put in today so far, with 1 lap left to go.
Right. Running down the Joubert straight towards turn 2 is your race leader. And into Quarry corner he goes all on his own. Well, it wasn't easy for Kewan Snyman in the beginning. He had to deal with the 2 lighties in there behind him, in Slade van Niekerk and Davy Lindeman. But he broke the 2 of them and ran away. Working his way now all on his own up the KFM straight towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic. Through car care he goes. It's a lonely ride up front there by race leader Q and Snyman on the number 19 machine. That is the Kawasaki ER650, sponsored there by Missile Motorcycles. Down the back straight he goes into turn 5. The checkered flag waits for him, Byron, as Q and Snyman will work his way to victory.
Yeah, no, 5 seconds it was on the last lap. I think he's extended that advantage. Across the line, he'll then run to take the first victory of the day in this power sport class. And, while the flag is out now, we'll wait for him to come along. There he goes. Q and Snyman, and sets the fastest lap on the last lap, 1:22.63. Slade van Niekerk will be 5.7 seconds back in second position. We wait for David Lindeman. Lindeman will come across the line then to finish third, so top 3 for him. Now we have some lapped riders coming through as well, and that will be Gareth Lindeman and Billy de Beer. They'll come across the line. That's all the way down in 12th and 13th positions. Here comes Lance Jonas now on that yellow Suzuki. Across the line, very strong result in 4th position. And then we wait as well now for...
Well, let's right up onto the line. Oh, they're side by side across the line. That was Robin de Vos and Zante Otto. Man, they were pretty close across the line. And then there's still one more fight coming towards us. Tristan Pienaar and Nicholas Hutchings.
Hutchings was actually ahead at one point, but they're going to go drag race down to the line. But I think what happens is Hutchings is going to lose this one out, and it is going to be Tristan Pienaar that will take the position of 7th over 8th. Lovely racing from these two. So we have Ryan Coetzee and Mitch Robinson and Braden Hutchings still going to be coming to the end of their race. And we wait for them now as well. Ryan Coetzee should come along in 9th position, and waiting for Mitch Robinson and Braden Hutchings. Yeah, they come now, as it is that will be 10th and 11th for these two on Kawasaki and the KTM RC390. So that was our first bike race, our first race for today in this power sport. Thank you everybody for joining us. You know, racing, let me tell you one thing, one way to keep you warm in this winter. We'll be moving on now to the South Superbikes next, so we'll go off air for a short little bit and bring you back with Superbikes. One, two. Well, one of the famed classes at Killarney, of course, the South Superbikes is going to be coming out now. And some of the riders on the grid already in the hatchings. And it's going to be Malcolm Rapson, who always called him the fastest accountant on two wheels. He's going to be the man on pole position, a 1:13.252 on the Suzuki. And he's going to be sharing the front row with Jacques Ackerman and Connor Hagen in the third position. Well, so the whistle has gone for the 5-second board, and the 5-second board will show shortly, as we'll have 8 racing laps as Malcolm Rapson, the man on pole position. Let's watch them go off now. And is Malcolm Rapson getting engulfed off the line? Sometimes he does. Jacques Ackerman, they'll all go cleanly into turn 1 into KFM corner, and then their first of 11 laps will commence. As, like I say as well, Connor Hagen, third position on the grid. David Enticott in the field as well on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. We'll see them as they come around now. JP Friedrich as well on the Yamaha R1 with Gareth Gielig on his Kawasaki. A number of Kawasaki's in this race, with the odd Yamaha and Suzuki joining them for the first of the races. Very early as it is as well. We had the Passport race. There was oil that was on the circuit earlier on that had been put down by one of the classic cars, I think. So that threw a bit of a spanner in the works there for the bikes. But let me tell you one thing, these guys will, any day of the week, just go. It doesn't matter what the conditions. Down the back straight we go. The Suzuki of Malcolm Rapson leads the way, as a lovely start from him as well. Already second sector, 22.9. The 22.9 on the Suzuki is in the second sector, and you'll cross the line and we'll see the gaps between him and Jacques Ackerman and co right behind them as well. So we go now across the line. David McFadden up into second position. David Enticott up into third. Gareth Gielig, it looks like Jacques Ackerman falling down to sixth position in the race over here now as well. Or just going to say moving down to sixth position. I don't want to use the term falling down, but he has now lost places to sixth position ahead of Michael de Toy, 1.4 seconds ahead of him. But Sean McCrill in 8th position, Mike Hunter in the 9th position, and Ntisana, Lubalalo Ntisana in 10th position. And I see JP Friedrich having a bit of a bad start there as well, and he is now in 11th position. So we are now on lap 2 of this 8-lap race. And Malcolm Rapson leading the way with 0.6 of a second ahead of David McFadden, with David Enticott following suit with almost half a second back from him. And David McFadden putting in the very fast times now. Down the straight they go, and he really wants to eat into that lead of Malcolm Rapson as they come around to the Fastron turn 5. And then out of turn 5, they'll then run towards the line underneath the Mad Max Bridge. And, well, here we go. David McFadden now leads, and fastest lap time of 1:13.449, ahead of Malcolm Rapson by half a second. And David Enticott in third position, with Gareth Gielig falling back to fourth position. Jacques Ackerman is now up into fifth position now, to half a second off of Gareth Gielig. But the big battle now between David McFadden and Malcolm Rapson, that rages on. David McFadden on the Yamaha R1 leads from the Suzuki. And it looks like the gap is actually growing just a little bit now. White flag showing out on the circuit, meaning he's a slow-moving bike somewhere. And I think he's coming out of turn 2. I'll pick up for you now who that might be. And I think it could be Ntisana. I speak under correction if it is him, because I know he has gone down to 11th position. JP Friedrich up into 10th position, 2.3 seconds off of Sean Mackerel. But yeah, they go down the back straight now, through into turn 5, Fastron corner once again as well. If you're watching on the screen, you'll see them lean into the embanked corner and then get on the power. They don't use the bus stop chicane anymore like they used when I started commentating. Under the bridge they go, David McFadden, and he makes another fastest lap of 1:13.361, 2.3 seconds now ahead of Malcolm Rapson. And then it is David Enticott. Gareth Gielig is... So we now have, of course, 69, David McFadden across the line. And like I was saying, Gareth Geelig earlier on and Connor Hagen having a nice little battle with each other. 0.4 of a second in it between the two of them. And then Michael du Toit a bit further back than that, quite a bit further back with 4.3 seconds. He is currently in 6th position. But I see Jacques Ackermann looks like he's no longer in the race. He was the man going slow. He pulled off at turn 1. And that's very unfortunate. The man who started second on the grid is now no longer in this race. Hopefully he can get that bike all sorted before race 2. And we have 5 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment. As McFadden leads, and it was last time 2.3 seconds between himself and Malcolm Rapson. They come through Fastron corner now. And we'll cross the line. We'll see the battles for you nicely over there. The Geelig and Hagen battle. Another fastest lap, a 1:13.193 for David McFadden as he crosses the line. And wow, 5.1 seconds ahead of Malcolm Rapson in 2nd position. He's still holding his own against Endicott, but Gareth Geelig and Connor Hagen, here they come now into turn 1 into KFN corner. They are one of the closest battles, or one of the closest top battles on the circuit at this time. And then we go now down the Joubert Straight, and he just gets the edge on the straights, looks like it does Gareth Geelig, but under braking, when you see them in turn 2, you will see that Connor Hagen would just close up the gap ever so slightly, keeping him within that 0.2 of a second from the black Kawasaki in front of him. But they go through turn 3 now. We wait and see as well. Michael du Toit, he is currently on his own in 6th position ahead, 1.2 seconds ahead of JP Frederick, who's been fighting his way up the order in 7th position now ahead of Sean Mackerel. And then Mike Hunter as well, 0.08 of a second back from him in 9th position. Ntisana Lubabalo, Ntisana is still in this race as well, having a bit more of an easier time. He's trying to get his grips with the Superbikes here and everything as well now, but I think what happens is a lot of work, I think, still to be done. I would like to see him back up at the sharp end of the field, a real talent. Ntisana, as we cross the line with 3 laps left to go, and now Endicott comes across in 3rd position. He's fallen, he's gone a little bit back off of Rapson, Geelig and Hagen, still a 0.3 of a second between them. They go through KFN corner now, nose to tail with each other as well. You'll see there the the Kawasaki versus the Suzuki. The Suzuki on the outside in turn 2 then. And still just keeping it ahead on the black Kawasaki. It is Gareth Geelig. But now has another stab at it as well. Connor Hagen in turn 3 will come onto the inside and should take 4th position away from Connor Hagen. Or Gareth Geelig, rather, I should say. Connor Hagen, she comes right through. He's now the new 4th place man. And a lovely move there on the inside of one of the most exciting corners here at Killarney. Of course, Interceptor. And now onto the back straight they do run. And while towards now the go now as they do, and 2 laps left to go, as I said as well. When they cross the line, it will be 1 lap left to go in this race. Okay, now there's 2 laps left to go. Excuse me, my mathematics is out today.
Oh, just 2 more laps to go. David McFadden from Malcolm Rapson, David Endicott, and then the first of the 600s, Connor Hagen. Connor Hagen doing some very decent lap times there on the Suzuki GSX-R 600. Just 2 600s out there, the other one being Mike Hunter. He's on the 13 bike, and he finds himself in 9th position overall. Best lap time so far, 1:13.195 with 2 laps to go.
And as Dave Abrams was just saying to me as well there, Gary, this on a cold track as well. So it just shows you David McFadden really pushing it out there and really trying to make a point of it. 2 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on at the moment. They'll cross the line, and that'll be that final dash as 8.5 seconds between David McFadden and Malcolm Rapson. You could say this, David McFadden just has to keep it on the tarmac, and he will just then wrap it up. But I don't want to speak too soon over here as well, as he has, as we said, the 1:13.195, which is a great lap time for this cold track. Then we have, of course, David Endicott still holding his own in 3rd position with Connor Hagen, the man in 4th position. I think he still stayed 4th position. He got past Gareth Geelig. Here comes David Enticott now. Here comes, of course, the battle, but now it's actually extended the gap. It is now going to be Connor Hagen that comes across the line. We're ahead of Gareth Gielig, and let me tell you, one fighter in the form of JP Friedrich. And he started a little bit further up, but he fell back, and now he is the man fighting his way up. He's 1.5 seconds off of Gareth Gielig. I don't know if he'll actually catch him before the end of the race, but who knows? You never know. As David McFadden puts in a faster sector time, a 26.4 in the first sector. It just shows you it's the last lap of the race, but don't tell him that. He still wants to push all the way he can, maybe even break into the 1:12. I don't know if that's going to happen today or at this particular point of the day, but you never know. And, well, that, of course, is the first Superbike race of the day. There will be a second race later this afternoon. The temperatures hopefully will be warmer. Still nice and crisp, cold morning here. Going a little bit further back as well. Seventh is the Michael de Toyers. David McFadden wins the race and puts in a 1:13.115. Wonderful performance from David McFadden. Man who started third on the grid as Malcolm Rapson, the man who started on pole, he will take second position. David Enticott, we wait for him now as well. He was 2.8 seconds back the last time he came around. I would think that gap has extended just a little bit there as well. And then Connor Hagen doing a great fight back over there as well. Gareth Gielig just makes it across the line in fourth position on the Kawasaki, ahead of JP Friedrich on the Yamaha. Michael de Toy and Sean Mackerel very close as well. And a lovely battle between the two of them. And then, of course, Lubabalo Ntisana, he is still out there. I'm very pleased to say that he will be finishing on the lead lap of this race. And I hope that he can get himself together, because he's a real talent, and he deserves to be fighting right at the front of the field. So that, of course, is our first two bike races of the day. I think we have a third bike race to watch as well, so we'll go off air for a short little bit and join you again for the next race.
Well, yes, everybody that has joined us. We did have problems initially with the rain that caused problems out there. So for everybody at home, or wherever you find yourself watching this production, from myself, Frank Ennis, from Gary Fleming, from Emil Brandt and Byron Height, we greet you. We say good morning to you from a cold Killarney International Raceway. Thank goodness there's no rain for today. There is blue skies and there are clouds up there, but there are white clouds. And for those of you that are watching this living out of the Cape Town area, in the Boland range of the Western Cape, there's a lot of snow out there in the Worcester, the Dorings area, also in places like Robertson, Ashton, Montague out there. Ceres, there's a lot of snow on the mountain ranges. So we're coming to you from a dry but a very, very cold Cape Town. So if you find yourself anywhere else in the country watching this race event, from the entire commentating team, good morning from Cape Town, from a very cold Cape Town. We've had two races for the day. We do apologize. There was a problem with the power, and that was because of the rainfall that we had. We had lots of rain this week and the previous week, and it's caused a little bit of a disruption, which is understandable. But we are back up and running, and a big thanks to Stephen Rhodes and the entire team from IMUSAT that's bringing us this live coverage. And then we want to say thanks to all the photographers out there today, people like Aubrey de Bruin and Colin Brown, just to name a few. There are others out there as well. I think Frankie of Frankie's Funky Photos is out there, David Marchio. There are quite a few of them out there that takes photos. So, and between the commentary team, the photographers, and the video team, we bring you all the action from Killarney International Raceway. The Wingfield Motors Power Series, brought to you by Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. And a big thanks to all our sponsors as well. KFM 94.5, Interceptor Shoewear, Car Care Clinic, Pertamina Fostron, Mad Max Motorcycles, RST Race Depot, and the Porsche Club. We want to say big thanks to all those people and the class sponsors as well. Race number 3 on the program is another motorcycle race. That's the Clubman's AB Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles that are out now for their race. Directly after this, we will move into the Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon cars. That will be the first of the car races directly after this motorcycle race, together with classic motorcycles and with the Breakfast Run bikes.
Well, a very good field, I'll tell you that much, of bikes here. The Clubman's Classics Breakfast Run motorcycles. And this is the entry-level class, actually, for many riders. A lot of guys and girls coming from the breakfast run kind of culture, which is very popular here in Cape Town because we've got a very beautiful part of the world that we live in. That a lot of folks go on the breakfast runs on Sundays. They go out to various parts of the Cape, let's say to Wellington or to Paarl or wherever, and now some of them get onto the circuit. Some of them have done bike days, which they've done here, the bike schools and everything, and they decide now it's time to do their first race. You'll see a number of them, the ones who have the yellow bibs on usually, which I don't see any at this time, they are usually the rookies, they are newbies. And this mixes them up as well with some more experienced riders as well, like Wayne Arons, who's been a man, he's third on the grid at the moment, actually, in Clubman's Class A, second. And he is one of the more experienced guys on the Kawasaki. Zubair Adams, Robbie Padrika, you name the names.
Okay, so the classic motorcycle of Mr. Hilton Relegase is the man on pole position as the lights go off and away they go. Heading down into turn 1 KFM corner. Remember, he's out there on the classic motorcycle, so he sits P1 and P1 in class. Does Hilton Redelinghuis as his entire Clubman's AB Classic and Breakfast Run bikes make their way up the Joubert Straight into turn 2. Working their way now into Quarry Corner. Through Quarry they go now. And Willem Binnendal had a horrible start on the line. He was there in second place. He's dropped down to about 6th position, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe even a bit further down. So he virtually stalled that thing on the line, and he got blown away there by Hilton Redlingace and by Wayne Arendse. So there's a lot of work for Binnendal, Byron, to make a fight back as they go down the back straight. The leader, Hilton Redlingace, running hard down the back straight as the rest of the field just race behind him into turn 5, Fostron corner.
Yeah, they'll go through Fostron corner now. Some movement happening down the field as they went down the back straight. And already a second sector time at 23.7 for Hilton Redlingace. Remember, this is the standing start lap. They'll be going on to the big flying lap soon. And we saw some great flying laps in the Superbike race. There won't be anything near to those here, but still, we'll see them as they come by as well. It is now Reginald Seal that is the man in second place at the moment on the Yamaha. Zubair Adams and then Wayne Arendse will follow suit as well. Those are all Clubman's Class A. Rob de Vos in 7th position is currently...
Sorry, Bob, we've got a red flag. We've got a red flag out. We have a red flag. The race has been stopped. I was busy watching the monitor, the timing screen, so I didn't pick up exactly where it happened, but I'm sure we'll get a replay.
I think, Frankie, they're going to be going to turn 4.
Looks like they're going to Car Care Clinic corner,
Yeah,
yes. But there's a red flag, people. We'll keep you up to date. The race has been stopped.
And actually, they're not going there completely. I think there's a bike that's been pushed off on the KFM straight, the old Tygerberg straight. When we get those pictures back, we'll be able to give you a little bit more. But the bucky is there. The race has been red flagged. And not even a full lap, I think, completed over here. Actually, 1 lap completed. So all the riders will get back to the grid, get back into the grid hatchings, and we'll wait for the restart. As you'll see them on the screen going through the interceptor section there. The marshals stand on the grid with the red flags. Just get the guys to wait. But it looks like just a bike was being pushed off in fully intact there, Frankie. So I would say... it's just a clean-up of sorts on that section.
Well, if I look out the commentary box windows between turns 3 and 4, between Interceptor and Car Care Clinic on the KFM straight, there's a lot of activity there. The Marshal's bucky is there together with the medical vehicle, so something has happened on the KFM straight between Interceptor corner, turn 3, and Car Care Clinic corner, turn 4.
Well, it's going to be a 7-lap race when we start again. Well, 7-lap race it will be, as I said, when lights go out. We'll keep you updated on the what is happening when we get information. But the marshal for now will do the 7-lap board that he will show all the riders. And because remember, we had one completed lap. So it won't be a completely new race, but it is a 7-lapper. And the riders wait very patiently for the start of this race, as it is the 3rd race of the day. Same grid as well. Same grid will be used. That was, it says on the board if you're watching the screens right now. So it'll be a 7-lap Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycles race.
Such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
We'll find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za or their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kales River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSB.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSB.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Service? No, not you, your car. Well, finally, Car Care Clinic is here in the Western Cape. Trust them with your car's needs. This way, you will both be satisfied. Get to www.carcareclinic.co.za and find your nearest branch.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Well, ready to go once again. The riders will do a warm-up lap, and like I said earlier on, the 7-lap race will commence when the lights go out. So, same grid as it was before. We had, of course, Hilton Redlingace, the man on pole position, and he had a great start in the first attempt, but now he's got to do it all over again. Willem Binnedal on the Triumph Daytona will be second on the grid. First in Clubman's Class A with Wayne Aronser on the ZX-10R Kawasaki will be the man in third position in this race. Or third position on the grid, I should rather say, in the race. We'll have to see. But Zubair Adams, Reginald Seal, and Robbie Padrika, the Suzuki and 2 Yamahas, will be row 2. Nashif Smart, Clubman's Class A as well. There will be 7th position. And then we have, Ratlagane, Molefe Ratlagane in the 8th position. Number 55 will pull into position.
Sorry, Byron, but just got confirmation it was Conrad Meyer, that fell off. He's one of the riders in the breakfast run on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. But Tiny gave us information that the rider is fine. So for those people at home that were wondering, sorry we took so long, but we had to get the confirmation first. It's a breakfast run rider, Conrad Meyer, on the GSXR 1000 Suzuki that pinned it there between turn 3 and 4, but the rider is fine.
Wonderful
Byron,
news.
back to you.
Wonderful news. And well, we're ready and waiting now. Revs are up. 5-second board is out of the way. Lights on and out. We do go as we run towards the first turn. I think Hilton Redlingays has been engulfed this time into a turn 1 KFM corner.
Well, it was Zubair Adams that had a lovely start off the line. He in turn has dropped back into that third position coming out of turn 1, out of KFM corner. And Hilton Redlingays has taken that lead back once again. Sitting down there in that fourth position is Willem Binnedel. Not exactly where Willem wanted to find himself. Remember, he sat on the front row in P2. So he's dropped down from second to fourth as they work their way now into turn 3, into Interceptor corner. But Hilton Redlingays says, no, I'm not only going to lead my class, I want to lead overall as they work their way out of turn 4, out of Car Care Clinic. The whole field working their way down the back straight, being led there by the 87 Classic motorcycle of Hilton Redlingays.
Let me tell you something, Frankie. Hilton Redlingays, he lost it off the line, but he's the man of a second wind, because what happens is he just gets that second wind and he just blows it right through back into the lead of the race. He's got a 23.8 as his second sector time as they power it down to the line then as well. Remember, 7 laps, like I've said a few times. It's going to be the race distance, and you'll cross the line with 6 laps left to go in this race, and very close between himself and Reginald Seal. 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Zubair Adams, 1.3 seconds back off the leader, but a whole second behind the man in second at the moment as they all cleanly get through the first lap of this race. And we'll watch them as they come around then as well, as it looks like it's going to be Willem Binnedel falling down, well, he's dropped down to fourth position, and Nashif Smart, the man in fifth. Wayne Orenser, the number 23 Kawasaki, he currently lies in sixth.
Yeah, just behind Binnedel in P4 is Smart, and right up on the inside goes Original Seal, but Nassif Smart runs around him on the outside. This is all happening in turn 3 in Interceptor corner. And they are fighting out there for P5 and 6 at this point in time as an entire leading group makes its way out of turn 4, out of Car Care Clinic, racing down the back straight. Down the back main they go with Hilton Redlingays sitting out there in P1. Wayne Orenser is there in that second position as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. Heading out of turn 5, where they come down towards us now. He winds it wide open, does Hilton Redlingays under the Mad Max Bridge. As they go into turn number 1, I'll tell you this for nothing, it's not Wayne Orenser in that second position. Something happened out there to Wayne. Reginald Seal has moved the Orenser up all the way down to that fifth position, so he must have got it wrong somewhere out there. He was for a long time in that second place, so we were originally right, but as they crossed the line we saw that he was not in that second place anymore, Byron. He dropped all the way down from P2 to P5.
Yeah, he's just ahead of Nassif Smart, 0.8 of a second to be exact, and as we say that, the fastest lap then from Hilton Redlingays, a 1:18.278, and of course, as Dave Abrams was just saying to me as well, the oldest man in the race on the oldest bike in the race.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Hilton's going hell for leather out there on that motorcycle of his. That's Kawasaki ZX7R and sponsored there by 888 Motorcycles. And I'm busy looking down the back straight and I'm keeping an eye there on Wayne Orenser, the man that was in second place and dropped all the way down to P5. He's the man that's on the move as they work their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner.
Well, here they come now. We'll be down to the line shortly, and then 4 laps left to go. And a more modest time this time from Hilton Redlingays. And well, what happens is they go into turn 1, KFM corner. Reginald Seal doing a heck of a job, though, Frankie, of keeping in touch with Redlingays. He's 0.2 of a second back on the Yamaha. And Wayne Aronsa has moved his way up into third position now. A man who's fighting back the chairman of the bikers section.
Well, look at that fight heading out of turn number 2, going through the kink and heading into turn 3 into interceptor corner. Reginald Seal is sitting in that second position, but he's right on the case there of the man that sits out there in a P1. So they're heading out of turn number 4 now, going down the back straight. So down the back main they go now. Sorry folks, bit of a problem out there. We all seem to be okay again. Down the back main they go. Reginald Seal is challenging for the lead, for the overall lead in this race, as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. So the man that sits out there in P1, Hilton Redlinger, is leading overall and class, has been absolutely mugged here by Seal, up on the inside, and boom, into the lead. Into KFM corner goes Reginald Seal.
And just as he does that there, a 1:18.242, the fastest lap time from Reginald Seal. So he is well and truly on the move. Aronsa will try and close up the gap as well. 3.9 seconds between himself and the man in the lead in third position. Zube Adams, 1.1 seconds back off of Aronsa. Willem Binnedel still hanging in there in the 5th position at the moment, ahead of Nashif Smart.
So we're keeping an eye on that fight a little bit further down. That's working its way through the kink and into turn number 3, as that fight involves Wayne Aronsa that's sitting out there in that 3rd position. He's pulling away now. You keep an eye on those 3 motorcycles. That's working its way up the KFM straight into turn 4, into Killarney corner. Down the back main they go. Wayne is now going to cement that 3rd position. Down the back straight they go. And it's a rough and tough fight out there with Willem Binnedel that's also involved in that fight as they go down. Him and Adams, they're having that massive fight out there for P4 and 5 as they work their way out of turn 5 Fostron.
Well, 3 laps left to go, and that will now go down to 2 laps left to go as a 1:16.991 for Reginald Seal. What a lap time, I can tell you that much, and that's 1.7 seconds ahead of Riedlinger over here as well, as there is the 2 laps left to go, as I say. So they're really pushing it out there, as of course Riedlinger is still keeping it in touch, 1.7 seconds back. Aronsa now 4.6 seconds back, with Binnedel on the Triumph Daytona, the 6.75. He still hangs in 4th position. Just want to go down there to 9th position, Frankie. Rob de Vos is currently the man in Class B that he currently leads. I think Donovan Stevens is the only other man, or one of 2 other men that were supposed to be in the class. Peter Hill and Conrad May, of course, was out of the race, but Peter Hill not in this race, unfortunately. Derek Hendricks is 2nd in that class, and then the Breakfast Club class is Keegan Stewart de Lange.
Yeah, well, I'm watching the breakfast run there. There's Keegan Stewart de Lange that sits out there in P1. Nick Ben is in that 2nd position, and then Niku Venter is out there in that 3rd place. So that is the fight that's a little bit further down. But Byron, as the laps are beginning to run out, 1:16.991 by Reginald Seal. He's the man that sits overall in P1, and he's 1.7 seconds ahead there of Riedlinger as they head into turn 1. Here comes Aronsa, behind Aronsa, it's Binnedel, then it's Zubair Adams, and right behind Zubair Adams, Nassif Smart, heading into KFM corner. That's the leaders. That's working their way up the Jabir straight towards turn number 2. Here comes Robbie Paprika. He's out there on that 17 machine, and right behind him is the 55 of Malefo Ratlahani. And that is the fight out there, Byron, as they are now on their final lap.
Yeah, Rob de Vos comes across the line, and of course Keegan de Lange. I said de Lange earlier on as well. They're creating my own ways of pronunciation here, but apologies to him. He will be, of course, the man, the Stewart. I said rather Keegan Stewart de Lange. And what happens is he will be the man in 10th position and in the Breakfast Club. But Reginald Seal has been the man of the day so far as the Classic and Clubman's bikes and Class A's are concerned, and we wait for him to come around and to take the checkered flag in a very famous victory. A man who beat the very quick and very resilient Hilton Redling. Reginald Seal crosses the line, and second will be Seal and then Redling Ace. Things, man. Orenser comes across the line in third position. Willem Benadel will be the man in fourth. Zubair Adams will be fifth position, and then Nashif Smart will come across the line in sixth position on the Yamaha. Robbie Padrika on his R1 will come across the line. Ratlegane will be the man in the eighth position, bike number 55. And then Rob De Vos will be the man, of course, the Clubman's B winner ahead of Keegan Stewart De Lange. Nick Ben will be second in Clubman's class, 11th overall. And then what happens is we have Fenter. Hendricks will come to 13th. Hall in 14th position. So Nick Ben, 11th. Nico Fenter in 12th. Derek Hendricks, 13th overall. Jamie Hall in 14th. And Willem Lowe will come in 15th position. Wayne Gress will be the man in 16th position. Donovan Stevens, 17th position. And then we wait for Wesley Hendricks to come through as the one, of course, in Melanie White, 19th position. 19th position. So what a ride from everybody over there as well. A 7-lap race. And it was great to hear that Conrad Meyer is all okay. And I'm going to tell you this as well. All the bikers can come and look for me afterwards and beat me up. But you guys are crazy. I'll tell you that much. But let me tell you one thing. You're as tough as nails, all of you. And what happens is you give us the greatest excitement here at Killarney as well. But we move now from 2 wheels to 4, and it will be now going on to the Clubman's cars, and it's the Mike's Place Clubman Saloons, and I'm going to leave you in the great company here of Frankie Ennis and Gary Fleming.
Well, folks, good morning to you one and all from a very cold and chilly, slightly windy Killarney. Big thanks to Byron Height bringing us the highs and lows of the motorcycle racing during the course of the first 2 or 3 races this morning. As we saw, just one bike that went down, but all good. The rider is quite fine. So to everybody watching us at home, welcome to Killarney. That was the first 2 races of the day. We'll be moving, first 3 should I say. We'll be moving on now to the Mike's Place Clubman's. A pretty decent sized field as always out there for Mike's Place Clubman's. It looks like we might have lost out on Clint Renard pretty much in the last 24 hours. Just playing safe, deciding not to come down to the circuit. So to Clint Renard and the family, Strong's going forward. Hope all the results coming back will be positive. But Clint saying, I don't miss a race meeting very easily, but there's lives at stake, not going to take a chance, and deciding to rather not come down to the circuit this morning. So very few race circuits that are still able to operate under the given levels that we have. Probably an extension going to be offered to the nation tomorrow night as well. So to the hierarchy at Killarney International, doing the homework, doing the studies, making sure that everything is 100% according to the Gazette, and getting it right on race day as well. Fantastic stuff to all the competitors that have spread out all over. If ever you see a cam shot of the pit area, you'll see there's no groups of people standing around anywhere. Everybody stands distant from one another. I think everybody's realized that it's kind of serious to ensure that we don't spread this deadly virus. I must say once again, a nice sized field. Mike's Place Clubman's as always bringing us lots and lots of cars out there. 33 that look as if they're going to be making it onto the grid. Kian Barnard from the Opel Kadett 2-litre has not had a chance to put up a lap time at all. They popped down from Port Elizabeth, and Kian Barnard, a very, very deft young racing driver, Charles Visser, Cody Albert's front row of the grid. Charles Visser, I tell you what, he's only done, I think he did 1 lap this morning, and they said to him, that's all good, that's quick enough. So Charles Visser's racing career just going from strength to strength, and well, on the front row of the grid, would not be surprised if he takes that 350Z all the way to the finish line. See Stacey Wilson coming out on circuit now as well. So Nias Modak and Shane Smith. Nice to see Shane on the second row of the grid there. Baby Jakes and Idris Ahmad going to be rounding out the front 3 rows of the grid. See Ryan Large has made it out in Class E again today. That's fantastic. Haven't seen him at the last event. All the marshals around the circuit started off very, very damp and early and almost dark this morning. Row number 4 on the grid, Andre Johnson and Daniel Kutsia, Ahmad and Suleiman Effendi in there behind that. See Suleiman Effendi's moved up to Class D with that BMW. Jean Favey, first time out with the Mark 1 Golf. He'll be starting in 23rd position, Class X, doing a 1:34. Pretty sure that by the time that this race ends, he will have a quicker than a 1:34. He'll be probably going into Class D quite easily by the end of today. David Franco out there as well with the Mark II Golf. Been in Class D for a period of time. Rasley Harris on a 1:30. So nowhere near his possible times that he could put up, and the likes of Mansour Parker in that same time frame as well. But Frankie, this car coming up onto the front row of the grid, driven by Steve McCarthy on occasion. Today driven by Charles Visser. Not a new motor car at all, been around for probably 2 decades.
Yeah, at least I think from the early 2018-19, yeah, about 20 years, you're quite right. That's the Saloon Nissan 350Z, one of the ex-Stanek Group N production cars. And it is now in the hands of McCarthy and Visser, but Charles, as Gary said, will be campaigning the 350Z Saloon Nissan in Class X. He'll obviously bust out from there into one of the other classes, and he's put that 350Z Nissan into a pole position. So we wait for the rest of the Clubman's field to work their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron, and line up here on the grid.
Nice to see that. I normally like to say post-COVID-19, but we're not actually post-COVID-19 yet. That motorsport is still going on strong, and that's pretty much the heart and soul of the people that sponsor not only West Province Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway as such, but also the people that are involved with keeping specific cars and drivers out there on track as well. So to all of the people that have kept going and kept their commitment to motorsport in these difficult financial times, a big, big thanks to all of those people. Waiting for the front runners to come up onto the front row of the grid. See Rafik Paitha in the 135i BMW, going to be starting off the tail end of the field. See the 8 car of Andre Johnson. That's a new car driver combination. Comes out Class X, VW Polo 6.
Sorry, Gert, to interrupt you. I see that Ziad Ali and Razi Harris, they're going to be pit lane starters. Somehow they missed their slot to go out on track, and the 2 Golfs are standing here at the exit of pit lane. So here we go. Charles Visser, Cody Alberts on the front row of the grid. Gaza, while you were having a chat there to Tiny, I was just saying that Zayed Ali and Razi Harris is going to start from pit lane. So whatever their problem was, they are pit lane starters.
Well, Rasley only did a 1:30 where he would normally do around about a 1:23. But there's been confirmation on the radio that once the warm-up lap starts, they'll be able to go out on track. Does that mean they'll be able to take up their correct positions? Well, not sure. That we'll have to find out.
Well, I hope so, because there's a line of Clubman's cars that's working its way down pit lane. They're all lined up, racked and stacked. Jono Kirsten is one of them. They're still coming down pit lane, so hopefully these guys will be able to take up their positions. There's at least 6 or 7 cars, if not more, that's lined up in pit lane, so let's hope that they're not going to be pit lane starters.
Shane Smith will be pretty chuffed with that second row of the grid on the outside. He's got the 37 car on his inside. Baby Jake's a long way up as well. Nice to see Under Johnson out there with a new car, not the Audi that he normally has out on circuit. A good couple of new car driver combinations. Jean Couvet in the DSV racing car coming off the line for his first time out ever here at Killarney International. Kian Barnard, Class X, Opel Kadett, 2-litre, coming off the tail end of the field, a man that races at Aldous Grabanti on a regular basis. The Barnard family is very, very involved in motorsport, oval track and main circuit. So watch that. Kian Barnard, young lad. He probably, I'm going to guess now, I think he's about 16 years of age, but kind of very experienced, a real whiz out on the circuit with a Mark 1 Golf on his local racetrack. So first time down this side of the world. Nice to see him making it through. Ian Long walking up the track to move towards the outside line. He hasn't got his fast tackies on today, so it's much slower. Ian Long moving off the circuit. Just keeping an eye on the age starting to show. Ian was also sick recently, and looks like he's recovered pretty well. So yet another one of our racing family that's made it through the bad side of COVID. Through Car Care Clinic Corner, big thanks to Mel and the crew for coming on board with Car Care Clinic down here in the Cape Town region, and sponsoring and helping so many cars, and then sponsoring a corner as well. So fantastic to have Car Care Clinic, Frankie, down this side of the world as well.
Yeah, Mel Spur, Voterus, a big thanks to them. They are in Paarl, I think they are. They've got a branch in Belleville and in Greenpoint, and I know that there are more Car Care Clinic branches that's going to be opening up in the Western Cape. So, down the back main goes this full field of Mike's Place, Clubman's Saloon cars heading into Fostron Corner, turn number 5. When the pace car peels off, it'll be in the hands of the pole sitter, which will be Charles Visser in the Sasol Nissan 350Z, as the field works its way slowly but surely out of turn 5, out of Fostron Corner. The pace car will peel into pit lane shortly, and then it will be in the hands of Visser with the lights on in pit road.
I wouldn't be surprised if that car driver combination in pole position, Charles Visser, can do quicker than a cut-off time. But, well, you've got to start somewhere with a motor car. Just did 1 lap in qualifying. They said to him, that'll do it, that's fine, that'll put you on pole position. But Cody Alberts with Smith in there behind him, just about ready to come off the line. 51. As well, down towards turn number 1, KFM corner. They go, oh, the mid-pack is very, very close to one another. They're running 2 and 3 abreast down into turn number 1. Can everybody make it through there? Looks like they're all going to make it through turn number 1, and there's a whole bunch of cars, 6, 7 of them that have just come out of the pit lane as well, and they'll be coming off the back end of the pack.
Of which Razzie Harris is one of those 6 cars that are now working their way out of turn 1, but never mind.
Chaos in turn 2.
Yeah, board drama in turn 2. Cars all over the place. One car is stuck. Well, that is very Swart, but he's got the Jetta turned around again. So everybody up and mobile. There's one Golf that's going pretty slow through the kink, and all is well that ends well. They've all made it through that situation in turn 2 as the leaders are going down the back straight into turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Daniel Kutsia leads them down the back main as they go down to Pertamina Fastron corner, turn number 5, Cape Town corner, whichever one you want to call it. You head down there at over 200 kilometers an hour from 5th down to 4th, down to 3rd gear. Feed it through there nice and smoothly. Here they come towards the start-finish line for the end of lap number 1. 1 or 2 cars that's running slower. The 350Z alongside Cody Alberts in the hands of Kutsia. Side by side as they go down into KFM corner.
Right, heading out of turn 1, out of KFM corner now is your race leader up front. That's Nias Modak Modak working his way towards turn number 2. Second position belongs there to Charles Visser. Right behind Charles Visser, we've got Cody Albert, Shane Smith sitting there in that 4th place. Right behind them, it's Baby Jakes and Daniel Kutsia, Ahmad and Ederius Ahmad. I have in their own little fight coming out of turn 2 as well, with Ederius Ahmad on the inside of Ahmad. The two Ahmads are side by side as they head into turn 3 interceptor corner.
So the Manafeni, Bruce Mayer, Noel Stander, Class D and Class B cars all back to back coming through there behind that, while sliding very heavily through turn 2 was a Jumbo Golf. Not sure who's behind the steering wheel of that. That's a new car driver combination. And 1 or 2 cars at the back of the pack sweating it out a little bit. Looks like somebody's gone off sideways on the exit of turn 3. It looks like that could be Rasley Harris. It looks like a silver Mark 1 Golf from where I'm standing. And it could be Rasley Harris that slid off on the outside of turn 3 and gets it back out on circuit.
Now Harris is going down the back lane. That Golf does look very much like his car. You're quite right, Gary. But it is not. Harris, I at one stage also thought that it could possibly be him. But he's all okay. He's working his way out of turn number 5. However, let's go back to the leaders that are heading into turn number 2. And back into the lead again is the original pole sitter, Charles Visser. Back out there in P1, heading out of turn number 2. Right in behind him is Nias Modak through the kink to go towards interceptor corner. Cody Albert sits out there in 3rd. And he's got a bit of a gap there on Shane Smith. That's there in P4. But 5, 6, 7 and 8 are right there with each other as they exit turn number 3 interceptor corner. Daniel Kutsia, Baby Jakes, Ahmad and Ederius Ahmad as they head into turn number 4, Car Care Clinic.
Spinner there in turn 2. They got it going again. I'm sure the camera shots after the race, you will see they'll pick it up. I think there's a static camera down that side, and I think it'll be a couple of very good replays we're going to pick up after this one. Newcomer Jean Favre started 22nd, and he's got himself up 4 positions already, so looking pretty good. Leaders coming through underneath the Mad Max motorcycle and RST bridge. It's the Saloon 350Z of Charles Visser from Nias Modak. Then it is should be Cody Albert, should be the next one coming through. Yes, Cody Albert's from Shane Smith, that started in 4th and finds himself still in that 4th position.
Right, watching this fight coming out of turn 1, out of KFM corner now. That 4-way dice working its way out of turn 1. That is the fight for about 5, 6, 7 and 8. And that's heading towards turn number 2. It's been led there by Daniel Kutsia with Baby Jakes, Ahmad and Ederius Ahmad. And they've been caught there by Bruce Mayer and Suleiman Effendi, as Mayer and Effendi also work their way out of turn 2. They're catching up to that group of 4 cars that's putting a lap on one of the slower Golfs there in turn 3 in interceptor corner. That was the car that was in trouble on the KFM straight about a lap or so ago.
Well, young Kian Barnard doing quite fine so far. He's moved up a couple of positions. He's got about 6 or 7 cars behind him. But I do think that is him coming back into the pits. They did say that they were working into late last night on that motor car. Yep, Barnard has pulled it off into the pit lane, and that takes him right out of this one. Leaders coming through with 5 laps to go. Look at that, Charles Visser going side by side as they work their way down the front main, down towards turn number 1 KFM corner. Visser's going to back out of that one and give the lead away as they go into the corner to Nias Modak. Cody Albert's holding on to that 3rd position, leading out in Class A. Shane Smith from Daniel Kutsia from Baby Jakes. That is the fight for Class B. Baby Jakes in 3rd position with the one directly in front of him, leading that group of cars down the Joubert Straight now down towards turn number 2.
Now watching that fight there for Class B, there are 6 cars from P4 to P9 that are fighting out there for that 4th position at this point in time. As we watch them, there they go through the kink, heading towards interceptor corner. That's turn number 3. That's that fight going on there for 4th position. Daniel Kutsia right behind him, Baby Jakes, Ahmad, Ederius Ahmad are not too far behind them. we see Bruce Meyer and Suleiman Effendi. Those are the 6 cars going hell for leather out there as they work their way through turn number 4 at this point in time for that 4th position. And when the leader crosses the line, we'll have 3 laps to go.
Well, just before the race started, we welcomed Jean Verwey, the chairman of Weskus Motor Club. Have started racing there after 17 years of inactivity. He did a 134 in the qualifier, and I put my pride in my pocket. I said, I'm pretty sure you're going to find he's going to go probably around about the 130 mark. It will, before the end of the day. Well, he's already doing 1 minute 30s with that motor car, so looking very, very strong. Roshan Khan, Stacey Wilson, Mansour Parker, and Ian Barnard no longer in this race.
Right, so we keep an eye there on that leading group. Look at those 2 working their way out of turn number 2. That is your leading group of cars that's heading down into turn number 3. And there's nothing there between Nias Modak and he slows down. Modak has slowed down a bit, and here comes Charles Visser. Visser sits up on his inside as they work their way into turn number 4, into Car Care Clinic corner. The BMW and the 350Z Nissan side by side, and now the Nissan has got its nose ahead there as they go down the back main. But when Modak climbs on the gas, the power of that BMW kicks right in, and he takes that lead away there from Charles Visser as they work their way into turn 5 into Pertamina Frostron.
Well, let's have a look at some of the statistics of this race. The fastest lap, 122.389 by Charles Visser. 3 laps to go. He's leading out that Class A battle, the Class B battle. Shane Smith from Baby Jakes and Idris Ahmad. Class D is Suleiman Effendi, Noel Stander is the battle, and they are down in around about 10th and 11th position.
Right, so let's have a look there. Gary Smith has been lapped there by this whole group of Class B cars. The leader of that group in Class B is Shane Smith, and he sits there behind Cody Alberts as they work their way into turn number 2. Here we go. As that group goes into turn number 2, Ahmad is right on the case there. Baby Jakes. Baby Jakes goes a bit high, he goes a bit wide. The tail gets wagging there by Baby Jakes' BMW. That's a whole group of beamers out there. Baby Jakes, Ahmad, Edouris Ahmad, and then Daniel Kutsia. Daniel was leading this group at one point in time, this group of 4, and now he sits there in that 4th position in that group behind Edouris Ahmad. And then the leader of Class D is coming up there behind him, and that is the Polo of Bruce Meyer.
Yeah, Bruce Meyer is doing a pretty decent job out there. Nias Modak leading out Class A. Cody Alberts, the 2nd of the Class A cars. The 2 of them respectively 1st and 3rd in class. It's just 2 more laps to go. 2 more laps as they come past us now underneath the start-finish line. And, well, I think it's going to be a one-on-one all the way to the end. That 350Z has looked very, very smooth and consistent. But unfortunately, Nias Modak in a straight line does appear to be able to blow him where and when necessary. A 22.9 and a 22.7 respectively by the 2 of them on the 2nd last lap.
Right, so the leaders are working their way out of turn number 2. And this is the flag lap for the 2 of them. They've got just under a half a lap to go, should I say just over a half a lap to go as they complete Sector 1. They're now in Sector 2, working their way out of a turn number 3, out of Interceptor corner, heading
Spinner
down.
turn 2.
Heading down the backbone. Oh, that's Edouris Ahmad that spun it there in turn number 2. However, the leaders are going down the back main. Here they go. They've got a couple of back markers that is out there in front of them. That's not going to give them any problems, I would think, as Nias Modak and Charles Visser, the BMW and the 350Z Nissan, work their way into turn number 5, into Frostron corner for the final time. The checkered flag is out. They make their way to the line. Those back markers will not come into play as they head towards us, and Modak will come home in P1. Visser will finish there in 2nd position, Gary, with Cody Alberts finishing in 3rd.
Cody Alberts, very, very strong showing from Cody Alberts, coming up 3rd overall and 2nd in Class A. Smith started 4th, ends 5th as well, winning Class B from Baby Jakes, Ahmad, and then it is Kutsia that will come through behind that. So that was a beautiful battle that they had coming through there as well. It was Ahmad eventually coming up fifth in Class B. Anton Jacobs will come through behind that, and then Lucian Downs winning out Class F. That was a brilliant ride there by Downs. Will be very, very chuffed with that one.
It's a very, very, very slow Chiara van Niekerk that just cruises that Class E Golf across the line, but she does make it to the checkered flag. So the rest of the field coming through, Billy Swart finishing, Johnson crossing the line, Levy finishing his race as well, and Jean Favey brings the Golf one to the checkered flag. Rasdy Harris also finishing his race, and on his inside, this time in the Golf, is Paul Minnick.
So the fastest there in Class X was Visser from Favey from Paither. That's people that have not started and finished two races with a car driver combination on a single race day. Nias Modak from Cody Alberts from Rasdy Harris. Remember, Rasdy Harris started out of the pit lane. Modak and Alberts starting on the front two rows of the grid. Class B, Smith from Ahmad and Jacobs. Very, very good battle that they had there, I must say. Less than 2 seconds between them. That Class D battle, Suleiman Effendi always looked on paper to be the fastest man out there in class from Noel Stander, and then Gasperdi, and then the Class E, Ryan Lodge. Nice to see him out there from a very, very slowing towards the end, Chiara van Niekerk. So definitely trying to make a plan somehow to get that car back to the start-finish line. But she managed to do it. She got the point. She got the second place in class. That's what she's looking for. Let's hope that they can get it sorted out, whatever the problem is, and get back out on circuit for race number 2 later on today. Mike's Place Clubman Saloons, race number 1 for the folks at home. That was the 4th race of the day today. Lots of action still to come.
A drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure. Anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
Well, find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za. All their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kales River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Need a service? No, not you, your car. Well, finally, Car Care Clinic is here in the Western Cape. Trust them with your car's needs. This way, you will both be satisfied. Get to www.carcareclinic.co.za and find your nearest branch. Do you love your car? Then why take it anywhere else other than to Car Care Clinic Service Center? They will look after the love of your life and ensure the best quality service and price. Car Care Clinic Service Center now in the Western Cape. Visit www.carcareclinic.co.za to find a branch near you.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Right, for all the people at home that's wondering what the hold-up is, there's a few Clubman's cars that's just been removed from the circuit, as well as a bit of oil somewhere out on the track. So the marshal's just sorting that lot out, and then when that is done, we'll commence with the following race on the program, which is a little bit different compared to what we are used to seeing. We normally see the Makita Formula Supercars and the V8 Masters together. However, things have changed a bit, with a few of the V8 Master drivers that are resident in Gauteng, and due to the current situation, they do not want to leave Gauteng to come to Cape Town. The entire V8 Master Series group of drivers have decided that they will not race today and not mess up anybody else's club championship points. So the V8 Masters are sitting out. However, what they have done here, the powers that be at the WPMC, they have decided to do something completely different and put the fine cars with the supercars for this event. And who knows, if it works, it could be something that will be done again in the future. However, we don't know that. Time will tell. But for today, the supercars will be teaming up with the fine cars, and that will be the following race the moment the marshals have sorted out the circuit.
Well, here's one for the books. Bijou Trustees Fine Cars and the Makita Formula Supercars together on a circuit. I never thought it would happen, but, today we'll find out how it's going to look. And, of course, there's a good little field of 12 cars, and, 7 of them are the Opel Supercars, and then the rest are the fine cars. And I'll be joined, of course, by Gary Fleming, who's been a long commentator on the supercars, as Frankie was saying to us earlier. No V8 Masters. A lot of the guys reside up in Johannesburg, and of course did not want to come down to Killarney. But Gary, it's going to be an 8-lap race, and a very interesting race as well, with two classes that you wouldn't think of put together.
Well, the Fines and Classics normally running together, and it was in fact the guys from Fine and Classics that actually said, look, we've got 38 cars in the Classics, so why don't we offer you our Fine cars to join in with the supercars, seeing that the V8 Masters aren't there. So, well, thanks very much for the offer. We'll definitely take you up on that one and give the guys an opportunity to get out on circuit. So, Neanderthal, 1 minute 23.5. Notably quicker than anybody else. Kellen de Bruin on the front row of the grid. First time for Kellen de Bruin that he finds himself on the front row of supercars. So let's hope that the young lad has a good outing out there. The nerves don't get to him. Had a very rocky start to his racing career at Killarney. Couldn't finish either of the first two races on the first race day that he was out there. And from there on, it's just got better and better, quicker and quicker. And, well, he's really getting into it now. Kellen de Bruin, the leading silver class car out there. Everybody else, in fact, in the gold class. Cedric Le Bon, then Phillips, and the 55 of Hilton Peters, a very distinguished karter, a very distinguished iRacer, and now a man that's also taking part in the supercar class, the 29 in there behind that. That's Chase Herald. That was a bit of a push and shove to get that one finished in time, to get Chase Herald out there onto the circuit, and he's got the 29 car out there. So the NDT racing car up front of Neanderthal, and then the second of the NDT cars at the tail end of the grid, Chase Herald. Chase did put up a 1:26.685, but I think he's had very limited time out on circuit.
There will be a considerable gap between the supercars and the fine cars. Gunther Appelgren in the E36 BMW will be the man on pole position, but Gary, you take the supercars off the line. I will take care of the fine cars.
Probably find they'll put about 8 or 10 seconds between the start of the two classes. They'll be coming off the grid with the red flag. Neanderthal, Kellen de Bruin. Kellen de Bruin, the young lad out there, pretty much the youngest supercar driver for a long, long time. Off the line they come. Let's get a bit of temperature. Not an easy day out there on track if you've got tires and brake pads that are designed to work in high temperatures. You'll see excessive hard weaving going on through the pack as they work their way slowly around.
Well, like I said, Gunther Appelgren will be the man on pole position in the E36 BMW. Robert Toscano, number 1 in the Mazda MX-5, will be starting alongside him. Then we have Melanie Cook in there as well. She will be in the VW Fox. Bradley Rowe in his E36 BMW, so two of them out there all together. And then the real classic, the MGA of Roger Lewis. Only 5 of them all together out there, but it could be some very close competition. I think Melanie Cook, she's done a bit of driving in the E36 BMW, but she has been very, very consistent in that VW Fox, and I think she's going to have a good little battle with Bradley Rowe right alongside her there as well. They'll be starting on the last row of the grid, Bradley Rowe with Roger Lewis.
Well, she in fact made history with that motor car 2-3 meetings back when they had 3 races for fine cars on the day. Papa Bear gave her the BM to play with. She won the first heat. Everybody said, wow. She won the second heat. Everybody said, oh my goodness. She won the third heat and they said, history. And then they said, okay, back you go to the Fox. Papa Bear is going to ride with the Beamer. But they've let her out there with that car again today. So she'll fancy her chances out there. Another person that will fancy their chances of beating a couple of gold class cars is in fact Kellen de Bruin on the front row of the grid. Notably slower, around about 1.8 seconds slower than Neanderthal. Nean pretty much in a class of his own, but 25.3 for Kellen de Bruin and Cedric Le Bon, a 25.4 for Glenn Phillips, a 25.9 for Hilton Peters. and a 26.6 for Elton Steyn, and Chase on a 26.6 as well. So second, third, fourth and fifth within 5/10, almost 6/10 of one another on that short qualifying session that they had this morning, which pretty much opens the door. Anything is possible. Neanderthal will probably updust and disappear, but I think the eyes is going to be on the Kellen de Bruin as they work their way out of Cape Town corner, turn 5, fast on, slowly up towards the line. Neanderthal NDT Racing on the front row of the grid, the fastest qualifier. He's done 2-3 races in this class recently, and I think he's won just about every single outing. On the lights, they will go. The Bond is right in there. Glenn Phillips on the outside line. Second row on the outside. Glenn Phillips is doing a pretty good job of keeping Cedric the Bond boxed in there on the inside. It's going to be Neanderthal that goes into turn number 1 in the lead. It's Kellen de Bruin that holds it as they come out into the Joubert Straight and work their way up towards turn number 2.
They reset the lights. The lights will go out once more for the Fine Cars race, the Bijou Trusty Fine Cars race, and we watch them now go towards some real trouble happening. I'm going to see then in the supercar section, but Gunther Appelgren will keep the lead into turn 1 from pole position, and on his outside will be Rob Toscano, but Rob Toscano will hold it there as well with Melanie Cook just trying to slot in there as well in third position in the VW Fox. They'll be side by side, Rob Toscano and Gunther Appelgren, but Rob Toscano will take the lead of the Bijou Trustees Fine Car race for now.
Cedric Le Bon that spun himself out going down to turn 2. Something didn't look right. The car was way over the top speed-wise going into the corner. Either he had a locked accelerator or a serious shortage of braking power, and it was always looking like he was never going to make that corner from a long, long way back. So I don't believe that that is driver error. I think that's mechanical failure. Neanderthal leading them out as they come through underneath the Mad Max and RST race department bridge. Neanderthal, Kellen de Bruin's in the fight. Kellen de Bruin is in the fight, and it's Glenn Phillips that lines up on the inside line down towards KFM corner, turn number 2. Touch of smoke as he gears down there. The young lad drops down to third position. Glenn Phillips, old hand in the class, and he brings Hilton Peters through with him as well. Chase Herald has gone past Elton Steyn. Cedric the Bond that is stuck on the outside of turn number 2 is completely out of this one. So keep an eye on Chase Herald. I think he'll still make up a couple of positions.
Unfortunate to say, Gary, Melanie Cook has spun it on the exit of turn 5 Fastron corner. She's kept it going, and while she's just getting going onto the grass there slightly as well, and that will mean that Roger Lewis will make his way right past her as well. So Melanie Cook fallen all the way down to 12th position. Meanwhile, Rob Toscano leads the race from Gunther Appelgren, and that will be, of course, about half a second between the two of them, with Bradley Rowe, who was actually pushing Melanie Cook very hard there. He's now up into third position in class. Remember, this is 7th, 8th, and 9th positions overall in this race.
Leaders going down towards Fastron corner. Neanderthal, as we said, will probably break away, but they fight between Glenn Phillips and the young lad Kellen de Bruin. They swap positions. Last time they went down the front main, down to turn number 1. Kellen de Bruin fought back, got the position back. Phillips back in the Fastron corner, made up that position once again. And here comes Hilton Peters in the Sujin Properties car up on the inside of Kellen de Bruin. They're pretty much side by side. That front three very, very close. Oh, Kellen, great on the brakes. He wasn't out-braked there whatsoever. Stays on the outside of KFM corner, right on top of the curbstones. Holds on to that one. So it looked like he was on his way down. Here comes Chase Herald. Chase Herald's going to have a look up on the inside of Hilton Peters. Hilton takes a slightly wider line going in. Wants to apex a little bit later to be able to then get a run on the young lad Kellen de Bruin, but it's slowly but surely Phillips is making just a little bit of space between himself and Kellen. If Kellen can shake off the attention of Hilton Peters and then the next two behind that, he can maybe just hold on to that slipstream of Glenn Phillips and fight back for that second position overall in the race and first in class.
Well, Rob Toscano crosses the line in the fine car section. He's still currently first at the moment, 1.1 seconds ahead of Gunther Appelgren. But the man with the fastest lap in the class. Actually, Melanie Cook has put in the fastest lap in the fine car section, a 34.429, and is 13 seconds back from Bradley Rose. So this is going to be quite something to get her, just to get her teeth into, to try and catch up with Bradley Rose. It's going to be a tough ask, but let me tell you one thing. She's a good talented driver, and she'll make a good work of it as well. Roger Lewis comes across the line as well now. He's 21 seconds back off of Melanie Cook. He's just having some good fun out there in that very unique MGA.
Supercar battle, going down into KFM corner. Kellen de Bruin on the brakes, trying to have a look up on the inside of Phillips. He got the tail end wagging, and it looked like it was well on its way to the kitty, that somehow he managed to straighten it out. He was on the inside line going into the corner. Not much rubber there on anywhere on the circuit, in fact, after the heavy rains that we've had. And for the race meeting so far, there would be a fair amount of rubber, new rubber that's been laid on that racing line, but where he was, very, very green circuit. Somehow he held on. He has closed up onto the tail end of Phillips. Through Interceptor corner they go, up the KFM straight, past a very empty main grandstand and into the double right-hander. Car Care Clinic corner, out into the back main. Is he going to have a go at it this time around? Yep, I think he is. Down the back main they go. It's Glenn Phillips that leads out as they work their way down the back main. That's for second and third position. Kellen de Bruin dives out towards the inside. Phillips seems to think that he's got the line. He's quite happy on the top end. But de Bruin just dives through, but he's going to go very wide coming out of the corner, right onto the curbstones at the top. Somehow he held on to that one. He wouldn't have had good drive coming out of the corner, and that's put Phillips right onto his back bumper. Underneath the Mad Max bridge they go. Once again, Kellen de Bruin on the outside line. He's very confident. He's not closing at the inside line. He says, Phillips, I've been there. You can have a look there under braking. Believe you me, there's no grip. And young Kellen de Bruin, the only silver class car in the Makita Formula Supercars, holds on to that second position overall and first in Class C.
Well, the fine cars, Robert Toscano crosses once again. He is first, but of course, more modest of the lap times as the top three. Gunther Appelgren took about 0.3 of a second out of him on the last lap, and Bradley Rose putting in some very competitive times as well. They've all dropped in the 133s now. Melanie Cook still having that 14.2 seconds back in her fourth position ahead of the fifth placed Roger Lewis. But I'm watching out for Bradley Rowe at the moment. He looks to be threatening at this time. He is 1.5 seconds behind Gunther Appelgren. Gunther Appelgren as well, getting that second wind in the second part of the race, the man who started on pole in the fine cars class.
Back to the back main and the Makita Formula Supercars, obviously up, doesn't disappear. NDT Neanderthal Racing has moved away from the front end of the field. He was pretty much 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else out there, but that's what you would expect from Neanderthal, man that has been racing for probably 2.5 decades and knows exactly how to build speed into motor cars. But the battle royal is on here for second, third, fourth and fifth place. And once again, Phillips having a look on the inside line of Kellen de Bruin. De Bruin is not the kind of youngster that backs out. They sit side by side. Phillips has got to get across the front of him if he wants to get the line going into the second corner. And it is the young lad that runs it just a little bit wide, trying to keep as much pace there as possible. Phillips takes over that second position. It's Kellen de Bruin that drops down to third, and eventually Hilton Peters, that's been under threat for a period of time, probably the last 2.5 laps under pressure there from the Chase Herald entry, the late entry. Chase Herald gets now up into that fourth position overall, one ahead of the Sujin Properties car of Hilton Peters as they work their way through turn 4 out into the back main.
Well, the fine cars are going to be lapped shortly by Neanderthal as Gunther Appelgren just broadsides in third position in the class on the outside of turn 5 of Fastron corner. So that was a bit of a moment there. Robert Toscano, he does lead. It was 2 seconds ahead of Bradley Rowe that he was, and I think now that gap is closed to 1 second. Bradley Rowe earlier on the previous lap got ahead of Gunther Appelgren, and Gunther Appelgren must have had a moment as well because he had a 135. He had a 137 now, of course, because he did broadside into the last turn.
Yep, he's just rolled it down the hill and looks like he's got the Fox, or is it a Jetta? Looks like he's got it going again. Let's go back to the Makita Formula Supercars. The leader Neanderthal working his way now up towards Melanie Cook as they go between the turn 2 and the turn 3. The red flag has come out, and I think there's a spinner just past the apex of Fastron corner.
Turn 5, so the cameras can get to turn 5. Sorry, Gary. They're still in turn 3 at the moment as Gunther Appelgren goes through. So somebody has spun it. Somebody has put it off at turn 5 Fastron corner.
And I think they stuck across the circuit. It's just out of camera shot, just to the right of the camera shot that you see there now, nose down towards the bottom. There's unfortunately a couple of trees between us and that spot, so like the cameraman, just out of view. We just out of view of that one as well.
It is a supercar.
Well, let's see if we can pick up. Is Chase still out on circuit? There's Neon de Toy, there's Kellen de Bruin, there's Hilton Peters. It's probably, I think you're right there, Frankie. I think it could be Chase Herald that's spun and stuck there. You'll probably find if you can't get the car started, you won't run it forward, because knowing the camber of the circuit there, if you roll it forward, knowing the height of the front end of a supercar, you're going to break the front spoiler to pieces. So you'll probably find you said, look, I'm rather going to sit tight than mush R1,000 front spoiler before paint.
Flatbed is out.
Yep, they're going to do that one. So you'll probably find they might even call this one a race. We'll wait until the cars come around.
Two laps worth to go, Gary. So I think they are going to call this race. They've already gone onto the timing screens for the Formula Libras, but we were seeing, of course, in the previous race, Gary, when you and Frank were commentating on Clubman's turn 2 was the trouble area on the circuit. Now turn 5, we had Melanie Cook going in the fine car. She went a few times and spun it. In turn 5, we had Gunther Appelgren just spun it. So it looks like it's a big trouble area at the moment as well. I know it's on the outside over there. There's a lot of moisture still on the circuit, I think, on the right-hand side. There we go. Okay, now we're looking at Clubman's, but it just shows you there's a few trouble areas. I think, here we go, Gary. And I think he was tagged by another supercar. There were two supercars, of course, came together.
We'll pick up the replay now. They normally find these replays somewhere. They scratch them out, and at the end of a race, it's always good to just put the mic down and have a look at the screen, and you pick up the bits and pieces that you've missed from upstairs here. Yep, that was the spinner. That was that was Phillips that in fact spun, and it was, that was Phillips that spun, going around the outside. Two cars that make it through. Hilton Peters made it through as well. And then Chase had nowhere to go at that point. And he just couldn't make a plan to miss him, unfortunately. Climbed hard on the brakes.
I think Melanie was caught off guard there. Melanie Cook, sorry, just to go into the fine car section there, Gary. I think she was caught off guard. She went wide, and then the back end stepped out and spun it. Luckily, she could keep it going again. But yeah, that was quite a little incident there.
Well, remember Cedric Le Bon that went flying off in turn number 2 in lap number 1, and it looked very strange. Either a locked accelerator or a serious lack of stopping power when he came a long way where he would hit the brakes. You could see from there already, from that point, no can do. There was something seriously not working correctly, and managed to stop it before he went too far and went into the tire barrier. So let's hope he can get that one sorted out. Then, depending on how much damage there is to Chase Herald, the front end radiator of that motor car, he might not make it out for race number 2. And then the man that spun, Greg Phillips. Let's hope that there's no damage to the suspension on that motor car, but he can make it out for race number 2 as well. Formula Libras, race number 1 is going to be the next heat that's going to come up. We'll just give the marshals an opportunity down in Fastron corner to clear the circuit. See, they've already got Cedric Le Bon's car sorted out. The rest of the circuit looks to be pretty A-okay. Then it's going to be Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson that's going to be on the front row of the grid. The second row, and that's 2 Class S Libras. Then the one of the Class A Libras in the hands of Troy Dolenchik will be on the second row of the grid with Mike Schmidt in the Class C. Nardini Squalo alongside him. So Byron Mitchell and Troy Dolenchik, Linus Stern, both of them will be racing tomorrow, starting 2 o'clock. Western Province Sports and GT iRacing Masters Series 6-hour, sponsored by Bearing Man Group, will be going out live on the Sports and GT channel, Western Province Sports and GT. That Mike Verrier and the guys race right here at Killarney. That race will be starting at 2 o'clock. Byron Mitchell and Troy Dolenchik will be pretty much up the front end of the field with that. And then Umpi Swart will be teaming up with Troy Dolenchik. They in fact won their class for the first 6-hour iRace, sponsored by Saloon Properties, the McCarthys. Sean and Steve McCarthy, both of them ex-racers from Killarney International. In fact, both of them raced in the class we just watched now, Makita Power Tools Supercars. And they were both very competitive in that. So Saloon Properties putting their experience and their money where their mouth is and still putting back into motorsport. That's fantastic.
Well, it's actually a very healthy field of Libras, 15 of them in all, and well, we'll bring you that an 8-lap race once they have cleaned up turn 5 Fastron corner, Pertinina Fastron, and so we'll go off air for a short little bit and bring you that Formula Libre race shortly.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
Well, find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za or their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kales River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Do you love your car? Then why take it anywhere else other than to Car Care Clinic Service Center? They will look after the love of your life and ensure the best quality service and price. Car Care Clinic Service Center now in the Western Cape. Visit www.carcareclinic.co.za to find a branch near you.
Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Well, here we go. The Formula Libras coming up now for their first race of the day. And none other than Byron Mitchell, the man on pole position in the Formula VW. And that's Class S, the Dolphin Engineering Formula VW. And he's going to be mixing it with the likes of DJ Boyson in the Deco, the Burner Factory Formula Reynard, also the Formula VW. Unfortunately, one notable absentee here, Gary, is Andrew Rackstraw.
Yeah, but it would have been nice to have Andrew Rackstraw out there as well, because he's the only person that realistically, car driver combination, can have a go at masterclass driver Byron Mitchell. 1 minute 14.125. That in a Formula VW, that is blindingly quick. That is really great. But yeah, as we said, Rackstraw not going to be out there. It's a pity, but let's hope maybe next time we'll be able to see him. 16 cars out there in total. Formula Libra is looking the strongest they've been for probably the last decade. Class S, Class A, B, and C, all out there on circuit. And Nick van der Westhuizen, something went wrong for him during the qualifying, and he managed to put in a 1 minute 49.6. So he'll obviously get a lot quicker than that during the course of the race. Leading out the Class B's, Bertus Engelbrecht from Ashfaq Darwood, and then Hayden Elwood.
Also a very familiar name, of course, Hayden Elwood, always there as well. He's in the Formula Swift, and he's one of the big guys in Class B. Alongside him, Ashfaq Darwood, a nice name to always see back as well. Good friend of mine, old Ashfaq Darwood. We've been involved in the Gymkhana together. A very good commentator himself as well on the Gymkhana scene, and it's always good to see him racing once again. Man in his 50s. That is, he came back not too long ago actually to racing after being out of racing for 10 years. But here comes Dolenchek now in the Formula Ford, the Z-Tech, and he will be well and truly the man to beat in Class A, the number 17 machine, and he was a star karter at his time, coming from a big racing family in the Dolencheks.
Oh, no doubt about it. Troy Dolenchek, an ace with iRacing as well, one of the, and I'm not just one of the quickest out there with the iRacing rigs. The likes of Umpi Swart and him teamed up together can take on the best of the best anywhere, anytime. And seriously looking forward to watching those two young guns taking part in the iRace tomorrow. Well, the 58 car looking somewhat totally slightly different to everything else out there. That's Schmidt. He's on the second row of the grid on the outside. Some serious bodywork on that motor car makes it look completely different to anything else we've ever seen out on the circuit.
The Nardini Squalo, that is out there as well. And like you're saying, Gary, unlike anything you've seen, the only time, very few times you see, things like that on the single seater was the Formula E's. Had a bit of that as well at one stage. Well, here comes now the number 20 machine in. That's DJ Boyson in his Formula VW, also going to be pulling into the second position on the grid.
New spray job there for the 21, and that being Byron Mitchell. Wheel collision, that's the new livery on that motor car. They did a nice little close-up video on that and put it up on Facebook in the last 24 hours saying, look at this, super duper proud and chuffed of what they put together. The Dyco car alongside that, the number 20, and that is DJ Boyson. Just about ready to go with a 5-second board. Dave Milan says 5 seconds, here we go, and probably going to find it's going to be Byron Mitchell. Oh, he's creeping on the line. Here's Byron Mitchell as he comes off the line.
Yeah, that's going to be problematic, but you'll see on the outside DJ Boyson going into turn one, into KFM corner, locks up slightly there as well, DJ Boyson, but he was slotting behind Byron Mitchell, but all eyes will be, of course, on the officials here as well to see what they do about that movement from Byron Mitchell. And while Troy Dolenchek will still take a third position at the moment, with that Nardini Squalo following suit there of Mike Schmidt as they go into turn two.
I must say, Mike Schmidt's car looks very different to any open wheeler, semi-closed wheeler that I've ever seen going around the circuit. That Squalo I don't know if it's a local build or an import. We'll try and pick up that information for you during the course of the day. But it's going to be all about Brian Mitchell and Troy Dolenchik that's going to be up front. Troy Dolenchik, why is he taking part in Libras, quote unquote, want to move on to the Formula 1600 Investchem Extreme Festival Series 2022. This is purely a learning curve that he's going through to be able to enter that series at the right possible level.
Yeah, that's of course the top single-seater series here in South Africa. The Formula 1600s that come around no longer have the Formula VWs, but coming across the line, Byron Mitchell, well and truly in the lead over there as well, ahead of DJ Boyson. Troy Dolenchik will be in that third position, with Mike Schmidt still holding on fourth. He's third in Class S though, with James Beaumont second in Class A, and somebody locking up into turn one, KFM corner. And I don't know who actually was. I think
it was Schmidt.
I think it was the Nardini that did lock up, and he is being closed in at the moment by James Beaumont there, Gary.
Well, I think he shared a fair amount of rubber with us. He'll probably find he's got serious flat spots, because to get that amount of smoke with locked up wheels, you've got to be prepared to give away a fair amount of rubber. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a massive vibration on that steering wheel from here on out. Byron Mitchell with that beautiful livery on his motor car, up, dust and disappear on his way down the back straight. DJ Boyson, I must say, when they sold their original motor car that we got to know him with on the main circuit, oh well, don't know if we're going to see this man again. Well, they've got the new machine looking beautiful, running very, very well, and very safely up there in second position.
Well, Ashfaq Dawood currently leads in the Formula Ray, the Class B battle, ahead of Hayden Elwood. So there's some good close battle going on there as well. And that's okay. 9/10 of a second between the two of them. But I think it's far from over. As Engelbrecht a little bit further back in that 8th position. And that, of course, is third in Class B in the Speeds RM08. And just the thing about Gary, because I'll just take a look at Byron Mitchell over here. 1:13.040 fastest lap of the race. Let me tell you one thing, the bikes were doing that earlier on the Superbikes.
Well, you've got to be head down on two wheels and have big einies to do 1 minute 30 around the island on a 1000cc bike, and to do it with this type of motor car is something else. That's what, I say it again, what a pity that Rackstraw is not here. We had 2 meetings back to back where they went one-on-one, swapped positions, I don't know how many times, and just kept on cutting the laps quicker and quicker and quicker. If you think that Mitchell was fast in qualifying, he's already gone faster than what he didn't qualify. But that, I think, is damp, number one. And 2, temperature, because it was, not only is it kind of chilly now, it was very chilly early on this morning. And the tires that they're running need temperature to be able to create grip. And that explains why he's quicker now already after just 2.5 laps than what he was in qualifying this morning.
No, that's definitely. Look there, 1:12.560 now for Byron Mitchell. Like you say, the track is...
Spinner turn 2.
Track is rubbering in and everything. I have to see who that is that spun there at turn 2. Is it Reino Pence? Okay, Reino Pence, that is in the VW Omega, the Deco 4x4 accessories machine. And unfortunately, it looks like he's parked it. No, he's got it going. He's kept the engine going. Yellow flags will be waving in that section there as well. Just warning the drivers to come through. There's Troy Dolenchik coming right through. He's having a bit of a struggle getting back. Remember, the turning circle on these cars is not very sharp.
Oh, now he's got it right across the circuit. And there's 2 cars coming towards him. You'd have to just stay static where he is. Luckily, they will be able to see him. There's double wave yellows going down into that corner. And that's the marshal that's standing on the rallycross circuit just behind the double barriers. There he gets the car going now. Reino Pence, man that recently moved into Velgelegen. And he's kept the racing car idling when it was standing there, got it turned around and now got it back onto track, and off he goes again.
Well, there was a few hairy, scary moments, but now a 1:12.560 for Byron Mitchell, going quicker every single lap, and he's 6 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson at this particular point. Dolenchik has still just got across the line now as well, and he is 14.4 seconds back as he goes now into KFM corner. Some white flags waving, I see, as well onto the straights, the the KFM straights, and what happens is it is a slow-moving vehicle on circuit. I think it's a Formula Ford that is going particularly slowly.
James Beaumont moving up ahead there of Mike Schmidt in the Formula Reynard, ahead now of the Nardini Squalo. I think our camera crew will probably pick up a close-up of that Nardini Squalo. If you can look at the bodywork on that motor car. Ooh, heavy smoke as he locks up the wheels. Well, he's definitely got brake problems, that motor car, because that's the second time that we've seen a serious chunk of smoke under braking on that motor car. The first time being going down into KFM turn number 1, and that's the second time now 2 laps later going into turn number 2. And that's not a top-end 200 plus braking position, because of the fact that the straight running up to turn number 2 is a lot shorter, so probably around about the 175, 180 kilometer mark, and even then running into a brake problem. So definitely the brake bias or the balance not being correct.
A 112.018 now from Byron Mitchell. Are we going to be seeing a 111 in this race? We have 3 laps left to go. I'm sure he's going to give it a good go. Byron Mitchell 6.8 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson at this particular phase. Remember, they are the 2 Class S runners at the sharp end of the field. Dolenchek, he's far back. Remember, he doesn't really care much about them. He's just thinking about his Class A battle. And what happens is he is 18.8 seconds ahead of James Beaumont, who's second in the Class A section in that Formula Reynard.
Yep, it's only 2 Class A cars that is there. Well, Byron Mitchell looks like he wants to try and break the 1 minute 12 second barrier. He's just put up a best sector time, a purple sector in sector number 1. There's the Schmidt car once again locking up and going straight, going into turn number 2. So Byron Mitchell has still got 2 laps to go. DJ Boyson, here he comes up towards us now underneath the Mad Max Motorcycle RST race department bridge. A couple of battles going on behind that, and I must say that Dolenchik, I think that the whole family idea of run a Class A Libra for 2021, as many meetings as you possibly can, and then the next move is to go to the InvestCam Formula 1600s national level Extreme Festival 2022, and that hopefully will open the door for him, maybe for international motorsport. The man is very, very good. He's still very young. He's an ace karter. You and Frankie have had lots of opportunity to commentate with him on karting level. I've seen him in the karting, I've seen him with iRacing. His reflexes are utterly amazing. The hand-eye coordination of this young man, and with Papa Bear Dolenchik in there to guide his racing career as well, I think it's a name that you're going to see on international leaderboards probably within 2 to 2.5 years from now.
Ashfaq Dawood, he still leads the Class B battle, 1.6 seconds ahead of Engelbrecht. I think he's just actually, I think he's just gone across the line now. And Ashfaq Dawood, I think he just keeps it ahead of Engelbrecht now. He was across the line. I think Engelbrecht was ahead. They're going to turn 1 now, and I think just a little bit behind them, Zaina Munson is the Class C leader, currently in 10th place at the present moment, and he is currently ahead of Elroy Weiss in that class, and Donovan Ramsey, with Kelly Fletcher rounding off the field. Of course, Rainer Pence out of the race, Luan van Heerden not taking part in this race, and Nick van der Westhuizen likewise.
Yeah, Nick van der Westhuizen was on the 1 minute. There's a spinner in turn 1. Spinner in turn number 1 on the entrance to the KFM corner, and it is in fact the leader is on his way through turn 5 Cape Town corner through Fastron. That's Byron Mitchell for the last time, so we will come towards the checkered flag with probably the wave yellows looking at him as he goes down the straight. The checkered flag comes out. Byron Mitchell takes it away. The fastest 1 minute 10.9. Oh my goodness gracious me. It's just about takeoff speed. Turn it upside down and it would take off.
You know what, Gary, he was aiming for 111s and he got a 110 out of the deal, so not bad at all. But here comes, of course, second place man, DJ Boyson. He comes across the line in second position, and then we have a few of the lap runners. Bertus Engelbrecht will finish the B class in the lead, and he's the winner. Hayden Elwood second, and Ashfaq Dawood will be the third man in class. That's 6th, 7th, and 8th overall. We wait now for Dolenchek.
Oh, Class A battle coming down towards us. Look at this. Beaumont and Dolenchik were very, very close to one another all day long, and Dolenchik takes it away from Beaumont. Mike Schmidt should come across the line soon as well. The last cars now working their way through Fastron Corner. This being the Formula Libre race, 6 laps it was. Byron Mitchell, the fastest man out there, 110. As we say, he was trying to break the 112. Well, he tried too hard. 110.902 Byron Mitchell in the absence of Rackstraw pushing and pulling to get him to go any quicker. Winning out his class and the race overall. And then DJ Boyson coming second in Class S. Mike Schmidt third in Class S. Class A, Troy Dolenchik from James Beaumont. Class B, Batters Engelbrecht from Hayden Elwood.
Alroy Weiss is the winner of Class C ahead of Zane Amundsen. And then Donovan Ramsey, Cyril Somerville as well, finishing 11th overall. And of course, 4th in class. And 12th overall and 4th in class. And then 13th, it will be Kelly Fletcher. And then Reino Pence, he actually does classify 2 laps down. Anyway, that was the first of the Formula Libre single-seaters class. We're going to be moving on now to the SDC Classic cars after a bit of time out.
STC Classic Cars, race number 1. 9 laps it's going to be, and what a mixture of motor cars we're going to have out there once again, Byron.
It's amazing over there. Look at that Texaco RS500 Ford Sierra. That is a beautiful car. Of course, that was, of course, British touring car royalty in the late 80s. And we're talking about Chevy DeVille's, we're talking about V8s, we're talking about Mustangs, you know, Michael Hitchcock out in the Mustang, even this little GTE Opel Cadet over here, you know, everybody knew somebody that had one of those, and to see them back out here again as well, it's always a lovely thing. Look at Alphas, Datsuns. It's such a wonderful mix of great cars. And look at there, we're talking about 35 of them all together out on a circuit?
Normally the fines and classics that run together, fines today being put with the supercars, Makita Powell's tools supercars. That cadet that you spoke about, that in fact is Kian Barnard, the young lad from PE, first time out on circuit here. They managed to enter him into the Clubmans as well, so they said instead of getting 2 races, seeing they've come all the way from PE, let's see if we can ride in 2 different classes. They got it right, and with the help of Louis Powell, in fact I think they are staying by Louis Powell for the weekend. Louis Powell out there with the Meisner Escort. So STC classic cars, very strong. Front row of the grid, Charles Harton and Franco Donadio, a Datsun 240Z and a Ford Escort Mark 1. Michael Hitchcock and Andrew Honeywell will block out the second row of the grid. They're just making their way down the back main. Franco Donadio, for an extended period of time, Donadio Transport was the man to catch in the class. Well, he doesn't have it all his own way anymore. Nice to see that big old Chev de Ville out there again. At one stage that was Maton that used to race with it, then it was Zach Grunewald. And well, the car's made it back out on circuit again, which is fantastic. Always nice to see the block of flats working its way around the island nice and quickly.
It's lovely to have a car that you can live in and race.
Yeah, they call it an all-rounder, and it's got nothing to do with the shape of the fenders. All right, coming up towards the Mad Max RST Race Department Bridge. Big thanks to all the marshals that have been here since early this morning, making it all nice and safe out there. Donadio's got the door open as he comes down towards the front row of the grid. He'll be sitting on the front row of the grid on the outside. A very quick car driver combination. Donadio Plant Hire, Donadio Transport, ex-South African gravel midget South African champion in Franco Donadio. The 67 on the second row on the outside, left-hand drive Mustang. That is Michael Hitchcock. Andrew Honeywell going to be alongside him. That is the Nexus scaffolding Gulf-colored Porsche. Looks like the 944 shape. Then Maton Motors, the Chev de Ville in there directly behind him. Louis Powell coming through. He'll bring that Meisner replica Mark 1 Escort up onto the third row of the grid. Pulls in there behind the very quick V8. I must say that Meisner Escort is always going to be an eye-catcher.
It's great to see Trevor Momberg back as well there, Gary, in that blue Ford Caprice along Bruce Avon Taplin in that Sprinter Toyota as well. A number of Toyotas out there. Dion Conradi a little bit further back in the Conquest, and he's ahead of a Cortina over there as well, and that's Jared Thompson. That's in the Cortina, but don't always, I love to speak about that Sirocco there as well of Trevor Hutchings, and it always looks lovely coming towards you when you look at them on pictures and so on, and ahead of some good anglers, and you know, I think we're going to have ourselves a stellar race here.
Well, Dion Conradi without his trusted pitback there today. Peter Nathan at home with COVID, so Peter, I'm sure you're busy watching from home. Your man's got his Conquest out there on track and looking pretty confident at that. So all's well. At least you can watch from home. To all the folks watching from home, I think all be very grateful for West France Motor Club, Killarney International, Des Isom, Mariska Radane, Paul Simon, and the rest of the crew studying the necessary paperwork, making 100% sure that it is possible to have a day like today, getting all the necessary things in place to be able to actually run motorsport, where most, probably 85% of motorsport is either cancelled or on hold at the moment now throughout South Africa. So big thumbs up to West France Motor Club for getting today together and also making the live feed available to everybody at home, gratis, free and for net.
I know Tiny was also just pointing out to Sean Bester in that orange, beautiful orange Mini, and it's been many years since he last raced, and there are 2 Minis out there, Dion Valentine as well, so we could have ourselves a little bit of a race here between the 2 cute little Minis out there.
Tiny, that Mini that's out on circuit, is that the original one?
Yeah, Gary, that's an original one from about plus minus 10 years ago. Sean Bester making return to racing. He's an orange, it's a British Racing Green Mini, which he took part in the last Extreme Classic event here about a year or two ago. He's in the garage at the moment, doing some necessary bits and pieces for the next event here. So nice to see the old faithful out there. Quite chuffed to see the car there. I've actually been working on that car for a number of years, from myself staying in Goodwood, and just nice to see Sean out on circuit again.
Yeah, he'll be coming off the tail end of the grid, and I think you'll find he'll make up a couple of positions with that motor car. Jared Thompson, been in the mix for a long time. He's in 16th place on the grid with his trusty Ford Cortina. There's a Ford man through and through, Jared Thompson.
Those are always very popular as well, those Ford Cortinas over the years, you know, throughout the 70s and into the 80s as well. And it's always great to see them. Some good Ford guys out there as well. You can see a number of Capris and as well as that Escorts as well. There was also one as well, Wayne Lotter in his Escort as well. The number 120 is out there as well. So keep an eye out for Wayne Lotter. He'll be starting in 11th place and on the grid ahead of Dr. Jeff Bill. And of course, he's always in his very favorite Porsche 944.
Yeah, Dr. Jeff, I don't think he's missed a race meeting for a long time. A long, long time. So it's Datsun versus Escort on the front row of the grid. It's Mustang versus Porsche on the second row of the grid. Very big, very small, very short, very long, very, very big. All different shapes and sizes. 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, V8s, you name it. It's all out there on track. You'll hear the very deep sound of that Mustang, that second row of Michael Hitchcock. When he comes off the line, you'll hear that tone distinctly above that of the 240Z and also of the Mark 1 Escort alongside him. Off the line they come, and Louis Powell gets on the gas nice and quickly, gets right in there behind Animal. In fact, he's going to try and have a look around the outside of the Mustang. He brings the Capri through with him, and right around the outside and up into third position goes Louis Powell in the Meisner Escort.
Well, look there, the Escort now leading it away towards turn 2 now. Charles Arton falling into the Datsun, into the second position now here. The man who started on pole position, Louis Powell's hanging in his Escort there. So Donadio leads at the moment. Michael Hitchcock is in fourth, and then we have Trevor Momberg.
Oh, Dion goes around, and it's also the, there's a heavy accident. Dion gets whacked on the front wheel by the Jetta, and it was also the Scirocco that was involved in that one as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to check this one out because Steve Bester as well, also spinning in the Mini, but he gets it going again and well and truly back on his way. Oh, and one of the Anglias is into the tire barrier, Gary, on the exit through the kink and out of turn 2. I don't know if they're going to actually maybe even red flag this race. I'll have to see that the Jetta that's going over there, or the BMW, sorry, rather, I should say, is got a bonnet that has been buckled.
Oh, that's a 5 Series Beamer with a very buckled bonnet. That's left-hand front corner impact. The Scirocco, I think, could have been Jonathan Gunn. We'll have to check when they come past us again. There's no movement towards red lights or red flags, so I think they're quite happy that the car's far enough away from the circuit.
There's marshals on the circuit, Gary, sweeping up, and just as we see it now, red flag. I thought it would be a red flag. They'll have to red flag this race.
No, I don't see any red flags this side of all the marshals.
They're grabbing one, Gary. They're grabbing a red flag.
Well, it's taken a while for the red flag to come out on the start-finish line. It is out there now. So the radio call going out to all the marshals, diving for the red flags and getting them out as quick as they can around the circuit. The marshals were in fact busy on the exit of turn number 2, and that's where Dion's Conradi got whacked pretty heavily on the left-hand front corner by that 5 Series BMW. And that was the area that they were busy trying to sweep away. And I think they've probably made the call saying, not clean, not clear, safe enough. We're going to end up cutting tires. Let's rather slow it all down and get them all back onto the line.
He's in the wall. So Gerard van Zyl is the man that is in the tire barrier, and I think he has gotten out of the car. He has. So got a thumbs up.
Long time since we've seen somebody spin in that area. The way that the curbstones have been changed going through what used to be 2 decades ago, Peugeot kink. That's how we got to know it back in the day. And you used to often get people touching the curbstone on the inside, going through their two abreast, and then losing it in that short piece of straight going down towards Interceptor Corner. And you don't see much of that at the moment now because the curbstone on the inside is not that high, and you normally tend to get away from it. But with the unsettling of the whole pack earlier on, going through turn number 2, that was probably the side effect.
Yeah, they're probably going to show you again now as well. He hits the curbs, you see, he hits the curb, and that just chucks the car out, and what happens is he just spins it.
It's what you call heading straight towards the scene of the accident. Backwards.
Yeah, I know, it's you know, so like you're saying, Gary, as well, he was just very tight in there as well. He just got destabilized very quickly, but the angle boxes are very tough little cars, and what happens is it didn't look like it was too much damage. Thankfully, the tires over there. Maybe if you took a closer look, if I was down there, then you would be able to see how much damage. Oh, he's driving again. Okay, that's how tough he is. That's how tough they are.
Yeah, the cars from yesteryear are slightly stronger than the cars of the present. They weren't made to crumple. They weren't made to break whatsoever. Up on the front row of the grid once again, one by Datsun and one by Escort. They're going to go one-on-one. Louis Powell's made it through. Honeywell's made it through quite fine as well.
There was quite a battle actually raging between Arton and Donadio.
Donadio got him around the outside in turn number 1, very neatly under braking.
Yeah, just before they actually stopped the race, they were coming across the line. They were basically side by side. So we're going to have now a 7-lap race. So they're counting the first lap. We'll have a 7-lap race. So it's all reset and redo. 7 laps, and I think the same grid will apply as well. I see the marshal bringing out the 7-lap on the blackboard. We'll show all the drivers so that they understand. They'll do another rolling start, of course.
So the inside line will be Charles Arton and then Hitchcock, and then behind that Powell will be behind that, so that inside line should be pretty quick. But having said that, Franco Donadio somehow timed it very neatly, worked his way right around the outside of Charles Arton under braking, going down into turn number 1, probably making use of the fact that you've got a very green circuit on the inside going down into 1. You've got a bit of rubber already on the outside line, and I think Franco decided, I'm going to use the track as it is, in the state that it is, knowing that Charles Arton has been around for a long, long time and will be aware that there's going to be less grip offline going down into 1 with the massively heavy rains that we've had down here in Cape Town recently. And yeah, experience versus experience, and that was the end result of that one. Andrew Honeywell doing a pretty decent job with the Golf 944 Porsche. But you can never forget about that 143 of Eric Maton back in his favorite toy, the block of flats on the 3rd row of the grid. And oh, it's beautiful when that thing's on pace and he works his way down the front main, flat taps, and you hear that V8 come through underneath the commentary box. You know when Maton goes past, you can't miss him.
Well, we wait patiently as well. The marshals have all got back to their posts. A little bit of a breeze coming up here as well. The flag's just rippling a little bit. But the day has warmed up ever so slightly since this morning. It was quite chilly this morning. It still is a winter's day, but still the drivers will enjoy a little bit more heat.
Well, not having much enjoyment is Kian Barnard. He's down in the new pit complex. He's pulled into the pits. His dad, Alwyn, is there with him. And, well, not sure if he's going to make it back out on track. He hasn't moved up to the pit exit yet. Maybe that they'll still be able to get it going. He is standing there by his son. So let's hope for his sake it's all going to work out, that they'll be able to get the cadet back out on circuit. They were working in at Louis Powell's place on that car till late last night. Wanted to try and get a chance to have an early run with the car this morning, but yeah, with the timetables the way it is, wasn't possible to have a pre-check on that motor car. So let's hope that that one gets sorted out. The 120 of Lotte, you can see he's got an open spot alongside him. The 12th and 14th places are now standing open on the grid.
Here comes the Alpha Julia, just threading into position as well. Tony Kent, that's a name we haven't mentioned for a long time, Gary. I know he was away from Killarney for quite a long time. He is one of the gang of angliers that are on the in this race on the circuit, and he's pulling into position now as well. That, of course, that Julia also being driven by Mattia. Of course, Neil Mouton, sorry, not Mattia. Neil Mouton is the man who always campaigns that Alpha Julia with the white Alpha Julia with the Italian stripe.
Right off the line they come. Charles Orton, Franco Donadio lead them off the line. Arnold Lambert out there as well. Lotte in there behind him. Trevor Hutchings, he's got the Scirocco in decent shape after the contact that he had in turn number 2. All's well that ends well. So is Kian Barnard going to get out on the circuit? Looks like it. Alwyn Barnard, the regional rep for the modified saloons down at Aldous Scribanti, keeping a watchful eye on his young charge as he's about ready to come out of the pits. 3 cars on the pit lane, trying to get them started and going. Looks like the Capri's now off the line. The 16 car, Lambert Racing. Let's see if we can get the Datsun 140Y going. Oh, this might end up being an aborted spot. Well, the
driver is out, isn't he? Or is he back still on the seats? Yeah, sorry, I just got confused there.
Running out of people to push. Just about get the Datsun 140 going, and it looks like the 1600 Escort, the 179.
He's been pushed in.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be, but he's now going to have to get pushed further out of the way because there's 2 cars in the pits. That 5 Series BMW that was involved in the incident is in the pit lane, as is Kian Barnard as well. They desperately want to get out there as quick as possible because the front end of the pack is on their way down the back main. The marshal on the radio, I can see he's asking, can we go? What do we do? Do we hold them? Do we let them go now? They can try and catch up the tail end of the pack, or they will hold them where they are. And when the last car comes past them, Emil Brunt, our radio main, thumbs up. He says, yep, they're going to hold them until such point as the last car comes past them, and then they will allow them off the line. Keeping in mind, guys coming past you, even the last car in the likes of Valentine in the Mini will be doing the better part of 160, 170, and you coming off a standing start, so you're going to lose a lot of ground before you get down into turn number 1.
Well, here they come. The safety car pulls off and allows them now. They'll watch the light on their right-hand side. There will be a red light and the 5 red lights. They will all go out.
Watch the audio.
Well, here they come now. And just slowly but surely waiting for that light to go out, and it's out now, and away we go towards turn 1. Donadio's hanging in there. He's a little bit more conservative this time. Michael Hitchcock will be on the inside in the Mustang, but the second wind, it is Donadio.
Under braking and turning in into KFM corner, somehow he just pulls that same move again. It looked like he wasn't going to make it this time around. Look at Maton up into 4th position already.
The magic man, you could basically say, for Donadio. Look at him now, making ground now on the men behind him. Charles Orton in the Datsun. He keeps it in there. Then Hitchcock. And then the Chevy DeVille coming through there of Eric Mouton. He makes it through into the 3rd turn now at Interceptor. And then we have Louis Powell that hangs on to the back of him over there. But Trevor Momberg and the likes of Andrew Honeywell in the mix as well.
Yeah, as they work their way now through Car Care Clinic out into the back main. Who's it going to be? Yeah, it's Donadio Plantyre, Franco Donadio leading out from Charles Orton. Then that Mustang it's V8 power versus V8 power. It's Michael Hitchcock and Eric Mouton that have got themselves into 3rd and 4th position. That just ahead of the Meisner Escort Mark 1 of Louis Powell. Then it's the 173 Capri that comes through there behind that as they come out of Cape Town corner, fast on and up the front main.
Here they go now. Good challenge then from Charles Arton. It's going to be, he's on the outside of Donadio. They'll go side by side into turn one, but I think still the corner advantage will lay with the Donadio Escort, and that's going to allow Michael Hitchcock to close up the gap onto the back bumper almost of the Datsun ahead of him, and then he'll go there, power down the straight. I think what happens is he's got the advantage down the straight, but now under braking as Charles Arton locks up ever so slightly, forcing the man behind him, Michael Hitchcock, a little bit wide, but the Chevy DeVille has his hands full here, Gary, as well. He's got Louis Powell that's persisting to try and get past out of turn two.
Yeah, Louis Powell's right in there, but what a beautiful sight it was as this whole pack of cars came down the Porsche straight for the first time under full power, and all these different sounding engines from the 1275 Mini going through to the massive V8 power of that Chev DeVille and the 538 BMW, all different tones and sounds and rev ranges as they came past us. And I can understand why there are people that come to Killarney International when it's not COVID-19 specifically to come and watch the classic cars, because there is just so much eye candy out there on circuit right now.
Many gorgeous machines, and well, they're going into the turn 5 into Fastron. They're out of Fastron now, and here comes Donadio once again. You'll see now if the lap times are going to suit it, and it's going to be a 1:23.878 by Franco Donadio, the fastest lap of the race. He is 1.4 seconds ahead of Charles Arton with almost a half a second back. Michael Hitchcock, Mouton hanging in there as well with Louis Powell, and then Trevor Momberg in that 6th position. We'll try and get to the classes as we go along on lap 2.
Well, Momberg having a go around the outside of KFM corners. They work their way up into Bay Straight. Now he goes around the... Oh, Louis Powell's got a problem. Louis Powell's definitely slowing down. Momberg as well as Honeywell has also got through there on Louis Powell, and he's slowing that one right down. So it's going to be Arnold Lambert's going to be the next man that's going to get him, and that's the leading Class B car that's out there. Lambert, he's in fact only got Kian Barnard that's with him. In Louis Powell slows down and stops. Louis Powell has decided it's not going to go any further. Keep an eye on Avon Tappan as he works his way through Interceptor corner. A puff of smoke once again coming out of that car as he works his way up the KFM straight and up towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Yeah, he's got the Cortina of Jared Thompson right behind him there as well, Gary, pushing him very hard as well. But like you say, he's had problems this year before, and Bruce Avon Taplin, he's slowing it slightly over here. The number 77 Toyota, he's going to have the orange Sirocco coming behind him as well, which also looks particularly slow there, Gary. For Hutchings, I think Lotte has gotten past them as well in his Escort, the number at 120. Of course, that's the battle down the way here for 10th, 11th and 12th.
But remember, Hutchings was involved with that second turn incident. He had a bit of a knock. Oh, it looks like Maton slowed right down the bottom end of the front main going into KFM corner, and he slowed it right down. There's single wave yellows at the bottom end of the front main. The Maton Motors car has decided it's not going to go any further, and he goes and he stops right next to the medical truck.
Yeah, no, he found the place to go and stop. It's unfortunate that as well, that out of the race over there, a number of casualties, as we say, as the Escort goes across the line now. Okay, we had Jeff Bill go across the line as well now, but that little Mini of Vesta is still running it quite nicely over there as well. Jeff Bill looks like he's fallen all the way down out of the race basically for him as well. And 4 laps left to go. Let's see if some of the other guys can just hold it together. Devard Lambert down in 15th position. Class C, Martin Bench in the Class X machine, the Capri in 14th.
Well, looking at Class A, it's Donadio from Arton, Hitchcock, Maton, Momberg and Honeywell. Class B, there's only 2 cars in Class B, and it's Lambert that's got himself in 7th position overall. Class C is Jared Thompson, who was the leading qualifier in that class. Trevor Hutchings, that's in the Scirocco. He's 3 cars further back, but within visual distance, probably 4.5 car lengths. That's the only difference between the two of them. And then Class C, Thompson leading out there from Hutchins, De Kock, and then the second of the Lambert cars that's out there. Class D at the moment now is being led by Dancing Dave Aladef in the Alpha, and he's got a pretty decent gap from himself back to Martin Bench. and then to Lawrence Bester in the 116 down in 17th position.
You know, John Hurst was being lapped now, Gary, in the Datsun 140Y by Trevor Momberg and Andrew Honeywell. I think Andrew Honeywell lost a position when they were coming up to lap him. He'll have a very red look on his face in that 944 because he's having a lovely battle there with the Capri.
Yep, there's a couple of nice battles that have now manifested themselves, and the cars are spread out right around the circuit. Lovely to see these two minis out on circuit. Here and there you get one that's out on circuit, and now today two of them doing battle, and both of them are utterly immaculately prepared. I must say, talking about that, the preparation on these cars in this class in general is a labor of love.
Well, talking about the passion and the labour, yeah, Gary, as well. Talking about things, of course, the orange mini of Sean Bester has found himself up into 17th position in this race, and third in class as well. So let me tell you one thing, to do that out of about 30 odd cars, that little mini is running it quite nicely over there, and he will be finding himself in the company of Gous and Clifford Bacon as well. He's actually 15th, sorry Gary, he's actually up to 15th now.
Yep, it's getting better and better, and well, he's super duper tough to that. Although I don't think he's going to go any further forward because there's 15 seconds to the back end of Lambert. Lambert has got himself into a very lonely spot in that 14th position, and there's nothing much close in front of him and a whole big gap behind him.
Well, he is about 0.4 of a second off of Van Sale in 12th position, so okay, he's actually fallen a little bit back here, 2.2 seconds rather off of de Kock at the moment, as we have two more laps left to go in this race. Here comes Sean Bester now. He's got the Opel Cadet right behind him there as well. They will challenge for that position, but now he just holds the inside line in turn one, and he'll just hang it in there. You'll see behind them as well, there's that 5 Series BMW minus a bonnet as well, and a Mustang that will be following suit there as well. Those are the likes there of Gous and Clifford Bacon.
Well, Donadio coming through, and it's Michael Hitchcock that's got himself ahead now of Charles Arton. So although we were watching it, we never really mentioned it and spoke about it, not expecting Hitchcock to get through, but he's done a brilliant job one way or another, and he's not that far behind the man that's leading out with his headlights ablaze. I think the only reason why I put those headlights in is because he's so accustomed to working his way through the pack. It just comes in handy if you've got the headlights on. He's going to get slowed up a bit as they go through the kink, and Donadio has to back right out of the gas going down into Interceptor corner. He's going to have to put an eye on Michael Hitchcock. Michael's getting pretty close.
He is getting close. He also gets the added reward of the fastest lap time over here as well. 1:23.367 by Michael Hitchcock in that big Mustang.
Last lap that they are busy with now, and it's Donadio that's on his way out of Car Care Clinic. Down the back main he goes with the Hawkers Automotive. Donadio pull on tire, Mark 1 Escort down into Fastron corner for the last time. From 5th down to 4th, down to 3rd, come off the brakes, feather it nice and neatly up onto the curbstone, all the way through there towards the bus stop, up into 4th gear, run the revs up to around about 7,200 RPM, around about there, under the Mad Max bridge, up into top gear, and take the checkered flag. Donadio wins that one. It's going to be Hitchcock that's going to come through in 2nd place, and then it's going to be Charles Arton will be the best man coming through.
Yeah, so Andrew Honeywell, he was battling it earlier on with Trevor Momberg.
Here he comes.
Here he comes right now in that Golf liveried Porsche, and he will take 4th position. Then we wait now for Momberg. I don't see Momberg anywhere. So I don't know if Momberg has gone missing. Oh, he's down the back straight now. I think because Momberg has
very slow. There he goes. Very slow down the back main.
Yeah, because he was actually ahead of Andrew Honeywell for most of this last lap or two, I think it was. And then what happens is Arnold Lambert now will get the 5th position. Aladef, man, we were actually not talking much about old Dave Aladef coming through in the 6th position in the number 95 machine. And usually in his Alfa Romeo, old Dave Aladef. And actually, you know what? Just to actually put that there, Gary, he was actually in the 325 IS, Dave Aladef, dancing Dave Aladef. And yes, that's very unusual for him. He's a very big alpha man, but sometimes, you know, you try some other machinery as well.
Looks very much like the Winfield BMW 325i shadow line from yesteryear Clubman Racing.
When we talk about Tony Viana.
Jeff Goddard. Yeah.
Sure, I'm telling you, even Dion Joubert was even in those years as well with the BMWs.
Yeah. He came in very suddenly with the Winfield BMW, and it was very much thought that he was going to ride shotgun in that one specific race that comes to mind with the Winfield BMW. Yeah, there was a lot of those 325. Started off with a 333, then it went to the 325, then it went to the 325i, and then with the 9 hour with the overheating of the front brakes on those 325i's. The shadow line, the main difference was that it had bigger brake calipers and discs on the front end, and obviously came out tops with the next version of that. So lovely to see that Dave has got himself a look-alike. Color-wise, not the same livery, just the color, the white at the top with the red bonnet, and then going through with a white line at the bottom, beautiful. And also like that Texaco Sierra that we saw, carbon copy, beautiful.
You know, I love the tribute toys as well. You know, that's passion, that's enthusiasm, is when you take various liveries from yesteryear. I know if you think about black and gold, the JPS, if I can say that over the mic as well, you know, there were all types of beautiful liveries over the years, and it's always great to see them as well, yeah. But hey, we move on now to the Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge, and that'll be our last race before the lunch break.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
Well, find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za or their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kales River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Need a service? No, not you, your car. Well, finally, Car Care Clinic is here in the Western Cape. Trust them with your car's needs. This way, you will both be satisfied. Get to www.carcareclinic.co.za and find your nearest branch.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Right, folks, here we go with the cheapercars.co.za Volkswagen GTI Challenge classes A, B, and C. over 8 laps. Right, they've rolled out of the pit lane. This is the final race before we break for the lunch period, and then we'll be back with you after lunch again with the motorcycle action. So here we go. cheapercars.co.za VW GTI Challenge race number 1 will be in action soon. The driver car combinations are out on the track already, working their way now through turn number 4, through Car Care Clinic corner, as they head down the back straight. Great to see Jano van der Westhuizen back in action again. He was down on a track practicing yesterday. Let's see, yeah, Jano is out there. There are 3, 4, 5, there are 6 Class A cars we see out there together with Colin Meader and Dylan Jabé, and we wish his dad all the best of luck. He was not well, he was ill, but he is recovering, so we wish him a speedy recovery to Dylan Jabé's dad. That's Colin Jabé. We wish him a speedy recovery. He is on the mend. So the GTI Challenge cars roll out of turn number 5, out of Pertamina Fostron corner, and they make their way towards the grid proper as they slow them all down coming out of Fostron, and we'll get this one underway shortly. Yuri Umpi Swart is the man that leads the field down with Jason Kutsia, and Umpi will pop into P1 and Jason into that second position. Then Kai van Sail will be in P4, P3 will be Dylan Jabé, Colin Meader will be P5, and Jano van der Westhuizen will be P6, and that is your Class A cars. Well, it's going to be all action out there. Eden Thompson is going to be in a pole position, and no, he won't be in pole position. Lupini will be in pole position, Giordano Lupini. Then it will be Thompson, followed there by Jaco Lambert and Ian Cup. That is the first 4 cars that are out there in a Class B. Not a huge Class C field, only about 4 or 5 of them, to be quite honest with you. So we'll have a look as they all line up, and they'll get off the line pretty soon.
Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia on the front row of the grid. It's going to be interesting stuff with the 2 of them going down to turn number 1. Dylan Jabé, Kai van Sail, father ex-class champion from the Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge from years gone by. Nice to see that he's up there. Jano van der Westhuizen off the line in the 89 car. The Class A on its way down in towards turn number 1. As you can see on the outside line, can you get all the way around Umpi? Surely Umpi will be able to do the braking. Could see her doing a brilliant job as he has a look around the outside. It's Dylan Jabé coming up on the inside.
All right, here we go with the Class B cars off the line. Giordano Lupini, he's side by side there with Eden Thompson, and Jaco Lambert sits out there in that 3rd position. The Class C guys off the line, and it is Carl Wilshire that leads them into turn number 1, into KFM corner. But look at this fight going on for 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Class B as they head into turn 2. Lupini sits out there in P1, then behind him it's Eden Thompson. 3rd is Jaco Lambert. 4th is Ian Cup. Then it's Grant Kluter. Behind Kluter, it's Nadia Nair and Mark Thompson. That's a group of cars in Class B working their way out of turn 3 Interceptor.
Class A down into the back main. It's Umpi Swart that's leading out. Dylan Jabé in 2nd. He's done a brilliant job. Then it's Meader. Then it's Kutsia. Kutsia got it completely sideways going through turn number 2. And the first time that they went in there, and that's what's cost him. That's why it's dropped down. That Class B battle looking good, but Frankie, Class C, it looks like it's Carl Wilshire that's leading them out as they come out into the back main.
Yeah, he was leading with Gelden Ice in that 2nd place, and that's exactly the way it still is. Then it's Tate Bishop. Bishop sits out there in that 3rd place. He's all over the back there of Gelden Ice as he sits now on the outside of Jock Gelden Ice, racing down towards turn number 5. towards Pertamina Fostron corner.
Through KFM out into the Joubert straight they go. It's Oompie Swart, but he hasn't got it all his own way. Dylan Joubert that's right in there behind him. Dylan Joubert with Colin Meader. Colin Meader was the fastest man on lap number 1 down into the braking markers that they come now. And it's going to be touch and go at this stage of the fight. How they're going to get through there. They made it through. It's Janne van der Westhuizen that's in a bit of dire straits. He can't hold on to that front pack. But look at that Class B battle just behind them.
Class B working its way out of turn number 2. And it's been led there by Giordano Lupini from Eden Thompson in second position. Jaco Lambert sits out there in third. Then it is Ian Cup. He's got Grant Kluter right in there behind him. They followed there by Nadia Nair, Mark Thompson, and then Wayne Field. That's an entire Class B field that's working its way now towards turn number 4, Car Care Clinic. But Gary, the Class A cars are heading down towards turn 5, Fostron.
Brilliant battle there, but let's have a look at the Class C battle. Wiltshire and it's Bishop in the angry Jeep car. Well, it looks like somebody's gone off. Let's just go back to turn 5, Cape Town corner. That must probably be Colin Meader. I think it's gone off. Here comes Oompie. Here comes Dylan. No, Colin is still in there. And Lucia as well. So it's Kai van Sale that went off in turn number 5. Here comes the Class B battle. It's Lupini that was the best qualifier that leads us. But look, all over his back bumper is Thompson. Thompson runs with him down the Porsche straight. Thompson goes to the inside line. Lupini stays on the outside line, does the late braking and holds on to that position. Giordano Lupini pretty good under brakes.
Oh, but let's go back to Class A coming out of turn number 2. There's lots of fighting and muscling out there. It's Colin Meader and it is Kutsia, Jason Kutsia. They're going side by side with each other into turn number 3, and eventually Kutsia gets his nose up there ahead of Colin Meader. They're going to try and chase down Dylan Joubert that sits there in that second position, but everybody's trying to catch race leader Oompie Swart as he makes his way down that back straight towards a turn number 5, Fostron. It's a heck of a fight out there. Janne van der Westhuizen not quite on pace yet. He's been out of it for quite some time, and he finds himself ahead of a recovering Kai van Sale.
Let's go back to turn number 3, Interceptor corner, Class C. It's Carl Wiltshire that leads them through there, and it's the angry Jeep car in there behind him, the man that was in third up into second place and closing on Wiltshire at this stage of the fight. It's Bishop, was 0.9, now it's down to 0.6. Geldenhuys has dropped off the back of that battle. In fact, Geldenhuys has now got himself into a completely different fight as Geldenhuys works his way in third position in that 4 car, the 10 car in there behind him of Ian Cup.
Now that is a Skull Geldenhuys that is out there behind him. That's the Class C. So Jock and Skull Geldenhuys are making their way out of turn number 5. That's the Class C dice. That's the fight out there for about that third position down. But in Class C, heading towards turn number 1, KFM corner, it's Carl Wiltshire. And Tate Bishop dives onto his outside. Here comes Jock Geldenhuys coming through as well. He sits out there in that third position. Skulk is also in that fight as well as they work their way now towards turn number 2, but the red flag has been called for. Red flag has been called for. I was watching this dice out there now in a Class C, and something happened out there on circuit, Gary, resulting in a red flag.
It could be something on the exit of turn 5.
Yes, it is. I can see it from here.
It's Matthew Rowe and Wayne Field. Yep, that's the two of them there. We see it on the TV screen now, thanks to our TV crew. Oh, the front end of that car standing on the grass, not looking pretty whatsoever. And everybody stopped. In fact, Oompie Swart deciding not to even ride through there. He doesn't want to have any damage on his tires. So Oompie Swart, Dylan Joubert comes through. Then it looks like Jason could see Colin Meader, and it'd be
Janu's the next one through.
In the distance there, yeah, that's Janu. And then yeah, it looks like they're going to have to do a bit of recovery work on that one. That doesn't look good whatsoever. That must have been quite heavy impact on the front end of that motor car.
Yeah, well, that's a Class C and a Class B car. Wayne Field is in Class B, and there was contact between himself and one of the Class C Golfs. in Pertamina Fostron corner, turn 5, and that brought up the red flag to stop the race.
Well, only 3 laps done so far. Umpi Swart and Dylan Jabert's done brilliantly. Jason Coetzee, Colin Meader dropped back a little bit at one stage of the fight. Kai van Zyl will be pretty chuffed that he can get back onto the group, the front group of cars. And then, Jarno van der Westhuizen not having a good outing so far. He was battling with that motor car earlier on. It looks like that misfire might still be a bit of a problem with that motor car, because just definitely does not have the pace of the front runners. I must say the CK Coachworks car of Jason Coetzee doing a very, very good job there. As always, the Umpi Swart car driver combination is the one to catch, and he's also been very, very effective at national level with the Polo Cup races as well. So the board's been held for 5 laps, same grid. I take it, Frankie, the same grid means where they were at the point that the race was stopped, not a regional grid.
Yeah, I presume so, because there was a situation down in turn 5, so you'll find them starting exactly the way they are. Yes, they do, because Umpi Swart will be in P1, and then the Euro Blitz and powder coating world polo of Dylan Jabert will be in that second position, followed there by the CK Coachworks outfit of Jason Coetzee, then Colin Meader, and then the last 2 cars on the grid will be Kai van Zyl and the Quick Fix and Industrial Abrasives polo of Jarno van der Westhuizen.
Leading up the Class B, Jordan Lupidi and Eden Thompson. That is where the battle is in Class B. There's no doubt about it. Nothing much between the 2 of them whatsoever, and in fact they were very much nose to tail at the time that the red flags came out, so that's a battle that will just be continued from there between the 2 of them. Lambert on the second row of the grid, he's done pretty well to get that car as close as what he has. That's not a long-standing car driver combination, and ahead of the very reputable Ian Cup at that point as well.
Well, they are going back to original grid positions. We thought that it might not be, but it is. They are going to original grid positions. That means that Jason Coetzee will jump back into P2 on the front row with Umpi Swart, and Colin Meader will then have to go to that 3rd position. So Kai van Zyl will be saying, man, I need to move up as well. Jarno will say, listen, I'm all cool. I was at the back of Class A in any case. So I've got no issues where I am. So maybe Kai and Colin will have to swap around. Yes, they're going to swap positions on the grid. Kai will move back up there into that 4th position, and Colin will move into P5, and Jarno should then be in P6.
Well, Jason's going to have to move a little bit backwards. He's staying a little bit too far forward for the markers. Yeah, the marshals will push him backwards, saying, Jason, we know you're keen, but let's just get back on the spot. Umpi Swart, Jason Coetzee, Dylan Jabert, Kai van Zyl, Colin Meader, and Jarno van der Westhuizen. That Class A grouping that is there is going to be brilliant. Coming off the line in Class B, Giordano Lupini with ex-champion Eden Thompson. Second row of that grid is Jaco Lambert. That's looking very, very good at this stage of the fight in Class B.
Yeah, then Ian Cup is there with him. Klute is also in there. That's Grant Klute, Nadia Nair, and Mark Thompson. That's the total of Class B. We lost the Jetta of Wayne Field.
Carl Wiltshire, the best qualifier once again in Class C. I'm pretty sure that he's leading the championship as well. But coming off the second row of the grid was the Angry Jeep entry. And, well, I tell you what, that young lad has now got himself up into second. He was, in fact, starting to pressurize Carl when the red flag came out. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do from that position. And then, obviously, the 2 Geldenaces in there, Jacques and Skalk Geldenace. And the 2 of them, there's nothing much between the 2 of them on overall pace as a whole.
So we will be doing 5 laps of action in Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge. Just waiting for the WPMC marshals to sort out the situation there in turn number 5 in Fostron between the Class C Golf, I think it is Matthew Rowe, and then the Class B Jetta of Wayne Field. And folks, tomorrow afternoon we've got a very, very interesting I-race coming up, part of the Sports and GT Masters category. It is the 6 hour of the Circuit of the Americas, sponsored by BMG. And there will be some serious GTE and GT3 sports car racing between the Masters and the open class, as they call them. That's the drivers under 40, and that will be the 6 hour. It will be live streamed by Second Gear Productions. It will go out on the necessary Facebook groups and, of course, on YouTube. And that will be done by Gary Fleming. The commentary team there will be Gary Fleming, myself, Frankie Yennis. FC Nieuwert will be joining us, and then Gavin Fleming will also be on board with the production side of it. And that will be at 2 o'clock. The practice will commence at 1:15 until 1:45, and that's when we come on air to do the commentary on the qualifying and then the 6 hour as well. All part of the sports and GT leagues. We have the Masters League every Wednesday evening, the Masters Series League, and then one Sunday a month we have the 6 hours. And that's going to be absolutely a brilliant one. Gary, there are some serious names, some major names that's entered for tomorrow's 6 hour.
Of the already race winners and potential race winners that you've seen out here today, Byron Mitchell, Troy Dolenchik, Umpi Swart, I think Johanna van der Westhuizen's probably going to be in there with that one as well. The Joubert family from Sports and GT, Mike Verrier, all of these guys, Sandro Bakari. We've also got the likes of Luke Lucchese that has entered in there as well. Brad Liebenberg is in there as well.
Clinton Bezuidenhout.
Clinton Bezuidenhout, Polo Cup racer, Nathan Samangi. I think he's also going to be taking part in that one as well. So lots and lots of sports and GT races from West Bromwich Motor Club to the International Raceway. Started out by Mike, ably assisted by Sean McCarthy and Sandra Bakari. And well, that 6 hour, it's the second one. The first one was Eugene Properties, the McCarthys that sponsored that one. Beringman Group coming alive with this one. 2,000 Rand for first place and 1,000 Rand for second place. Two classes, GTEs and GT3s. And the likes of Umpi Swart and Troy Dolenchik that won the Eugene Properties round of that one, and the two of them are of the fastest qualifiers so far in, I say qualifiers, but it's actually practice session. The qualifying will be going out live tomorrow, and that'll be on Second Gear Productions, and the link you will find on West Province Motor Club Sports and GT page, thanks to Mike Verrier, Sandra Bakari, and the rest of the West Province Sports and GT guys.
Well, a big thanks as well here to IMUSAT for the live stream of today's event, the Wingfield Motors and Best Price from Our Car Power Series. A big thanks there to Johnny van Niekerk, but a big thank you to the IMUSAT team of Stephen Rhodes and all the other people involved that are live streaming this, as well as all our photographers out there, Colin Brown, Aubrey de Bruin, and there are so many of them out there. We want to say a big thanks to all of them. Right, I hear the engines are firing up once again, so we are pretty close to go back to racing. Remember, 5 laps of action. The race being reduced to 5 laps. Umpi Swart sits out there in P1 in Class A, followed there by Jason Coetzee, Dylan Joubert, Kai van Zyl, Colin Meader, and Janu van der Westhuizen. Class B, Giordano Lupini, Eden Thompson, Jaco Lambert, Ian Cup, Grant Cluter, Nadia Nair, and Mark Thompson. That's Class A and Class B. And the front row of Class C is Kyle Walsher and Tate Bishop. It's going to be interesting stuff out there the moment we go green.
Yeah, the two Geldenaces in there behind that. Well, the red flag has been held. The red pedal is there. Oompie Swart, you can see from up top here, just drops it into first gear, looks across, looks at the gauges, looks back at the flag, keeps an eye on the start-finish line. Jason Coetzee has got the window still 2/3 of the way down. Oompie's already closed his window up, says, I want maximum airflow over this motor car. 5-second board. Is Jason Coetzee going to be able to beat Oompie Swart down into turn number 1? If he wants a chance to beat him, he's got to do it now. Off the line, Dylan Joubert coming pretty well. Colin Meader once again pretty good off the line. He's right in there behind Joubert. He dives out towards the outside of Joubert, and it's going to be Oompie that's going to take the whole shot into turn 1. Class B.
Oh, Class B off the line. A horrible start this time by Giordano Lupini. Might even drop into that third position. Does he hold second? Well, he's got Jaco Lambert there on his outside. Lambert will fight for that second place, but it's Thompson that leads Class B. Jaco Lambert, will he muscle up into that second place? Yes, he does. Just ahead there of Giordano Lupini. Right behind them is Ian Cup, Grant Kluter, and Nadia Nair diving up on the inside into turn 2 of Mark Thompson.
Class C up the Joubert straight, going up towards turn number 2. It's Carl Walter that's made it through there. Tate Bishop's dropped down. He didn't get a good takeaway at all. He's dropped down into that 4th position. Not where he would like to be at all. He had done so well first time out. He's got Geldenhuys in front of him, Geldenhuys behind him, and he now tries to force his way around the outside, going through the king. He's got a big eye needs to go through there to abreast. Class A down the back main.
Down the back main, Class A goes towards a turn number 5, towards Fostron corner. There's nothing between these hot shots, and it is Oompie Swart that leads him out there. Dylan Joubert is fighting to hold on to that second position. Joubert sits there in that second place, but he is being mugged there, but he's okay in that second place. Here comes Oompie Swart. Dylan Joubert in that second position, followed by Colin Meader. Meader's got his nose ahead there of Jason Coetzee. Coetzee looks up on the inside. Coetzee says, I want my third place back. Coetzee takes that third place back as they exit turn 1 KFM.
Eden Thompson leads out with the Class B cars. Lupini has managed to recover a little bit from that bad start that he had, but he finds himself 1.5 seconds off the back end of Thompson as they came underneath the start-finish line just in front of us here. So Thompson's got himself enough space to not have drag. Giordano Lupini has got enough space that he's not going to have any drag at all. But Cup and Lambert are very close. Oh, Lambert loses the tail end in the apex of turn number 2, and that brings into play a very tight fight as Lambert trying to hold out now on Cup. The two of them very close as they go down through turn number 3, Interceptor corner.
Right, coming out of turn number 2 is this Class C fight. Carl Walsh sits out there in P1. Right behind him, it's Jock Geldenhuys. Behind Geldenhuys, Tate Bishop, followed by Skull Geldenhuys. That's those first 4 cars of Class C working their way out of turn 3. Interceptor going up the KFM straight towards Car Care Clinic, turn number 4. Nothing much between those 4 Class C cars as they exit turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
Coming up the front bay in the Porsche straight, it's all about Oompie Swart. Dylan Joubert closing the line off from Coetzee and Meader. It's Kai van Sail that has gone off in turn 5. He comes back onto the circuit. Jarno van der Westhuizen decides he's going to go no further with his car, and he pulls it off onto the infield. And the next one coming through will be Thompson. Thompson still ahead of Lupini and making a bit of a gap. I think he's now 1.9 is the gap between the two of them. So Thompson, ex-class champion, pulling one over Giordano Lupini in the opening laps of this restarted race.
Well, here come the Class C cars racing down the main straight, the Porsche Club straight into turn 1 KFM corner. Walsh sits out there in P1. Jockey Geldenhuys in second. He went to dive to the right-hand side of the track to try and hide himself there from Walsh, but he tucks in there behind Walsh as they work their way towards turn number 2. In third position, we've got Tate Bishop. Right behind Tate Bishop, we've got Skulk Geldenhuys, and they're getting away from Colin Smith. That sits out there in the lonely P5 as these 4 Class C cars work their way through the kink and run down towards turn 3 Interceptor corner.
Battle Royal coming out into the front main from Potamina Fastron corner. Oompie Swart, pole sitter, in the race initially, then on the restart, still in the pole position. It's Jason Coetzee that can't hold on to him, but look what's coming up behind him. Jason Coetzee, line astern with Colin Meader and Dylan Joubert. Joubert hard on the brakes. He gets a slightly tighter line, but he gets closed off by Meader as they go into KFM corner. Class B.
Class B heading up towards us. They're working their way now towards KFM corner, turn number 1. We've got a yellow flag out here. There's a problem somewhere on the track. I see a yellow flag out there. However, it is being led, Class B, by Eden Thompson from Giordano Lupini in that second place. There's a lovely fight there for P3 between Jaco Lambert and Ian Cup in that class, followed there by Grant Kluter, Nadia Ne and Mark Thompson as this Class C war, Gary, goes into turn 1 KFM.
You got no idea how close they were to one another when they came past the start-finish line. It's Wiltshire from Gelderhuys that's leading that group out, but they're starting to slow one another down just a little bit. Tate Bishop, that was on the front row of the grid when they took off, had a very bad start, and Gelderhuys loses it completely with a GNA sponsored car and gets completely wide. The second of the Gelderhuys comes through and back up into second position in Class C. The Angry Jeep Mark 1 Golf of National Polo racer Tate Bishop.
When the leaders come around, they'll start their last lap. Here they come, one more lap to go. The moment that Umpi Swart crosses the line, 1 lap to go. He's got the quickest time of 1:25.272 by race leader Umpi Swart into turn number 1 KFM he goes. Second position belongs there to Jason Coetzee, third to Colin Meader, fourth to Dylan Joubert, fifth to Kai van Sale as the Class B cars head into turn 1.
Well, it's still all about Eden Thompson that is leading them out. Eden Thompson from Giordano Lupini, and he is still quicker than Giordano. It was 1.8, then it was 1.9. Last time that I looked, having looked back there now, 2.2 that Thompson's taken out of Lupini. So Eden Thompson is on song. He is the man to catch in Class B. It's been a long time since somebody's been able to have a good solid run at Giordano Lupini. He's pretty much been the pace setter and the man that you use as a marker on the day, given the tire the track temperatures and the air temperatures that there is out there. You look to see what he's doing and you measure yourself from there. Last lap, last time, Class A down into Fastron corner.
Down into turn 5 for the final time they go in heat number 1, and Umpi Swart has done more than enough to win this one. Umpi Swart, Yuri Umpi Swart, working his way out of turn number 5, out of Fastron, under the Mad Max bridge towards the checkered flag. And Swart comes home in P1. Second will go to Jason Coetzee. Third, and just ahead of Dylan Joubert is Colin Meader. And one more Class A car heading towards the line, and that is Kai van Sale.
Yeah, Kai out of the battle because he went off the top end of the circuit, turn 5, Fastron corner. But coming up now towards the line is going to be the Class B battle. And it is in fact Eden Thompson's gone missing. Eden Thompson coming through now in second position. So Eden Thompson slowing down big time towards the end of that race.
Right, here comes this Class C fight. Our Class B was won there by Giordano Lupini. And here comes this Class C fight towards the checkered flag. Carl Wilshire will come home in P1. Tate Bishop will finish there in second. Skull Coetzee will finish third. Gelderhuys. Gelderhuys will finish in fourth, and fifth will go to Colin Smith.
Sure, brilliant racing. Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge, race number 1. Umpi Swart from Jason Coetzee and Colin Meader in Class A. Giordano Lupini from Eden Thompson and Jaco Lambert in Class B. Carl Wiltshire from Tate Bishop from Gelderhuys in Class C. I think that brings up the lunch and interval. We're going to go downstairs, and we'll be back with you in around about 25 minutes from now.
Well, here comes something very, very special now. The collection of cars that you see out on the circuit right now at this lunch break are all Renaults. There are 3 Renault 8 Gordinis, and then the 2 behind the Gordinis are the Renault 10s, the one of them being the Alconi. And all of them are rear engine, rear wheel drive. And this, of course, is the tribute to the late, great Henny Mostert. And I'm going to say it over here as well, that is with such a sense of awe that we celebrate the life of Henny Mostert, who passed away recently at the age of 82. And a lifelong Renault fan. He was a true all-rounder, winning hill climbs, endurance races, oval track races, rallies, and even gymkhanas in a motorsport career that spanned from 1958 to 2014, and this included a Class O win at the 1963 Killarney 9-hour in a Dauphine. So, as well as first in class on the Index of Performance in the 1963 Killarney 2 hours with the Renault R8. So, in the 1967, he became the proud owner of the first Renault R8 Gordini in South Africa, and which he never sold, and which has never been restored to this day, and it still carries the original number plates. And that, of course, is car number 1. Talking to Patrick from Mark earlier on as well, and he said that was the first Gordini in the country, first R8 Gordini in the country. Of course, the Dauphines were very popular as well, and I'll take you through some of the names over there as well that raced alongside Henny, but Henny will always be remembered, however, for his total domination of the Paarl Hill climb, and he won his class with an 1100cc engine in the Gordini in 1967, and then won it outright every year from 1968 until 1973, when the event fell victim to the international fuel crisis. In a life well lived, he left a deep tyre tracks, and in South African motorsport that his legacy lives on in his son Bertu, the 2013 Namibian Rally Navigators champion with Alan Martin, in the ex-Hagenfecken S2000 VW Polo 4x4. And our thoughts and prayers are with the Mostert family, his wife Renette, children Elzaan, Jacques, and Bertu, and grandchildren Sunel, Henku, Elizabeth Zia, and Isabel. And yes, a real legend. Many of our legends have, in the last few years, passed on. And, well, if you talk about Renault Gordinis, Henny Mostert, I remember the late, great Brian Peake speaking of him, a man who also raced Renault Gordinis here in Cape Town at the old Killarney circuit prior to 1960. You mentioned names like Scamp Porter, that was in the Renault Gordinis as well. Jody Scheckter, as a matter of fact, made his track racing debut, his full circuit racing debut here at Killarney, where he was actually, in fact, black flagged as well. And you can see pictures in one of his autobiographies as they go down the back straight, the blue gum trees on the left-hand side, still way back in 1969. But just look at these beautiful cars making their way around. As Dave Abrams also pointed out to me, the man spearheading the queue of machines is the original Henny Mostert Renault R8 Gordini from 1967, not restored. And let me tell you one thing, that to have cars like this over 50 years old, coming up even for 60 years old, 55, 60 years old, it's so beautiful to see them around here as well. Renaults are, made some very interesting cars through the years. The French actually have made some very interesting cars and have had much success in motorsport, whether it be through Renault, Peugeot, even Citroën, and many others. Talk about Matra, you talk about big names in French motorsport, there they all are. And I'll tell you this much, in beautiful French racing blue as well.
Well, welcome back, folks. The lunch interval has come and gone, and we did some homework during the lunch period, and we are back with you for the second half of the program. Sorry about that pause, but we're just picking up patience that the wind blew off the table here, and we go back to the Power Sport motorcycles, Power Sport 650 and Power Sport 300. Remember, race number 1 was won by Q Snyman. I think a few people might not have seen it. We had a problem with the production due to the power failure that we had here with the water that got into the systems due to the heavy rain that we had in the week. So for those that did not see race number 1, it was won by Q Snyman. Slate van Niekerk finished in second, David Lindeman finished in third, and Lance Jonas was in that fourth position. So we are back again with the Power Sport 650s and 300s. Race number 2, they are the opening race after the lunch break. And we're going to have some great action out there, Byron, with the Power Sport 650s and 300s.
Yeah, it'll be an 8-lap race for the second race of the day. As Frankie was saying, Q Snyman, always the man to watch with Slate van Niekerk and David Lindeman. I was very impressed always with Lance Jonas, keeping that fourth in race 1. He started fourth and he finished fourth, so let's see if he can do that again. But a good field of bikes over here as well. We talk about 15 of them all together out there. Peter Hill, unfortunately, I don't think in this race. But Lance Jonas, as I said, in fourth, then Rob de Vos, Zante Otto and Tristan Pinar. They're also in the top 7. Nicholas Hutchings in the 8th position. And a good mix of different manufacturers of bike as well. Of course, like I said, Sean Klein as well with Peter Hill. They would have been on the KTM RC 390s, but Stavron Michel is on a KTM, and we have Tristan Pinar and Nicholas Hutchings also joining him as well. Number of Kawasaki's out there, but here we go. They do their warm-up laps and get into their grid positions. Snyman already on pole position. Alongside him, Slate van Niekerk, David Lindeman on the Suzuki 650. And this is where a lot of the youngsters in this class come up through the ranks. They'll be going to the likes of Superbikes in future as well. But what happens is the revs are up. Lance Jonas there in his position as well on road 2. We wait there for John Green to show the 5-second board. And then we will be ready and going as he does right now. Watch those lights. 5 red lights will go on. They will all go out simultaneously. And we go towards turn 1. As it looks like Slate van Niekerk has actually got was engulfed off the line over there as well. So Slate van Niekerk coming down, and well, we'll see them as they come around. Then the first turn, he is actually in first position. I don't mean coming down, I don't mean coming off the bike, I mean just dropping a position. But now he's back well and truly up in the lead and into turn 2.
Q Snyman sits out there in that second place. He's going to go for the lead. Q Snyman, not quite yet. David Lindeman is there in that third position. Lance Jonas sits out there in P4, but it's a distant fourth place at this point in time for Lance Jonas. As the 3 leaders work their way up. Oh, somebody's sitting up. One of the riders sat right up there, and I think that could be Slate van Niekerk. However,
that will be very unfortunate there, Frankie, if it is him. I think
no, it's
Slate.
not.
No,
it's Q
Snyman. So that's very unfortunate over there. No, it's actually the top 4 is still intact, I think, Frankie. I see Lance Jonas is still in 4th position. We'll see them as they come around the turn 5 through Fastron corner, Pertinina Fastron. And, well, they come out there now. It will be Slate van Niekerk that will lead the way. He looked like he actually took the whole shot into turn 1 on that familiar black machine of his. And they're coming across the line right now. As I don't see the lap charts over here. It is Slate van Niekerk. Q Snyman is second, 5/10 to the second back. David Lindeman in third. And then Lance Jonas still holding off for the head of Rob de Vos. 4.3 seconds to be exact.
Yeah, well, working their way now into turn number 2. Are your leaders, and I'll tell you what, Q Snyman sat up heavily there a lap or so ago. He sits in that second position And he's chasing down race leader Slade van Niekerk as they work their way through the kink and head into turn number 3 into Interceptor corner. So out of Interceptor they come now, they're winding it wide open. David Lindemann sits out there in a very lonely third position at this point in time. He needs to wind it up if he wants to get to the back of these two front runners that's working their way down the back main. So Lindemann in third. Fourth place is still Lance Jonas with Robin de Vos in there behind him. Behind Robin de Vos is Zante Otto. That's a lady racer heading down into turn 5.
I think we're having a change for the lead, Frankie. I think Kewan Snyman has taken him right back in turn 5. Fastron corner. They'll power out now. They'll come down side by side with each other over here as well. You'll see just ahead will be Kewan Snyman, but in the slipstream towards turn 1 they will go. Will be Slade van Niekerk, and he will take that position back surely as he puts the leg out, does Kewan Snyman, and holds the lead through turn 1.
Well, it's a hell of a fight between the two of them coming out of turn 1 KFM corner. We'll keep an eye on it as they race down into turn number 2 into Quarry corner. Oh, and Slade goes high and Slade goes wide and Slade leaves the door wide open there for Kewan Snyman. Kewan moving back up into that lead once again. Remember, in the opening race, he had lots of issues out there and eventually got into the lead and disappeared down the highway. This is not going to be that easy for him now, because here comes Van Niekerk once again as they work their way through turn number 4. Out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic they go, down the back straight. And Van Niekerk is all over the back there of Snyman as they race down towards turn 5. They're virtually side by side as they head down into Fostron corner, but Snyman breaks very late there, Byron, going into 5.
It's amazing, and he got the fastest lap last time around as well, a 1:24.04. He's not been quicker in any of the sectors this time around. He's being haggled by the man behind him, of course, Slade van Niekerk on the Kawasaki. Both of them Kawasaki's, they'll be side by side now, but I think the late braking Kewan Snyman will now lose the position, and Slade van Niekerk will go into turn 1 in the lead of this race with 5 laps left to go.
But heading into turn number 1 now, we're going to have a look at that other fight going on there. Robin de Vos is part of that fight, and so is in there with him Jonas. So Jonas and de Vos, they are fighting it out there for that third position, and it is Jonas still ahead of de Vos. They're getting away there from Lady Racer, from Zante Otto. She sits out there in a P5 at this point in time. The number 33 bike of David Lindemann that was once upon a time in that third position, well, he's dropped all the way down the leaderboard, so problems out there for David Lindemann, and he's not having a good time out there. He's 10.7 seconds behind Mitchell, that is there in that 15th position. As a matter of fact, he goes 1 lap down, so major issues out there for David Lindemann as the leaders make their way around.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment, out of all 17 bikes out there, the two at the front are the closest. They were 7,000ths of a second between each other when they crossed the line, when Snik van Niekerk took the place right back. Here they come now once again. They will complete another lap with 4 left to go over here. There's still Slade van Niekerk that leads the way over here as well. 1:28.34, not as fast, 4/10 of a second down on the best lap time by Kewan Snyman for now, but it's 3/10 of a second between himself and Snyman, the two Kawasaki's. Then Lance Jonas, we wait for him now. They're coming up to lap some folks as well out there. So Jonas, he's 4/10 of a second off de Vos. De Vos actually went right past him now, and I was thinking he was actually being lapped. Some folks were being lapped already. It was actually de Vos that's come back up into third position.
Robin de Vos moving up into third, demoting Lance Jonas into P4. Jonas comes right back at him as they head into turn 2. These guys are virtually on top of each other. Remember that in the previous race today, de Vos was having a lovely fight out there with Zante Otto, and Jonas had a 4th position all on his own. Well, this is not exactly the case right now in this one, as de Vos has not only run away from Zante Otto, he has got his nose ahead there of Lance Jonas as the two of them head out of turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
Here comes Sean Klein now. That's on the KTM. Peter Hill, he is in this race. That comes right behind over there. But Peter Hill has got Stavro Michel right on him over there as well. And they're going to go into turn 1. And now he's just ahead, Peter meter hill for now. He's just eating up the gap over there. There was a 1/10 of a second between the two of them as they crossed the line. But that, of course, is the rounding off of those 15 places of the 17. Gareth Lindemann, actually 16th position at the moment. He currently lies there on the Yamaha R3. David Lindemann, he's not, of course, the David Lindemann, not taking further part in this race at all.
So the leaders are busy working their way out of turn number 2, and it is Slate van Niekerk from Kewan Snyman in that first and second positions as they work their way now into turn number 3, into Interceptor corner. That's Interceptor shoe-wear. That is the new sponsor here of Damstip. So into turn 4, Carke Clinic, go your 2 leaders as they work their way out of turn number 4, out of Carke. There's a couple of back markers out there that's ahead of them. That won't hassle them too much. Van Niekerk down the back main with Snyman right there. Oh, look at that dice. They go right in the middle between those 2 back markers as they bomb down into turn number 5, into Fostron, and boom, into the lead goes Kewan Snyman.
And they're trading sector times, Frankie. First sector went to Slade van Niekerk. Second sector went to Kewan Snyman. We could have a fast lap time over here now as they come towards the line. Kewan Snyman just inches it ahead, and it's still a 1:20.349 for Kewan Snyman, who will hold the lead as he puts the leg out into KFM corner turn 1. But let's see if a second win can come over there from Slade van Niekerk. Onto the Joubert straight they'll go. Maybe break him out into turn 2. He goes onto the inside. He puts his nose there, but the man braver on the brakes, of course, is always Kewan Snyman. We're coming up to traffic.
Right, here comes Robin de Vos and Lance Jonas. They've just crossed the line to head into turn number 1, KFM corner, but there's a bit of a gap between the two of them. We need to go back to those leaders. They're working their way out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor corner. They've got a back marker that is ahead of them. Here they go down the back main. Race number 1 was very, very easy for Kewan Snyman. He ran away from Van Niekerk. He finished second with Lindemann that finished third. Lindemann is out of this one, sadly, and Snyman is being crowded this time around by Slate van Niekerk as they race down that back straight. When they crossed that start-finish line early on, there was 1/100th of a second between the two of them. They're heading back towards the end of the lap as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron, to start their final lap.
One more lap, and it's that old cliche, all or nothing, as they come around now to cross the line. And lap 7 has been completed. 1/100th of a second between Slade van Niekerk and Kewan Snyman, but Slade van Niekerk takes the lead right back in turn 1. But let's see now if Kewan Snyman can come right back at him. They're coming up to some traffic here as well. They might not hit them very shortly, but I think they are actually now. And I think a moment there for Slade van Niekerk. Ooh, they're side by side though. On the turn 2, I think Slade van Niekerk is actually going to poke his nose right ahead through the kink.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've got half a lap to go. We have to stay with these two. There was only 1/100th of a second when they started their last lap. They've got less than a half a lap to go now as they work their way up the KFM straight towards a turn number 4, Carke Clinic corner. Out of turn 4, Carke Clinic they come. There's a back marker going down the back main. Here comes the 2 leaders. Van Niekerk sits out there in P1, Snyman sits out there in second. Remember that Snyman had a lot more grunt down that back main than what Van Niekerk had. They're side by side on the last lap, going into the last corner, and Van Niekerk drops down to second. Van Niekerk drops down to second. Snyman rides around him on the outside. The checkered flag beckons, but Van Niekerk will come right back again. Under the Mad Max bridge, the checkered flag is out. Here they come down towards us now, and they're side by side, and it's Snyman that gets the win. Just ahead there of Van Niekerk by 400ths of a second. Wow, brilliant stuff out there by Snyman and Van Niekerk.
Oh, some mighty racing over there as well. We wait now for Robin de Vos. He should take on third position over here as well, ahead of Lance Jonas. Let's watch them as they come around then. And I think he's still coming as one of the lap riders over here as well. Just take a look at who that was coming across the line. I think it was Braden Hutchings, Billy De Beer, and Wesley Blake have all finished. Rob de Vos has come across the line 1.3 seconds ahead of Lance Jonas in the 4th position. Zante Otto will take 5th position in the race. Pinar, Hutchings and Kutsia will be 6th, 7th, and 8th positions, with Robinson in 9th position. So, of course, that's Mitch Robinson in 9th position, and they all are on the lead lap of this race, with Braden Hutchings in 10th, Billy De Beer in 11th, and Wesley Blake in 12th, finishing a lap down. The likes of Klein and Hill, and of course Stavro Michel as well, with Gareth Lindemann all rounding off that 16 finishes. So 16 finishes out of the 17 that started. Unfortunately, David Lindemann, now 4 laps ago, exiting the race when he started in 3rd position. So that was the Power Sport Motorcycles of the year, as a bit of a cold wind comes across Killarney. And, well, we're going to be moving on to the Superbikes fairly shortly, but just after a short little break. All right, so South Superbikes race 2, Malcolm Rapson, a man on pole position. And of course, Jacques Ackerman did not complete race 1. And it's great to see that he is there in the number 10 Kawasaki with David Enticott alongside him on bike number 78. But the Suzuki is on pole position. Connor Hagen in 4th position on his Suzuki. 5th, JP Friedrich, the man who fought through the race, and Gareth Gielig in 6th position. But the lights are going to be on now. Watch for them, and when they go out, away we go. So Malcolm Rapson will get no, it's going to be Jacques Ackerman that goes right past him, but that second little bit is going to be Gareth Gielig, I think, actually going, not Gareth Gielig, I should rather say David Enticott going up a position. It looks like losing out after the start was the Suzuki of Malcolm Rapson, but that will be rectified very shortly because Malcolm Rapson has just accelerated into turn 2 and takes the lead right back of this race. And we'll see them now when they come around. 8 racing laps, it will be 11 of them out there. David McFadden doing a magnificent job in race 1 to take the victory ahead of Rapson. But they'll go now through Interceptor onto the KFM straight and then towards Car Care Clinic corner, the double apex right-hander. And all clean through the first lap for now. And then down the back straight then will run until turn 5. So the Suzuki ahead there of looks like David Enticott. But we'll check them as they come around now through turn 5, Fastron corner. And then power it down to complete the first of 8 laps here. So a standing start lap, and then we'll start getting you the times on the first of the flying laps. Here they come now down. So in the slipstream of Malcolm Rapson, it is David McFadden, excuse me, not David Enticott, David McFadden, who will come right past over there as well. And looks like he's gone back into second briefly now. He was just across the line by about 0.02 of a second. And, well, now he keeps 2 very quick sector times for David McFadden in Sector 2 and Sector 3. But now we're going to see all the fun and games as they come around, because what happens is now you're going to see lap times dropping. And going out of through the kink, it is the Malcolm Rapson machine ahead of David McFadden. Then David Enticott, 0.9 of a second back off of the battle in front of him, and then Jacques Ackerman falling down into 4th position ahead of JP Friedrich, 1.1 seconds back. JP Friedrich, Gareth Gielig in the 6th position on the Kawasaki. Excuse me there, and Michael DeToy will be the man in 7th position. It is on the M7 bike, the Yamaha R1. But sector time number 1, of course, Malcolm Rapson is the quickest in the first sector. Second sector, a little bit more modest over there as well from both riders at the front. David McFadden as they go through, and now on to the next lap. Here they go across the line now, really putting a fight into it, but it is David McFadden that leads the way, a 1:14.217, and he's 0.4 of a second ahead of Malcolm Rapson.
Yeah, the Jacques Ackerman and Davy Enticott being out there in P4 and 5, followed there, or should I say P3 and 4, and JP Friedrich is in that 5th position, and then followed there by Gareth Gielig that sits out there in P6. So through the kink the front runners go, heading down in towards Interceptor corner, and Dave McFadden won race number 1 rather comfortably indeed. He's back up in the lead again as he works his way up the KFM straight into turn 4 into Car Care Clinic corner. Out of Car Care Clinic he comes, down the back main. Race leader David McFadden with Malcolm Rapson in that 2nd place, followed there by Jacques Ackerman. Enticott is right in there as well, followed there by the 24 of JP Friedrich as they head down into turn 5, Fastron.
Yeah, JP Friedrich in that top 5 over there as well. 1.1 seconds off of David Enticott. Jacques Ackerman going up into 3rd position again. McFadden crosses the line, a 1:12.739. Now is 2.5 seconds ahead of Rapson. And then Jacques Ackerman will start chipping away at Malcolm Rapson. 1.9 seconds back for him, with David Enticott falling down, moving down into the 4th position, with JP Friedrich only 0.9 of a second back. Gielig and Connor Hagen, they are not well together because it's about 2.8 seconds between the two of them in 6th and 7th. Michael DeToy and Mike Hunter, 0.8 of a second between the two of them. Lubabalo Ntisana is 1.8 seconds back in 10th position, and Sean McCrill is the man in 11th and final position.
Well, lovely to see that a lot of the Clubman's Class A riders have come through. Michael DeToy has come through, Michael Hunter's come through, Sean McCrill. These guys have all worked their way from, and Lubabalo and Tisana, they've all come through from the Class A Clubman's motorcycles, and they've popped into the Superbike category. Gareth Gaelic sitting out there in P6, and he leads the 600 cc class. Gareth Gaelic. Now, talking lies, it's actually not Gaelic, I do apologize. It is Connor Hagan, the number 8 bike, that is sitting out there in P7, but he is leading the 600cc class.
Yeah, I think it's only the two 600s out there, Frankie, of Hagan and Hunter. So most of the others are all 1000cc superbikes. The R1, though, leads it away there by 4.6 seconds over Malcolm Rapson. Jacques Ackerman, 1.6 seconds back of him. David Enticott hanging in there as well with JP Friedrich, 900ths of a second between himself and David Enticott. And I think they are going now into turn 2.
Right, so talking about them going into turn 2, the leader's working his way out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor Corner, working his way uphill to the highest part of Killarney International Raceway. That's Car Care Clinic Corner, turn number 4. Down the back main goes David McFadden. He is just winding that thing wide open down the back main. Second overall and first in class in the Masters is Malcolm Rapson, and he is quite some distance behind him as they head into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner. Malcolm won't be too chuffed about finishing second, but he won't have an issue with that in general because he is leading his class.
Yeah, no, I think David McFadden has just been untouchable today. Yes, we still have 3 laps left to go. A 1:12.991 is still the fastest lap of the race, and now starting to put in some more modest lap times. Actually, sorry, 1:12.739, and the more modest 0.2 of a second slower on this last lap, David McFadden. Malcolm Rapson ahead of Jacques Ackerman. Those are both masterclass riders. So JP Friedrich is currently in the main class. He is second, ahead now of David Enticott.
Yeah, David Enticott is in that 5th position overall, followed there by Gareth Gaelic in P6, and then P7 is the leader of the 600s. That's Connor Hagan. 13, should I say bike number 13 in P9, that's Michael Hunter. He is the second of the 600 riders.
Well, 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on. David McFadden putting in a 26.2 in the first sector, and getting a white sector, of course, in sector 2 of the lap. So I don't know if he's going to be pushing any lap times over here now. He doesn't need to, really. He just needs to keep it on the tarmac, and he's 6.4 seconds, almost 6.5 seconds ahead of Malcolm Rapson. Looking at some of the close battles over here, Connor Hagan and Gareth Gielig. Gielig is still leading the section over there, while he's 6th at the moment, and 7th overall is Connor Hagan, who is the leader in the 600s class, as Malcolm Rapson and Jacques Ackerman go across the line. 1.3 seconds between the two of each other, still battling it out for the Masters section win. And then we got JP Friedrich a second ahead of David Enticott. Here's the battle I've been talking about, Gareth Gielig and Connor Hagan. But Connor Hagan, he looks close on the screens over here, but I think what happens is not close enough. 0.4 of a second, has to squeeze a little bit more out with 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, the two you're talking about now are making their way towards turn number 2. That's Gareth Gaelic. And then the leading 600 of Connor Hagan sits right on his back wheel as they exit turn number 2. So the 600 is chasing down the 1000. There's a lot more acceleration from the slightly nimbler, if you can call it, 600. He goes up on the inside. No, he gets pinched. He hangs in there behind Gareth Gaelic as they work their way up the KFM straight towards Car Care Clinic Corner. That 600cc of Connor Hagan is not being left behind as they run down the back main, but the power of the 1000, the 1 litre machine, comes into its own as he pulls 3, 4, 5 bike lengths on him going down into turn 5 Fostron Corner.
Well, I think at the moment, Frankie, there's a battle here going on behind the two of them as well, with Michael DeToy and Mike Hunter as they go up to turn 5 Fostron Corner. So there's a few close battles going on. 1 lap left to go now, and David McFadden has crossed the line. Now we have the Conor Hagen, of course, he's now 0.3 of a second over Gareth Gillig. Looking at, of course, Malcolm Rapson and Jacques Ackerman, that's about 1.1 seconds between the two of them. Maybe try and get a little bit closer still over here as well. But Michael Dutoy and Mike Hunter, 0.7 of a second between each other, 8th and 9th positions respectively. And what happens is Sean McCrill and Ntisana, 10th and 11th.
So your leader making his way down the back main for the final time. The checkered flag is out for race leader David McFadden, working his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner, all on his own. David McFadden, our international superbike rider from Cape Town, will make it 2 out of 2 as he crosses the line and wins the second 1000cc superbike race of the day, way ahead of this man that finishes second and first in class, namely Malcolm Rapson, and then third overall and second in the Masters class is Jacques Ackerman. Right, coming down towards us now, and David Entercott just lost out there to JP Frederick that beat him to the line.
Yeah, that was now, what are we looking at, 0.09 of a second between the two of them as they cross the line. Here comes now Gareth Gillig, and 1/10 of a second ahead of Conor Hagen, and it should be Michael Dutoy that finishes 7/10 ahead of Mike Hunter. Then Sean McCrill will come across the line in 10th position, and Lubabalo Ntisana will round it off in 11th position.
So your overall winner is David McFadden. He wins his class, second overall on the track, and first in the Masters class is Malcolm Rapson, and 7th overall and first in the 600s is Conor Hagen. Right, we move on to the third race after lunch. and some more motorcycles. That's your Clubman's A and B, classic and breakfast run motorcycles. You can hear them in the background. And out onto the circuit they go. Bikes going away from us. I think that might be Willem Binnendal that is leading them out there with that red helmet. Either way, the Class A and B Clubman's motorcycles, classic and breakfast run bikes, are making their way out onto the track for their second race of the day.
Over 8 laps.
Yeah, that's the third and final bike race of the day. The bikes are heading towards the grid already. There's about 5, 6 of them that is heading towards the grid. And Robin de Vos, well, he's been doing the double. He raced in the power sport class and he races here in Clubman's A. Hilton Redlinghuis and Willem Binnendal, they will be on the front row of the grid. And here comes Wayne Ardense. He will be in P4. And Nassif Smart, he's also joining them on the 23 bike. Robbie Padrika coming through as well on the number 17 machine. And he'll jump there into that 7th position. As Reginald Seal, here he comes on the 166. He will be on that second row in P4, and Zubair Adams will be on the front row of the grid in that third position. So that's the first 9 motorcycles out there, and in pole position, Hilton Redlinghuis, 888 Racing in that classic motorcycle section. The lights are on, the lights go off, and away we go. And a lovely start off the line by Zubair Adams. My word, what a launch off the line there by Zubair Adams, and boom, into the lead goes Zubair Adams. Well, he launched off that line like an absolute rocket ship and got the whole shot out of turn number 1. If he's going to hold that, well, I don't know, but for now I know he doesn't hold that place. He drops down into second position, just ahead there of Willem Binnendal, and into the lead goes the pole sitter, Hilton Redlinghuyse.
Yeah, he really just comes right back at it, does Hilton Redlinghuyse. He was up here in the commentary box earlier on as well. Remember, the oldest man in the race as well. And he goes on to the back section over there, which is, of course, KFM straight. And then through the car care clinic corner, as onto the back straight, they'll then run. So that will be the first lap that will be running on then as well. And towards the Fastron, Pertinina Fastron corner, turn 5. Hilton Redlinghuyse already pumping him some fast sector times at 23.5 in the second sector on the Kawasaki. And then under the Mad Max bridge, they'll then run for the first of the 8 racing laps to be completed. And you will see the gap that he's actually built up from the rest of the field already, Frankie. Look at this, eh? And he's just basically in a class of his own. And it will be Reginald Seal that will be 1.7 seconds back.
Well, we've got a yellow flag. There's a bike that had problems out there in lap 1, turn 1. And that yellow flag has been there. That bike has been moved out the way, so that flag will disappear. And Zubair Adams, that had such an awesome start off the line that led halfway through lap number 1. He finds himself now in that 5th position. So Adams has been dropping further and further down the leaderboard. He should be pretty stable out there, should Zubair Adams. But Hilton Redlinghuyse wants nothing more than just to go out there and win this one. Sponsored by 888 Motorcycles. He's that man up front. Down the back lane he goes. And that is Hilton Redlinghuyse. And he's got Willem Binnendal. That's there in that third position. Willem's been attacked there by Wayne Arendse. So Arendse's coming through there on Binnendal. Reginald Seal is the man that's in second position. And Arendse sits out there in 3rd place as they exit turn number 5. And he's got his nose ahead there of Binnendal. That will change on your leaderboard the moment they cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, no, it was a 10th of a second between the two of them earlier on, but you'll see that the Kawasaki of Wayne Arendse, the ZX-10R, will go up ahead of the Triumph Daytona 675 of Willem Binnendal. And then, of course, Zubair Adams will hold on to the 5th position ahead of Nashif Smart. Only a 10th of a second between Smart in the 6th place and Adams in the 5th position. So watch them as they go around now on lap 2. 6 laps left to go. Hilton Redlinghuyse, a 1:18.323. He has recorded as the fastest lap of the race now. So he's really pumping in those times. 2.5 seconds ahead of Reginald Seal.
Yeah, Hilton Redlinghuyse wants to win overall and win his class on the 888 motorcycle sponsored machine as he works his way down the back main. He's got the red mist down. He's just dropping them all for dead. Reginald Seal in that 2nd position, followed there by Wayne Arendse. Behind Wayne Arendse, we have got Willem Binnendal, and Nashif Smart is making a move. Nashif Smart is the man that's on the roll there, and he's looking at Zubair Adams. So Nashif Smart on Zubair Adams going into turn 5 Fastron.
Yeah, the Yamaha just really going for it as well. He was in 6th position up to 5th and then 4th position as well. Binnendal looks like he might be just doing a little bit of a struggle over here as well as Redlinghuyse. Seal crossing the line now as well. Reginald Seal still 3.2 seconds back, a 1:18.036 for the man on the Kawasaki ZX-7R. Remember, the oldest man in the race and the oldest bike in the race, the man who leads the classic bikes at this particular time. Ratlakane, he's currently in 7th ahead of Robbie Padruka in 2.4 seconds ahead. And just taking a look at the classes, Rob de Vos, Frankie, in 9th position, leads Class B at this time, ahead of Jamie Hall, the leader in the Breakfast Club section.
Yeah, Hendrick sits 2nd in that class, and Stevens sits 3rd, but is all the way down in 16th position. Is Stevens, the man on bike number 91. That's Donovan Stevens. So, where are the leaders? We should be seeing them shortly. There he goes, down the back straight. That is race leader Hilton Redlinghuyse, making his way down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards a Fastron corner. He's getting away there from Seal and Arendse. That's having that fight for second. Remember, Arendse got his nose up into that third position a couple of laps ago, and now he has crawled closer and closer and closer to second place man Reginald Seal, as the two of them cross the start-finish line. Down the main straight, the Porsche Club straight, into a turn number 1 KFM corner. Will Reginald Seal be able to hold on to that position with 4 more laps to go? Or will he lose that second place to Wayne Arendse? Time will tell, as Arendse sits virtually on the back wheel of Reginald Seal as they head into turn 2.
Well, 4 laps left to go, including the one that's currently on at the moment at Arendse, 0.2 of a second when they cross the line. Willem Binnendal is 3.1 seconds further back, and Smart 2.1 seconds back of that. But Adams, who was originally moving quite nicely over there as well, he was actually moving back into 6th position at this time. So what happens is, just looking at them as well, Donovan Stevens rounds off the field behind Melanie White. And I think actually these a few laps he didn't do. So Melanie White only having done 3 laps, and Wesley Hendricks doing the same as well. So about 15 riders still well and truly in this race, having completed 4 laps.
So down into turn 5, into Fastron corner comes your race leader, Hilton Relinge, sitting out there in P1. Here he comes down towards us now, racing underneath the Mad Max Bridge, heading into turn 1, and here comes this fight for second and third position between Reginald Seal and Wayne Arendse. Down into turn 1, KFM corner they go now. Arendse, a lap ago, was a lot closer to Seal. Reginald now opening up a couple of bike lengths on him, and then behind them is the 25 of Willem Binnendal.
Yeah, Ratlekane, Molefe Ratlekane rather, up into the 6th position at this time. Adam 3.3 of a second, I should rather say, ahead of Adams. Badrika 1.8 seconds further back. Then De Vos, who is the first of the Class B runners. Of course, second in Class B is Derek Hendricks, currently in 13th position, mixing it up with a whole lot of the breakfast run folks. Of course, Keegan Stewart De Lange is the leader now in that particular class, and that will be 10th position overall, 3.8 seconds back of De Vos.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on this one as it unwinds. The laps are beginning to tumble when they cross the line. There will be 2 more laps to go. The leader should be coming towards us. Here he comes under the Mad Max Bridge. This is your leader to start his penultimate lap. And Hilton Relinge races across the start-finish line, down into turn 1 KFM corner. He is the quickest man out there, 18.036 by bike number 87, Hilton Relinge. Hilton in the Kawasaki ZX7R, sponsored by Triple H Motorcycles. He won overall in race number 1. If he wins this one, he will not only win class, but he'll get an overall first. It'll be the first ever victory for Triple H Motorcycles in total for the day, in a heck of a long time. As makes his way there out of turn 3 Interceptor corner, working now towards turn 4 Car Care Clinic. But Byron, it's not said and done yet for that second position between Arendse and Seal, although Arendse has now got his nose ahead of Seal, so he might disappear down the road.
Well, Seal's running out of opportunities over here to try and get it back on Wayne Arendse. Arendse is an experienced head, though, but a lot of them as well will have the challenge for him as they go down the back straight now. The Kawasaki man ahead of the Suzuki man, the Yamaha man, I should rather say, Reginald Seal. And that's, of course, for Class A honours all the way. And, of course, Wayne Arendse was a 0.04 of a second across the line. He was ahead of Reginald Seal. Here they come now towards the line once more to start what will be the final lap of the race, and it is 0.5 of a second between them, and Seal leads the way now. So Seal has got it right over Arendse. So Arendse must have maybe had a bit of a moment somewhere as well, and he's now going to have to use this last lap to try and clinch that back.
Well, he just got overtaken by him, and then he got retaken again halfway through that previous lap, which you would not have seen at home on your TV monitor. So Reginald Seal goes back into second place. There was only 0.05 seconds between them across the line. However, this is the flag lap, and it's all about that man that's making his way down the back straight. And that is Hilton Relinge, all on his own. It will be a double victory overall and in class for Riedlingace as he races down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner, all on his own. He's got a clear track ahead of him towards the checkered flag, Byron, as Riedlingace makes it a double for the day.
Underneath the Mad Max motorcycle bridge. I think it's safe to say it now, Frankie. I didn't want to jinx anything. As he comes towards the line, that bike has just looked just right today, and he punches the air, Hilton Riedlingace, to take a famous victory ahead there of Reginald Seal. Wayne Orense will take third position, 0.8 of a second back of Seal. Then it will be, we wait for Binadel to come through then. Yep.
Smart got to the line just ahead of Binadel. He pipped him on the last lap.
And Frankie, just to say that as well, Reginald Seal putting the fastest lap on the last lap, a 1:17.887.
Well done there. So Binadel gets overtaken there by Smart. Then Rathlagani finishes in 6, Robbie Padrika in 7, and Zubair Adams will round off the top 8.
Some of the guys trying to do some burnouts over there. We had Hilton Riedlingace. So sad we actually missed that one from Hilton Riedlingace. But now it's all about making some good smoke out there, because what happens is the races for the bikes are done, and some great racing out there today as well. Reginald Seal, as I say, it is a 1:17.887 on the Yamaha R1 that he takes that second place and the fastest lap. Wayne Orense in third position, and well, a good battle towards the end there for him. Remember, that's the top 2 in Class A. Class, of course, the classic class was Hilton Riedlingace, and then I'm just going to go down here as well. It was then Smart in 4th position, Binadel in 5th, Rathlagane in 6th position, Padrika in 7th, Adams in 8th, Hall in 9th, Robin de Vos, the Class B winner, and Man in 10th position. Then Nick Ben in 11th position, ahead of Stuart De Lange, of course, who is the winner. That should be the winner in, no, Nick Ben, sorry, is the winner in the breakfast class, ahead of Keegan Stuart De Lange. In 12th position, 13th is Nico Venter, Derek Hendricks in the 14th position, Wayne Gress in 15th position, Hendricks and White in 16th and 17th positions.
just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure. Anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
We'll find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za or their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Killarney River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Do you love your car? Then why take it anywhere else other than to Car Care Clinic Service Center? They will look after the love of your life and ensure the best quality service and price. Car Care Clinic Service Center now in the Western Cape. Visit www.carcareclinic.co.za to find a branch near you.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Right, folks, it's showtime as we move on with the Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars race number 2. Right, let's see where we have got Cody Alberts. He's on the front row of the grid. He sits there in that second position. P1 is still open. Here comes Raxi Harris, and he is going to put that number 66 Golf in P1. Remember, they do invert the grid, so Harris will start off in P1. Man, if this Golf goes like it should and like it can and like we know it's capable of, whoo, he's going to be a hard chap to catch out there. Modak is currently there in second. P4 was open, and then we have got Charles Visser. Oh, look at Willie Swart in that Jetta. Gary sits there on the outside of the 350Z Nissan of Charles Visser.
Yeah, noticeable a couple of gaps on the grid. Mansour Parker, the man that's out of this one, he would have been there in the BMW E30, and he would have been also in the last race of the day, the Super Saloons, and I did see a message that he said out for the day, so that's why the 4th place grid is open. So Rasley Harris, Mark 1 Golf, BMW alongside him, BMW behind him, Nissan 350Z, and a Jetta closing off the front 4. Ahmad, lovely looking motor car. Jono Kirsten out there as well. Nice to see that he's made it out with the GNA transport car. Vicky Pather, Devon Dron, Rashid Khan, haven't seen him for a while. Kiara van Niekerk getting back out on the circuit again, as is Kian Barnard. One didn't finish, one finished very, very slowly. So, nice to see that they've made it back out on circuit again. See, there's A couple of little noises coming through on a bit of static somewhere. Not sure where the problem is with that. Let's hope it doesn't affect the sound for the rest of the day. Stacey Wilson, David Franco, Francois Ullman, Jono Kirsten, Eugene Gaspari, Noel Stander, Solomon Effendi, all there in Class D, right there in the mid-pack, around about the 1 minute 29s to 1 minute 31s. Cody Albert's second time for the day on the front row of the grid with Nias Modak and what would have been the gap for Mansour Parker. The top Class X entry being Charles Visser. And then down in 23, also in Class X, is Rafik Paither. And down in 27 is Andre Johnson with the Polo 6. And then off the back of the pack, the 530 BMW of Gary Smith, Ziad Ali in the VW Golf. And then obviously Kian Barnard, first time out in the Cadet, all of them running under Class X. Leading Class C car being Roshan Khan. Nice to have him back out on circuit again. After a couple of years we didn't see him, from Stacey Wilson. And then the Class E, Peter Kannemeyer from Chiara van Niekerk and Ryan Large. All of them in Mark 1 Golfs. Alongside them is Bernard Haupt. And then Class F is Lucian Downs. Unfortunately, Uncle Willie Ghost not out there. The Ghost family, thermophiles, battling with COVID in the family. A good couple of them have been not. And obviously Stephen not been able to come down to help Uncle Willie. 81 years of age, still racing. So they've missed out on today's races, but will hopefully be back for the next event. But Frankie, looking at the way things is going, a bit of a frown from Des Esom when we chatted about the next race meeting here. Possible that the lockdown restrictions go a bit tighter. And if it does, then I think we're going to not be up here in a month from now. I think it could be a month or so before we get back again.
Well, we'll have to see how things go. Let's hope not. But yeah, time will tell. So for now, Clubman's making their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner, and working their way to us. So it is Harris that is there in pole position. Let's see what that Golf can do when he drops that hammer going into turn 1. We know what it's capable of. And if that car performs well, he's going to be a hard man to catch. Here they come down towards us now. The lights will go off. Now the lights go off and away they go. Harris jumps on the gas, so does Cody Alberts. Ahmad in that fight as well. Together with Charles Visser, as that whole group heads down into turn 1 into KFM corner. Willie Swart is also in there, not too far behind them. We've got Shane Smith, Eddie Rees Ahmad, and behind him is Ahmad, and bang, into the lead, into turn 2 goes the BMW of Nias Modak with Cody Alberts in second, Charles Visser in third, and the pole sitter Harris has dropped down to P4.
Well, just for a brief moment, there it was Nias Modak that headed it out. Cody Alberts fought back on that one. He doesn't have the same kind of power as what Nias has got, so if Nias puts the hammer down the back straight, he'll just get dusted. But keep an eye on that 350Z. I'll tell you what, in the Sasol colors, the blue and yellow, as they work their way through car care corner, that car driver combination is not slow whatsoever.
Right, the 3 leaders heading down the back straight. Let's have a look what's happening behind him. Here comes Ruslee Harris right behind him. He's Daniel Coetzee. Right in his slipstream there is Shane Smith. Ahmad is in that fight as well. He goes around the outside of Swart. They're right in there. There's about 8-9 of them that's fighting out there at this point in time for that 4th position.
Down through Cape Town corner, they go up into the Porsche straight. And pretty much a one-on-one here with the Sasol 350Z and the BMW as they work their way down into KFM corner. That front 3 breaking away pretty big time. Razzie Harris has got a job on his hands as they go down into KFM corner. Razzie Harris being dusted by the BMWs with a superior power. He's quicker through the corners, but in a straight line, he just does not have the gigawatts to play with those BMs. 20 kilowatts under the bonnet. And up into that 3rd position is Daniel Coetzee.
Right, so out of the Coetzee is no, that's Ahmad that sits there in that 4th position. Harris sits in there behind him. Then it's Daniel Coetzee. Then it's Shane Smith. Eddie Rees Ahmad is in that fight as well. Willie Swart making his way out there. Baby Jakes is right in there as well. Roshan Khan, and so is Stacey Wilson. That's an whole group of them that's working their way out of turn 4.
Well, leading out in Class D, which is going to be a pretty tight battle. Stander from Franco, from Kirsten and Immelman. They find themselves 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and very, very close to one another. An amazing battle going on between the 4 of them once again.
So the leaders are heading out towards us on the main straight. Nias Modak, Charles Visser, followed there by Cody Alberts, and it's a bit of a gap before we see this next group coming. Ahmad, Razzie Harris, Daniel Kitsier, Shane Smith, Eddie Rees Ahmad, and behind him is Baby Jakes and Roshan Khan up on the inside of Willie Swart, and hanging on to the back of the pack is the Nissan Maxima of Stacey Wilson.
Stacey Wilson and Khan in the 41 car. The two of them are fighting out for Class C honours. There was nothing much between them in the previous race, and I think you're going to get the exact same scenario here as well on Index of Performance. Nothing much in it whatsoever. Having a look a little bit further back, the Class E battle, it's Kiara van Niekerk that leads out, but very marginally from Ryan Lodge, and then Kannemeyer coming through just a little bit further back from that.
Little fights all over this racetrack. There's a lot of cars heading into turn number 3, Interceptor corner, but the leaders are going down the back straight. They are side by side. That's a fight there between Modak and Visser takes the lead coming out of turn 5. Charles Visser leads coming out of turn 5 out of Fostron corner. He's got Nias Modak right on his back bumper. They're getting slightly away there from third place man Cody Alberts as they head into turn 1 KFM corner. Behind them is this other fight going on between Ahmad and Razzie Harris as they head into turn 1, and then right behind them it's another whole full-scale war going on with Shane Smith that had a look up on the inside of Daniel Kutsia, but Kutsia covers that line there from Smith. And then Ederius Ahmad going one-on-one there with the Baby Jakes. Right behind them is Roshan Khan. And behind Roshan Khan, Willie Swart and Stacey Wilson. That's a group that's making its way out of turn 2.
Well, Wilson holding on to that back, but there's a big gap behind Wilson. And that is the 127 car. That's the leader in Class D. That is a nice big open space in front of him, but not a lot of space behind him because it's Paul Minnick. That's less than half a second in there behind him, but it's two different classes. That being a Class B car, but then back to Jono Kirsten, and that is also just about 1.3 of a second back to Jono Kirsten, sitting second overall in class and looking pretty good in this heat number 2.
Yeah, that's that fight that Gary was talking about coming out of turn number 4, going down the back straight there. Paul Minnick is in that fight as well. So is Jono Kirsten, and that's a whole gaggle of cars that's going down that back straight. However, let's go back to the front runners. They are working their way out of turn 1, out of KFM corner. Your leaders heading out of KFM, and they are working their way now towards turn number 2. There into turn 2 goes your leader, Nias Modak, sitting out there in P1. Behind him is the 350Z Nissan in second position of Charles Visser. And keeping them honest there in that third place is the BMW of Cody Alberts as they head into turn 3 Interceptor corner. Well, I'll tell you what, Razzie Harris has held his own, and he has kept Ahmad at bay as they exit turn number 3. And then behind the two of them, there's another fight going on. Daniel Kutsia has got Shane Smith right there with them as they head into turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
Well, a very good showing so far by Ahmad. He's leading out pretty decently. He's taken 4 seconds out of Daniel Kutsia, and that's a lot more than what he could do in heat number 1. So he's really got it very, very neat there. Going back to the front end of the grid, Modak, you would expect to be the quickest man out there, but I must say Charles Visser is putting up a very, very great fight. The Sassel 350 BMW. Cody Alberts probably the most consistent on lap times. He's just about holding in there with them. Charles Visser, the fastest lap so far, a 122.191, and that was the lap that he just did now with 3 laps to go.
Right, so the laps are now beginning to run out. Idris Ahmad is making his way towards us, and he has got one of these 135 car in there just behind him that runs out there in a Class X. We'll get that number for you now, but either way, the leaders are still working their way around the Killarney racetrack. Brilliant stuff out there. There's a group of cars coming out of turn 1. Wherever you look, there's fights happening around the Killarney.
That battle coming out of turn 1, that's been a group of cars that's been sitting very tight for an extended... Oh, that's going to turn to tears. They make contact as they go down into turn number 2. The rear-wheel drive BMW taking a slightly different line going into that corner. And I think that was one of our Class X cars. That is one of the new ones that's out there. In fact, that is Jean Favre that we were looking at. That's the red Golf. That's a second from the back of that package that goes now into Car Care Clinic corner. So the chairman of the West Coast Oval Track, first time out here on main circuit to the best of my knowledge, and he's doing a pretty good job with that 32 car. I think that we're going to see him coming back here again and again after this. He's all over the back of Johnson.
Well, with a lap and a half to go, the leaders are working their way out of turn number 2, out of Quarry Corner. And there is absolutely nothing between Nias Modak and Charles Visser. Charles climbs on the gas of that Nissan 350Z and tucks in there behind that BMW of Nias Modak as they work their way up the KFM straight towards turn number 4 to Car Care Clinic corner. He's right on his back bumper as they exit turn 4. Down the back main they go. He's rubbing in, going down the back main. They have got a slower car ahead of them. Cody Alberts is chasing them down as they head down into turn number 5, into Fostron corner. When the leaders come around, they will start their final lap.
Yeah, penultimate lap, as you said, and still battles all around the circuit. Our newcomer doing a very good job there, I must say. Kind of impressed with what Jean Favre is doing, up into 15th position. Down in class, but still doing sub 1 minute 30s. Nias Modak, Schalfers are on their last lap. Racing has just put in a personal best, and in fact he's done the fastest lap of the race as he goes through 4th overall out there on track in Class A, 121.875.
Yeah, he sits in the MP4 behind Cody Alberts, and they work in their way into turn number 2. There's a challenge for the lead. There's a challenge for the lead, and the 350Z steps out of line there, overdriven there by Charles Visser, and he loses that 2nd place. He loses 3rd position. He even loses 4th place, and he jumps in there behind the Golf of Harris, and this all happening on the last lap.
Yeah, luckily for him, Ahmad a long way further back, although 1 class down. It's a Class B car of Ahmad with Shane Smith in there behind him. Once again, just over 2 seconds between the two of them. But it was a good drive up until that point by Visser. He was pretty much boxing above his weight grade against the likes of the man that's up front there, Nias Modak, probably the quickest car pound for pound out there. And Nias knows how to work his way around the circuit. He's done plenty laps. A very good and compact race driver is Nias Modak. He will take the checkered flag as he comes across the line, and he'll be pretty chuffed with that one. Modak will take it away with Cody Alberts being a 3rd in race number 1, 2nd in race number 2. And then Visser will come through.
Sorry, Gary. Here comes Visser across the line, and it's an Ailing Harris. It's an Ailing Harris that loses 2 positions on the line. Ahmad gets him. Shane Smith gets him. Then he crosses the line. Sorry about that. Here comes Roshan Khan, and right behind him, Willie Swart, Daniel Kutsia, Vicky Pathas, Stacey Wilson gets to the flag just ahead there of Idris Ahmad.
Well, there's a big gap behind that. We wait for the next batch of cars to come through. Razli Harris having just put up the fastest lap of all. Next through should be Andre Johnson and Suleiman Effendi. Here they come towards us now. and it will in fact be, wait for him to come through. Here he comes now. Yep, take up that one. Suleiman Effendi finishes his race. So Class A has a good couple of cars still going to come through to finish off Class A. Nias Modak from Cody Alberts having put up the fastest lap on the second last lap. Rasli Harris drops down to 6th overall, but 3rd in class. The Class B is Ahmad from Shane Smith, and then a bit of a gap back to Swart. The Class C battle was a pretty decent battle, I must say, and that was won out by Roshan Khan from Stacey Wilson. Stacey smoking lightly towards the second half, but nothing too bad, I don't believe. And then Stander in the 127 coming through in 15th position and winning out Class D. And that ahead of the man that was expected to be the front runner today, Suleiman Effendi from Franco in there behind him. Well, that was race number 2, Mike's Place Clubman Saloons. And sure, that was a pretty decent outing for Mike's Place as a whole. Those of you that missed race number 1, it was just as good as the second heat of the day. As always, well populated out there on circuits. A big thanks to Mike's Place for their ongoing sponsorship of the Clubman Series, West Province Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway.
Well, we have the Makita Power Tools Supercars, or the Makita Supercars, Formula Supercars, and the Bijou Trustees fine cars. That's their second race of the day. You'll see the seven of the first 7 cars, of course, the Opel Supercars, and then they'll be joined by the fine cars. So all of the Opel Supercars at the front, and then we'll have the likes of Neanderthal up there, Kellen de Bruin, Glenn Phillips, Chase Herald, and Anton Stein, as well as Cedric Le Bon, if he's going to be in this race. He will be, of course, the 6th man. 6 of them up there. Of course, Paul Neanderthal, and then Paul in the fine cars class is Robert Toscano, Bradley Rowe, Gunther Appelgren, Melanie Cook, and Roger Lewis. And of course, Frankie and myself were just talking about it before the time. Roger, of course, the man that is having a good time in that car of his as well. And remember, fine cars is in essence all about the index of performance. Of course, that time that I don't know how it exactly works actually, but it is in the past it used to be a nominated time, and they would give you about a bit of leeway, and the closer you record times closest to the time that you've nominated, that will go towards your index of performance. So it's not about track position or anything like it, or passing of cars. It's all about lap times here and consistency. That is what it's all about. But let me tell you one thing. Some of the guys and girls, they really push for it as well, despite it being a index performance formula. So they'll do the warm-up lap behind the safety car, and ready then for the rolling start of this 8-lap race. Their second of the day. A number of races still left to go in the day. Of course, we have the classic cars coming up, as well as the Formula Libras, and we still have ourselves a GTI Challenge race a bit later on, and then we were talking about the Thunder Saloons as well. That will cap the race day off. And I don't know, there's about 11 cars, I think, in that race. I've heard somewhere 14 as well, but we'll find out a little bit later on as the supercars and followed by the fine cars go through Car Care Clinic Corner. It's a great camera view here. You'll see the members, Western Province Motor Club members, BOMA in the background. There was the CPMCC was around there as well for many, many years. And then down the back straight, we then run as we are behind the Renault safety car.
Well, a somewhat depleted field in both classes, in fact. The supercars don't see Cedric Le Bon out there. He did have that off in turn number 2, which I personally, from 250 meters away looking at the car, it just looked like something went wrong with that motor car. Either failed, semi or total fail on the brakes, or locked accelerator. But it's going to be off the line. It's going to be Keller. It's going to be on the outside line, and Toy on the inside. Glenn Phillips is right in there as well. They take all the cars off the line together. You must expect that Neanderthal will be the man to catch. But it's Glenn Phillips that's going to go 1-1 with Kellen de Bruin once again in this race. Neanderthal moves to the outside line and lets Phillips through. Looks like he wants to play with the youngsters. And Kellen de Bruin in that second position, doing a pretty decent job. Chase Herald, unfortunately, not making it out there. And it looks like it's going to be pretty much a four-way battle with Neanderthal having a bit of fun with the youngsters.
Yeah, 4 supercars and 5 fine cars. And Robert Toscano, the MX-5 Mazda, he leads the way then from looking like the BMW E36 of Bradley Rowe. They'll come down now the back straight here behind the supercars, and they had a bit of a gap between themselves as well. Yeah, they come now, and it looks like Bradley Rowe is going to make a move down the back straight. Let's see if he can actually make it. He's getting into the slipstream. He came out of the slipstream, and now he's gone right back in behind the MX-5. So watch them as they come around.
Coming out into the Porsche straight, the Makita Formula supercars, not a lot of them out there, but a pretty close battle. Look at this. Phillips dives onto that inside line. Kellen de Bruin He's very confident on that braking line on the outside. Doesn't try and cover that inside line at all. Neandertoy following through nice and closely. Can Calendar Brain do the cutback? No, I think it's going to be Glenn Phillips is going to go to the front. Glenn Phillips goes to the front. Up the Joubert straight they go towards turn number 2. Neandertoy has a look on the outside line. I think he's just pacing himself and watching the youngsters and seeing what they do and having a bit of fun. It doesn't help. He just up dusts and disappears at the front. He's out there to have fun, and lots of it he's having. He's got a bird's eye view. Calendar Brain has a look up on the inside line. He almost stuck it up on the inside of Phillips. Phillips closed the line off as they went through interceptor corner past the main grandstand, going down towards a double right-hander car kick. Calendar Brain closes right up. Calendar Brain closes right up onto the back bumper of Phillips. He dives out already as they come off the curbstone. So he fancied that he had good drive, and the other toy dissects the two of them. Whoa, 3 abreast down the back main. Kind of dangerous one that. They make it through Calendar Brain on the inside line. No problem with that. He slides it up on the inside there of Glenn Phillips. Alton Steyn just a little bit further back, the second of the 2 silver class cars out there. Heat number 2, Makita Formula Supercars.
Fine cars down into Cape Town corner, the Fastron, Pertinina Fastron corner, and it is Bradley Rowe that leads the way by quite a gap from it was Gunther Appelgren originally. And actually Robert Toscano, going down into second position. So second position, then Gunther Appelgren will be in third position, but not for long. He'll be up into second because he goes right past that Mazda with the Imperial Japanese flag on the bonnet, and he'll go onto the outside, inside as well, as Melanie Cook tries on the outside in the VW Fox to try and go up into third place in the fine cars class.
Going back to the Makita Formula Supercars. Through interceptor corner, they go up the KFM straight now. Calendar Brain pulling a little bit of a gap, not a lot, just a bit on Glenn Phillips as they work their way through Car Care Clinic corner. Neandertoy right in there behind Phillips. They work their way out into the back main, right on top of the curbstones. Calendar Brain fancies making a bit of a gap. He definitely fancies getting a gap here on Phillips. It's going to be Neandertoy in the NDT car, the orange one on the inside line of Phillips. Phillips likes that outside line going in high all the way around the top end and then dropping a late apex in the Pertamina Fastron corner and then just drifting the tail end as you put the power down in third gear coming out of that corner and working it up to the curbstone. So Neandertoy is now in the slipstream as they work their way down to turn number 1. The young lad on the outside line, the old hand on the inside line. Phillips is closed up once again. Just when Calendar Brain thought he had made a gap, sorry sir, Mr. Phillips wants to come and play with.
Looking down back at the fine cars again, the back battle over there between Robert Toscano and Melanie Cook. Cook is all over the back of that Mazda and will go towards turn 1, KFM corner. There goes Bradley Rowe into turn 1 right now, followed by Gunther Appelgren. So it's an all BMW E612 there. And on the outside in the VW Fox on Robert Toscano, it is Melanie Cook. But Melanie Cook not making any moves over there quite yet. She just holds it back and maybe towards turn 2 as they come out of KFM corner, right towards turn 2. And then they'll loop away around over there. We see the view from Interceptor, of course, turn 3 of the circuit, and where they dip down and onto the KFM straight. Here comes Bradley Rowe now, and he is quite a bit ahead of the Robert Toscano and Gunther Appelgren and co. 4.1 seconds to be exact. But going back, of course, to the supercars over there, Neandertoy, fastest lap for him, a 1:25.193.
Folks walking around in the pits, please keep your masks on. Everybody in the pit area. See, there's 1 or 2 people without your masks on. Asseblief mense, sit julle maskers aan. Moenie rondbeweeg in die kuipe daarsonder.
Well, we come to the last 4 laps of the race then. Neandertoy looks like he is back in the first position in the supercar section in the gold class. He's the 1 or 2 gold class drivers remaining. So it is Calendar Brain he is 1.1 seconds ahead of, and that will be second position. Ahead, of course, Glenn Phillips in third, Alton Steyn in third position, and then Bradley Rowe, the first of the fine cars now, coming through 24.7 seconds back. It was very unusual for them to to put the two classes together, but I think it's worked out quite nicely, as a matter of fact, because what happens is the V8s could not come and play today. A lot of the drivers up in Johannesburg felt it best not to come down to Killarney. But Bradley Rowe still making it work quite nicely over there. 4.8 seconds ahead of Gunther Appelgren, who in turn is 1.2 seconds ahead of Robert Toscano. But Melanie Cook still pushing very hard in that 8th position.
Elton Steyn just had a big moment as he came out of Killarney corner, dropped the left-hand side wheels just on the outside of the curbstone. It's a pretty high curbstone there, and that got the tail end wagging. The only way to get out of that, keep your foot flat and try and power yourself out of it, but it made him a lot slower going out into the back main, so he's dropped a reasonable distance off that second place battle. Neander Toy putting in the fastest lap, and that's 1 minute 23.708. He's now worked himself away from the Kellen de Bruin Glenn Phillips issue, and while Kellen de Bruin doing very well out there today. It's his best showing to date. It's the silver class entry of the young Kellen de Bruin against the gold class entry of Glenn Phillips. Nothing much between the two of them whatsoever. Swap positions on numerous occasions already. And, well, it looks like Kellen's getting the upper hand with 3 laps to go. But you cannot count Glenn Phillips out. He's done this class for a long time. He knows this track like the back of his hand. Probably done 20 or 30 times the amount of laps that Kellen de Bruin has done around the circuit. Slightest error is all that he needs, and he'll be all over the back bumper once again of a Kellen de Bruin.
Robert Toscano has now taken and taken a huge gap out of Gunther Appelgren, I'd rather say, as he's now half a second behind him. It was about 1.2 seconds, taking 7/10 out of Gunther Appelgren. So a fight back from Robert Toscano. They go through into Interceptor corner, turn 3 right now. You'll see that bright coloured BMW over there. Still hanging in as well as Melanie Cook in their 4th place in class, 8th overall. Roger Lewis having a good drive indeed as well. They're in 9th position in this race. Only 5 of the fine cars being taking part in this race. Bradley Rowe leads the way in 5th position in the BMW E36.
Well, having said you can't count Glenn Phillips out in the Makita Formula Supercars category, he did do an outbraking maneuver on Kellen de Bruin up on the inside line going into KFM turn 1. And that's testimony to what we saw earlier on today. There is now at least some rubber on the inside of that corner, and hence more and more people going for that braking move on the inside going into turn number 1. And that's a very high speed corner. It's the 2nd fastest entry speed that you get of any corner on this track. Kellen de Bruin still within fighting distance. Kellen de Bruin closing as they work their way down the back main, down to Fastron corner. Kellen goes for the inside line. Phillips actually covers that inside line. Now, normally, Phillips just stays on that outside line. He doesn't even try and cover it off. He obviously saw that Kellen had got a pretty decent run on him. Fair amount of wind, but not directly from the front down the back main. So you don't get as big a slipstream effect as what you do get when you've got a pumping southeaster that you are going head on into. Phillips on that inside line gets it all squirming. The Bruin turns in. They almost make contact as they go into turn number 1, but Phillips holds on to that 2nd position.
Last lap of the race then, and Bradley Rowe still, as I say, leading the race in the fine cars by 6.2 seconds over Gunther Appelgren, and still half a second between himself and Robert Toscano in the Mazda MX-5. But Melanie Cook, she's basically settling at the moment now for the 8th position overall. The number 90 VW Fox in 8th position overall, as I said, but 4th in class rather, I should say. Roger Lewis 5th overall in last place at the moment now. He has been lapped as well, and you should finish this with a 7-lap race. But it is now the last lap of the race. We watch now for Neil Toy, of course, in the lead of the supercars.
Yep, he's on his way through the apex of Potamina Fastron. As he comes out of the corner, I think all eyes is going to be on that 2nd place battle. They're pretty much side by side. Phillips on the inside and the young gun on the outside. It's going to be Neanderthal that takes the win. Here we come for second place. It's side by side. There's nothing in it. All the planes goes out the window. It's now purely down to power. Is it going to be? Well, there must be thousands in that. Literally thousands. We'll make it 7 thousandths of a second. Glenn Phillips beats out there on Calendar Brain. 7 thousandths of a second. That's about the thickness of the paint on the front bumper.
Amazingly close there as well. Alton Steyn comes 4th position and the last of the supercars as we wait now for Bradley Rowe. And they'll be quite a bit behind the supercars over here. We're talking about, well, it was 24 seconds at one stage. And while they're coming around onto the back straight now, Bradley Rowe will go into Fastron corner for the last time today for the fine cars. And we'll just sail it home to the line underneath the Mad Max Bridge. They'll run with the RST Race Department banners on it as well. And then what happens is he goes to the line now. BMW first. It's not going to be a BMW second this time. Robert Toscano got his place back, and he is now second in the race in the MX-5. Gunther Appelgren will just finish behind him, 0.3 of a second off. And then Melanie Cook will finish in 8th position overall, and it will be 4th in class. And then Roger Lewis will finish 2 laps down in the MGA in 9th position.
New car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
Well, find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za or their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kills River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Do you love your car? Then why take it anywhere else other than to Car Care Clinic Service Center? They will look after the love of your life and ensure the best quality service and price. Car Care Clinic Service Center now in the Western Cape. Visit www.carcareclinic.co.za to find a branch near you.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Well, Formula Libras, their second race of the day, and who else but Byron Mitchell on pole position with that 1 minute 10.902 as his fastest lap in the last race. That, of course, is more than enough for pole position. Unfortunately, we were saying earlier on, no Andrew Rackstraw here today to challenge him, but DJ Boyson will be second on the grid on a 1:12.692. We're talking here about almost 2.5 seconds back of the man on pole position. So it just shows you the big gap that there is at the front of the field. All of them the Class S, both of them are Class S, I should rather say. Troy Dolenchek in the Formula ZTEC Formula Ford with James Beaumont in the Formula Reynard. There'll be, of course, the Class A pairing on the second row of the grid. And I see there now that it is Dolenchek that will be pulling into his rightful position in third position on the grid. Then, like I said, James Beaumont in fourth. Mike Schmidt in that very unique Nardini Squalo, very interesting Nardini Squalo. And then Bertus Engelbrecht in the Speeds RMO8 will be alongside him. And that will be, of course, row 3. So always a good mix of cars over here as well in a number of classes. Mixes of Formula GTIs, Formula Fords, Formula Vs, and then the odd different machine like that Nardini, and the Formula M's at the back as well. We have Reino Pence, that was always a legend in the Formula M series, I should rather say, and he's well and truly back as Byron Mitchell tries to get himself into his pole position. Like I said as well, Hayden Elwood, Bertus Engelbrecht Class B runner, Hayden Elwood and Ashfaq Dawood, all Class B. They will be all challenging at the sharp end of that class. There will be 8 racing laps they will also do as well for their second race of the day. Roy Weiss will be the man in pole position for Class C, ahead of Zane Amundsen, of course 9th and 10th, the Formula V Forza and of course the Formula Lantis. And it looks like everybody is in position.
But I will say that Nardini, that's been driven there by that number 58 car by Mike Schmidt. Very interesting looking motor car. It's first time that I see something like that. It looks more like you were saying in race number 1, like a Batmobile / Formula E type car. Yes, you're quite right. It does have that similar shape. As the lights go off and away we go, the lovely start off the line there by DJ Boyson. Boyson had the whole shot down into turn number 1. He's got Byron Mitchell there on his outside. It won't take long before Mitchell disposes of the drive ahead of him. There he goes, through into the lead goes Byron Mitchell. DJ Boyson in that second position. Third and first in Class A is the Formula Ford of Troy Dolenchek. That's the first 3 cars. Hayden Elwood sits out there. I think he is first in Class B, if I'm not mistaken, Hayden Elwood, as they head down into turn 3 Interceptor corner, with the leaders now making their way towards Car Care Clinic turn 4.
See Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson over there from a standing start. How much of a gap they've already built over a few hundred meters over Troy Dolenchek. But remember, 2 very different classes, very different machines. If you can't compare the old Formula VWs to the traditional Formula Fords. But Troy Dolenchek has been making a name for himself from karting and now into the single-seater arena, and hopefully maybe moving it up as well through the ranks, internationals, and then possibly international as well, like Gary was talking about earlier on. Byron Mitchell comes towards the line now as well. First of the laps gone, and that's 7 laps to go. And remember, now we have the first of the flying laps, so now we can see what type of lap times you can put in. Remember, a 1:10.902 was in race 1, which is incredibly fast.
Right, so all the cars busy filtering across the line. I see that Nardini has dropped down all the way to the tail end of the field, so Schmidt has done something wrong out there, and he's dropped down to a last position, but the car's up and running. Everything seems to be okay as he heads across the line. However, the leader is making his way towards a turn number 4. Byron Mitchell all on his own out there, pulling away from DJ Boyson in that second position. He is gunning that thing down that back main, full taps, with Boyson in that second position, heading down towards turn number 5. There's a massive gap. That's Fostron corner. There's a huge gap before we see Troy Dollarcheck head down the back straight. There he now goes towards Fostron corner. The rest of the cars busy working their way out of turn 4. Going down the back main, Hayden Elwood. Right behind him is Graham Knight and then Bertus Engelbrecht. That's in that prototype as they head down into turn number 5, Fostron corner, and behind them, Byron, it's all this Class C Formula V's heading down towards turn 5, Fostron.
Yeah, that's always a close battle as well when you take the Class B battle into consideration. It is currently now Ashfaq Dawood that leads that battle, 1.7 seconds ahead of Bertus Engelbrecht and Zane Amundsen. Cyril Somerville and Elroy Weiss, who started in pole in the class. They are also well and truly in there as well, but Weiss is only 900ths of a second off of Somerville. But now we watch them as they come across the line right now, and Elroy Weiss ahead of Donovan Ramsey. Cyril Somerville's dropped down to 10th position ahead of Clearly Fletcher. James Beaumont down to the back now as Mike Schmidt comes up in Class S once again, but he's been locking up a little bit as well, Mike Schmidt, especially in the turn 1 KFM section. He's a bit neater through there now.
The leader all on his own, working out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. He has done a 1:11.361. Byron Mitchell, let's have a look-see when he comes to the end of this lap, what time he's going to put up on the leaderboard. He crosses the line now, and it's a 1:11.097. So another quick lap out there by Byron Mitchell. DJ Boyson crosses now the line and goes into a turn 1, all on his own. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a huge, huge lead there that Mitchell has got in him. 7.7 seconds. He is ahead there of the man in second position, DJ Boyson. And it's a lonely P3 for the man that leads Class A. That's making his way now towards turn 2, and that is the Makita Power Tools and Industrial Abrasives Formula Ford Class A of Troy Dolanchek.
The fastest lap time, a 1:11.097 for Byron Mitchell. He's going to have to chip away at that more if he wants to try and beat his first race lap time. Remember, the temperatures are warmer now, and the sun has come out and it's made it a little bit warmer, so let's see what he can do. But Dolanchek, third position behind, of course, Boyson, but 11.1 seconds back of Boyson, but still leading the class at the moment. Darwood up into fourth position in that machine of his, and he is a 10th of a second ahead of Hayden Elwood as Byron Mitchell crosses the line now at 1:10.680. Just as I said earlier on, it was 1:10.9 and now 1:10.6.
All right, so here we have a look at that fight. There's a fight that's making its way up the KFM straight, and that's going towards a turn number 4, and that is Ashfaq Dawood, and he's involved there with Hayden Elwood and Bertus Engelbrecht. That's the car that's going down the back straight. Ashfaq Dawood, here comes Bertus Engelbrecht. He sits there on the outside of Hayden Elwood. They are side by side down the back lane. No, he pulls back in there behind him once again as Dawood, Elwood and Engelbrecht work their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. That's a lovely dice. Doesn't matter what class you win, just go to pick up a dice with somebody, and these three are having a good one on the Porsche Main Straight under the RST Race Depot and Mad Max Motorcycle Bridge.
Oh, a lot of movement over there from Elwood. Elwood will go onto the outside towards turn 1, but no, I think Ashfaq Dawood is just a bit much braver on the brakes over there as well. But remember, Elwood's going to have to look out for Engelbrecht as Schmidt has made his way back up into 7th position, and I see a slow moving machine also going down there as well. I wonder if that could be Fletcher.
Fletcher's just locked up going into turn 1. Zane Munson was going very slow down the main straight into turn 1. That's the Class C battle. The drivers out there in the Formula V's. That's been, they've been overtaken there by Byron Mitchell. I'll tell you what, Mitchell just ran around them on the outside. I think that might be Elroy Weiss that is leading that group of Class C cars. Well, I'll just get verification for you as that group of Class C cars together with the quicker Class S cars are working their way out of turn 3 Interceptor corner.
Well, 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment. You'll see on your screens a nice little battle going a little bit further down. I think that is around about the Amundsen, Ramsey and Beaumont area as well. So down the back straight, the main runners go, of course, as well. Ashfaq Dawood, of course, will be the Class B man in the lead, ahead of Hayden Elwood and Engelbrecht. It's still a very close battle over there as well. Come right across the line. Now.
Oh, there's a big blow up. Oh, my word, that Nardini has popped in a big way. Down the main straight.
Look at the oil.
Oh, that's massive, massive, massive amounts of oil on the main straight. Oh, my word, this is going to be interesting stuff when these guys hit the brake pedal. Oh, that Nardini just exploded its motor to pieces down the main straight. There's an oil slick on the track, Byron. What would you say, about a meter wide?
Yeah, no, that's going to be something. You remember, you'll see that the change of surface flag, the red and yellow striped flag has come out. And then, of course, the yellow flag was briefly out as well, because the Nardini has pulled onto the grass. Looks like it's very much out of the way. But now, this is very dangerous as well. If somebody catches that wrong, you could see somebody going into the wall. So I think it's hairy, scary moments over here.
Well. The change of surface flag is out. So the drivers are going to have to be very, very careful when they come out of turn 5 out of Fostron corner. And there is a group of cars coming out there. Oh, it's Ashfaq Dawood, Hayden Elwood, and Bertus Engelbrecht. Here they come out of turn number 5 out of Fostron corner. They need to keep way to their left. Oh, they mustn't wander onto that line. Down the main straight they go. They obey the orders. They keep way to the left. Ooh, Engelbrecht was briefly on that oily line, but no harm done there to Engelbrecht as the three of them work their way out of turn 1 KFM corner.
Yeah, DJ Boyson comes across the line now, but now DJ Boyson is the leader of this race. Because I see on the timing screens over here, Boyson is ahead of Byron Mitchell, who hasn't even registered the next lap. So I'm trying to see here now. Here comes Troy Dolenchek, comes across the line now.
Red flag being shown, Byron. Red flag being shown.
I'm not surprised over there, Frankie. I think what happens is with one racing lap left to go, I think that will be the race as well. That's called. And yeah, I think this was the wise decision, because you can't have an oil slick so long and so wide on the circuit, because somebody is bound to get onto it. And what happens is lose the back end and then go into the wall.
Well, we were just singing that Nardini's praises early on. That thing blew its motor to smithereens.
It's been a little bit of a baptism of fire today. You could almost basically say it literally, Frankie. Smoke, sure to see
a very slick situation.
But to see a plume of smoke that big over here when we are in the commentary box over here, you don't see that a lot. But let me tell you one thing, catastrophic failure comes to mind. Right.
Well, folks, there's been another issue out on the track. Not only just the Nardini, that motor exploded in a big way that you are now seeing on your screens at home. Byron was mentioning earlier on that he didn't see the race leader, Byron Mitchell, out on track while we were busy watching the Nardini blow itself to pieces. What happened was Byron went down the back straight, and I hope that our cameras have picked that up. And I got a phone call from one of our accredited photographers, Mr. Aubrey de Bruin, who I presume is down in that part of the world. And he says that it seemed like there was brake failure to the single-seater, the Formula VW of Byron Mitchell, and it just kept on going straight through the sand trap and just plowed into the tire wall there. Gary was having a look through the microphone, and he says if his eyes don't deceive him, it looks like there could be a hole in the wall as well. But yeah, we'll have to check. Gaza, you had a look through the binocs, and you obviously saw more than what I did.
Yeah, it's a long way down from here, and it's not the biggest, nearest by far, Lucas, that we've ever used. But one of two things: either the wall's been painted to a point, and then it's cement from there on out, or he has taken the next section of the wall out. Now, there is probably about 5 rows of tires going higher and higher at that point of the circuit the last time I was down there. And they are all bolted and chained together, so you can't just pick up a batch of tires and throw them at the scenery. And well, if he's buried it deep into those tires, he would have taken a massive impact. And that's a man that's supposed to be doing 6-hour iRace Sports and GT West Province Motor Club tomorrow. So let's hope that he is all fine, A-OK, and not going to be stiff. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long 6-hour for him tomorrow.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, it does look deceiving down there, Gary, but the wall is fine. He did not go through the wall. But yeah, you are quite right. He is embedded.
So the wall's fine. It's Byron we've got to worry about.
The wall is just fine, checking. Yeah. I think he's, Byron, from what I can see up here, he's embedded himself in the tire barrier there. But Aubrey said to me that one of the marshals walked up to him and he showed the thumbs up. So that's always a good sign, but the medics are there just to make double sure. But yeah, he definitely never went through the wall, that's for sure.
No, wonderful.
Thank goodness for that.
Oh, no, that is something over there as well. And the tires do their jobs, and the thumbs up is the big sign we always look for from all of the competitors, whether you are in a car or a bike, on a bike I should rather say. That is of course a sign we always look for. Actually, talking about that section, Turn 5 is notorious for cars and bikes going a bit missing. I remember many years ago in my first year of commentary, a rookie biker actually went off at Turn 5 and embedded himself in the tires, and they still said to the marshals, bike it down at Turn 5, and they couldn't find him anywhere, and he was in the tires. He was a newbie. And it just shows you, you know, Killarney can bite quite quickly. But I'm happy to say, of course, that the thumbs up from Byron Mitchell and the sake of the wall and himself is all good.
All right, folks, we're going to just go off air for a short while. Don't go anywhere. We're going to give the WPMC marshals time to sort out the situation in Turn 5 Fostron corner, as well as this massive, massive oil slick that's running down the front straight. And the moment things are sorted out, we'll be back with the classic cars, as this race has been called complete.
finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
Well, find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za or their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Killarney River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Need a service? No, not you, your car. Well, finally, Car Care Clinic is here in the Western Cape. Trust them with your car's needs. This way, you will both be satisfied. Get to www.carcareclinic.co.za and find your nearest branch.
Well, we go to the SDC Classic Cars and their second race of the day. 36 entrants altogether. Not all 36 going to be out there, of course. I know Jonathan Kutzer in the Mazda Capella earlier on today. I think he was the one who spilt oil on the circuit, and they had their car on the flatbed back to the new pit lane, the new pit complex, I should rather say. So not taking part in this race. But still a very strong field nonetheless. And Franco Donadio in the Ford Escort. And he is on pole position. Alongside him will be Michael Hitchcock in the Ford Mustang. 2 very different Fords on the front row over there as well. Long wheelbase, short wheelbase. V8 in the Mustang over there as well. V8 versus 4-cylinder. And, well, both rear-wheel drive, I'll say that much. So... yeah, we also have the Charles Alton Datsun up in there as well, and Andrew Honeywell in the 944 Porsche. 944 Porsche, and Lambert in the Jetta. Dave Aladef, no longer in the Alfa Romeo GT Junior. It is now in the BMW 3 Series. I think that's Escort getting into position, as well as that little Opel Kadett GTE as well. That is Keen Barnard, sorry, I should rather say. Keen Barnard gets into position as well with the Jägermeister coloured VW Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings. Will move into position. It's going to be a rolling start, of course, so he'll be filtering in there behind Jared Thompson in the Ford Cortina. Also a real good classic, that one as well, the Ford Cortina. Trevor Momberg, great to see his name back again as well. He's just a little bit behind the gang. If you're looking on the screen, just to the right-hand corner of your screen in that blue Ford Capri. So we had all the cleanup dust put down for the oil, and I see there Charles Alton's Datsun is just being seen to. You can see the door is open, and hopefully he'll be getting off the line over here as well in the 240Z. Bruce Avon Taplin in the 1600cc Toyota, the Toyota Corolla Sprinter. And then you'll have the Lambert Jetta right behind him then as well there in the number 28 machine. Going to that C3, the escort over there of Herman de Kock, Herman de Kock. He will be having Dierwald Lambert around him. Then, of course, Trevor Momberg. Louis Powell was earlier on parked at the side of the circuit. Is he out there? Yes, he is. Frankie gives me the thumbs up there. So it's great to see Louis Powell back out.
Yeah, Eric Maton's made it back on circuit again as well. So it's going to be Franco Donadio, and I think from that pole position, he's not going to get caught very, very easy. There's no doubt about it. Michael alongside him, and that left-hand drive for the Mustang, utterly immaculate, just like the Franco Donadio vehicle. But the man you can never count out on the second row of the grid on the inside, the 230Z Nissan. Beautiful motor car that of Charles Arton. I must say, Andrew Honeywell's 944 Golf colored Porsche also looking very, very, very well prepared. Trevor, having had that knock earlier on, he's looking quite fine. You see Clifford Bacon, remember the 5 Series BMW that was involved in the incident, coming out on track minus the bonnet, minus the left-hand front light assembly. As such, obviously being checked out by the marshals, determined to be A-OK, and out on track without a bonnet. I don't remember ever seeing somebody being allowed to go out onto the track without a bonnet on the car, but it has happened today.
He has done it.
And he is out there on circuit with that 5 Series BMW, is Bacon. So all's well. Obviously it's been determined that it's safe. There's no fire hazard or anything similar to the driver. Kian Barnard, having entered in 2 classes today, finds himself with about 5 or 6 or 7 cars behind him. That cadet, not a highly powered cadet, but looks like it handles pretty decently. So obviously Papa Bear deciding, let's rather give him something with less power, force him to drive it to the nth degree, pick up the driving skills, first of all out there on the karting, then moving along to the gravel oval, now moving to more main circuit racing, and that now outside of Aldous Krabanti as well. So a lovely learning curve for what's probably going to be one of the top young drivers in this country in the not too distant future.
Sean Bester in the little orange Mini. He is in 21st position on the grid. He ran as high as 15th in race 1. It's, well, let's going to be looking forward to seeing what he can do as he's alongside the GTE cadet, that Alpha GT with them as well there. Tony Kent back in the classics class as well, and he used to do fine cars as well a number of years back. And out of position, Dr. Jeff Bill, that is all the way down there in his 944 Porsche, 12th position behind Bruce Evan Taplin.
So Arnold Lambert in 5th place in that Class B car, and then he's got easily 4 or 5 cars between himself and the next Class B entry out there. So he's looking very seriously at picking up victory in that class. If he can just have a good opening lap and keep that distance, he should be looking pretty strong, because it's a long way back to Wayne Lotter, Bruce Evan Taplin, and Jeff Bill. Off the line they come. Ian Barnard in as well, down towards turn number 1. 2 Fords up front, the Nissan and the Porsche in there behind them. The Mustang running pretty wide. Oh, major pile-up as they go down into the brake markers. Cars going off all over the show. And, well, at least 6 cars that were involved in that initial contact that they had. Looks like most of them are going to get going again. The Anglia that went off backwards into the wall, Tony Kent, in heat number 1, just after the apex, is one of the cars that's involved with that. Surely they will pull a red flag out on this one. No red flags anywhere yet. No move towards the red flag on the start-finish line either. Emil Brunt says stand by, just listening to what's happening on the radio. Out into the back main, it's Donadio that's working his way down the back main. The red flag has been called for. The marshals, the bottom end of the back main, pull out those red flags and say, slow it all down, guys. The red lights have come on the start-finish line as well. So they'll have to slow that all down. Everybody on their way down the back main was pretty much at almost terminal speed when they saw those red flags. But luckily, everybody was pretty wake up. Both minis have made it through. You don't want to be doing 170, 70, plenty kilometers an hour in a mini and going to the back of a pile of cars that's all of a sudden slowing down. Well, let's rely on our camera crew. They normally pick it up pretty decently. I'm sure they'll be able to show us a replay. We can see where it actually started.
Fadi Maton, yeah.
Fadi Maton and Tony Kent.
It could be Jeff Bill in the 944 Porsche over there. He was in 12th position. There was, of course, I think the second of those cars. I'll take a look through the list over here as well. The 944 of Jeff Bill, I think, went into, yes, unfortunately for Jeff Bill. I know that Keen Barnard in the Opel Cadet GTE. Here's a replay we're going to have now of the starts. As the whole thing was the Mustang. The back end stepped out of Mouton. He then was T-boned by Tony Kent and even Sean Bester. He was over the grass and onto the concrete, but he got away with it. I think he was tagged, the Mustang, by the Opel. I think it was the Opel of Keen Barnard.
I think it could have been Keen Barnard that actually turned under braking. The car just snapped to the left-hand side. That looked like where it initially started. They'll probably show it again.
I think it was...
Yep, yeah, it looks like there was contact on the left back corner. It was the Alpha, the blue Alpha that's still standing. Well, that's just pulled away now. It looks like he went into the back of Keen Barnard. Keen Barnard then turned towards the left-hand side, picked up the Mustang, and well, from there on out, too many cars, too small an area. That's what it's all about.
I think it was Leon van Linden, the number 41 Alpha, that was involved in that. Sean counts out of that.
And you'll have a look and see, guys, the Mustang actually picks up a Tony Kent, and then running around the outside there was Jeff Beal. So, everybody trying to take evasive action. Even Sean Bester spinning in sympathy there to avoid that, and was also very lucky.
Well, my heart breaks there for Tony Kent. He's got some damage at the front of that car. The Anglias, we were speaking about the Gary earlier on, they are tough, but they not immortal, I'll tell you that much. And
you can only take so much and no more. I mean, he picked on something big. I mean, if you pick on a Mini, it's one thing, but you pick on a Ford Mustang, then you're going to pick up damage.
7 laps it's going to be for the restart, so the marshals have a little bit of cleaning up to do, and they've been fantastic as always today. The flatbed will be in there for Tony Kent's car, and it looks like the only car that really needs to be recovered. Everybody else got away from that, actually, as a matter of fact, even though they got some battle scars. Some of them might pull out. Yeah, unfortunately, of course, that Mouton Mustang will be out of the race. Surely, okay, there's Jeff Bill as well. Will also not continue. He's still in the gravel, and he's going to be pulled out of the gravel now by the Fire Bucky.
Yeah, I think a big thumbs up to the A team, the marshals at West Province Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway, doing massive amounts of cleanup. First of all, massive amounts of prep, then massive amounts of cleanup thereafter, trying to keep everything going. And they've done a brilliant, brilliant job, as always, starting early this morning in the cold and the wet, and still out there in this blistering cold wind. And yeah, it looks like Cape Town's going to go close to sub-zero Tuesday, Wednesday. Another massive cold front that's on its way. Monday will hit us. So we'll first listen to Uncle Cyril on Sunday, then we will weather the cold Monday and Tuesday, and probably by Wednesday we'll have a good idea as to what the future initially of motorsport and sporting entertainment will be for the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Well, it looks like the Alpha GT Junior of Leon von Linden is back into position as well. He started initially in 24th position. That was the 41 Alfa Romeo. One of the cars that was involved in the in all the carnage. And a number of cars getting, of course, Kian Barnard in the Opel Cadet. Sean Bester slipping right through there nicely as well. You know, we're getting all excited to see him do some great things in that little Mini. And, well, he's back through. He's back on the grid. And that's what it's all about. And then Neil Mouton also in the Alpha Giulia as well.
Well, you're talking about Sean Best. He had two scares today. He had one in race one in turn 2 in Quarry Corner, and now in race 2. So race 1, turn 2, race 2, turn 1. Just the other way around. And I don't think that Mini's ever spun so much in its life before, but yeah, Shawnee Best escaping all of those.
I think there's no better way, Frankie, than to say, welcome home.
Welcome home and welcome back.
Talking about welcome, welcome to the Barnard family coming all the way down to Cape Town from Port Elizabeth and bringing the race car down. Nice of you guys to come down here and Papa Bear, in fact, the MSA representative for Saloon cars up in the Eastern Cape area, and they made the sojourn down to Cape Town, and it's lovely to have them, the Barnards, here. Bruce Evan Taplin opening up the bonnet. That car has done its fair amount of puffing smoke here and there and everywhere during the course of the day. But all's well at this stage of the fight. He gets out of the car, he gets back. I don't believe he'll pick up a problem with that one. They're not under starters orders at the moment.
Gary, what was that word that you used coming down to Cape Town? The
sojourn.
That's the word of the day.
The word of the day. Where did you go? Where was your travel? We did a sojourn down to Cape Town. To all the folks at home watching West Bromwich Motor Club, it's nice to have so many people watching our racing. Just makes the marshals and everybody involved with the planning and organizing realize how many people there are that would love an opportunity to be here at the track on a day like today, even though it's so cold. Well, a slightly different shaped front end to the Anglia that was involved with that incident. And yeah, there's a bit of work to be done on that. Somewhat tired looking, even with his helmet on, Jarno van der Westhuizen in the pit lane. They've changed gearboxes on that motor car, tried to get rid of the misfire on that motor car as well. So hoping that it's all going to hold together for him for race number 2.
Yeah, still 2 races left after this one as well. Remember, we still have the GTI Challenge and then the Thunder Saloons as well, making their debut here at Killarney. And well, it looks like we could be ready to go now as well. Looking down, Eric Mouton, of course, that Chevy DeVille up there as well, right at near the tail end of the field over here. But remember, 7 racing laps to go. We lose 1 lap, we restart this race, and it will be fresh new race. Same grid. Lovely view on the screen, of course, as we watch in the distance. There's turn 1, the left-hander. As we approach 4:30 in the afternoon. So it's coming here in the afternoon. The sun is quite nicely out. The wind is kept steady, not very strong though, so no big heavy crosswinds or anything like that. As I think we're ready to go now. Heard the whistle over there, and it'll be a rolling start as it was the last time. The Renault safety car will take them on a lap around the circuit. See Louis Powell on the left-hand side of the screen, the Ford and Friends Escort. Very involved in the Ford and Friends for many years now, Louis Powell. He is behind that 1600cc Toyota of Bruce Evan Taplin. And away we go, Lambert in the Jetta. Barnard in the Opal, the Chevy DeVille, as I said, of Mouton, then Clifford Bacon, then Sean Bester. Neil Mouton in the Alpha Julia, and of course Van Linden in the Alfa Romeo GT Junior joining the race as well here. Then John Hurst, I should rather say, in the Datsun 140Y will round off the tail end of the field. Hopefully seeing some good days ahead also as well there. Dion Valentine in his little two minis out there altogether. But like we were saying earlier on, Sean Bester having quite an adventure today at Killarney, and a big welcome back to him. And hopefully we see him much more throughout the year for the race meetings, and hopefully we'll be continuing to have race meetings. Let's see what happens tomorrow, of course, when our president speaks. They filter now through on this warm-up lap into the what was called, of course, Dam's Dip is Interceptor now onto the Old Tygerberg Straight, which is KFM Straight, and then towards Car Care Clinic corner. Fast double apex right-hander. And then we go down the back straight. And then, of course, when they come around that last corner, the safety car will peel into the pits, and then away we'll go for a 7-lap race. And you always just watch Franco Donadio, even when he doesn't get the best of starts off the line. I was talking a lot today. I know I've been a bit of a broken record with the whole second wind phrase, I think, or term that I've been using over there as well. That you see a lot of these drivers and also the bikers too, getting that second bit of the start, and then, you know, after getting bogged down at the start itself when the lights go out, and then, of course, getting that second punch at it. Well, here we go. So, watch the Renault safety car into the pits now. The lights will be on, all 5 red lights, and the one alongside the grid hatchings. Of course, when all those lights go out, a racing we will be doing. So, let's go to the line. Donadio on your right-hand side on the screen. Right on your left-hand side he will be. And we go now to the line. Remember, on the right-hand side, it's the V8 Mustang. And away we go. Donadio gets a magnificent start. A second little bit of helping over there from the Mustang on the right-hand side. But no, he will now have to filter surely into second place. That's not if Arton goes through instead in the Datsun. The Datsun is up into second position through turn 1 onto the Joubert Straight. Then you watch out behind him. There is also Andrew Honeywell, 4th place man in the Porsche 944. But watch out behind them. Dancing Dave Aladef is making his way through onto the grass there a little bit, and also a bit of a lockup, and he's going past Arnold Lambert.
Lambert had to give way for that one. Then it's Jared Thompson, the next one behind that. Bruce Evan Taplin, that was smoking here and there. Every now and again the car just puffs a bit of smoke. He actually got out of the car on the grid and opened the bonnet, had a look, closed it again. There you see as he goes through the corner, once again a trail of smoke behind the car. The moment he goes out into a straight line, that smoke goes away. I tend to think that would normally indicate tire smoke, but it doesn't look like it is tire smoke at all. So maybe just engine mountings or something or other that's not right that's causing that problem. He is a bit slower down the back straight. Bruce Evan Taplin is slowing it down the back straight. Bacon goes past him now as well. So it looks like that car is in a bit of difficulty, but no problem whatsoever. Franco Donadio, Plant Hire, and Harkers Automotive is really stretching the legs now of Charles Arton in the Datsun.
Yeah, unfortunately, going back to Bruce Evan Taplin there, Gary, about 2 race meetings ago, or 3 race meetings ago, he was doing quite well. And what happens is now, ever since then, of course, every time he's been having some terminal problems. So it just shows you as well that he's just having a lot to sort out. Clifford Bacon, he's into 17th place now, ahead of Sean Bester, 2.5 seconds ahead of him, of course, in the minus bonnet, the BMW 5 Series. But Donadio keeping it ahead of Arton at the moment with Hitchcock, Honeywell, and Aladef. That's the top 5 over there as well. But then Lambert and Thompson. Momberg in 8th position with Louis Pell coming up so nicely here in the 151 Escort there, Gary, in 9th position.
Remember, the first 4 are all Class A cars. Then we've got a Class X new car driver combination. Dave Aladev out of the Alpha into the BMW. Then the first of the Class B cars, and Lambert's looking very, very good. He's got a whole batch of cars between himself and Lotte, and then Hutchings between himself and Kian Barnard. So looking very good for Lambert for class victory in this one.
Eric Mouton in the Chevy DeVille, he's battling his way up the field here, Gary. He's made its way now past Louis Powell, and I think the next man he'll be going for is Trevor Momberg. Then Thompson will be after that as well, so really much on the move here now, but Louis Powell, don't count him out. He's going to be all over the back of that DeVille right in front of him as well. Remember, you're going to see the two styles over here, bigger car versus a smaller car, but I think what happens is he's also going to lose out then to the Jared Thompson, the Thompson Cortina that falls down into 10th position at this time now as well. Yeah, they come in a lockup from that Ford Capri right behind there, and I think what happens is the DeVille went straight off, Gary, at turn 1.
Yeah, probably find the brakes getting a bit tired, trying to slow down that whole big block of flats. Up front, pretty interesting. Donadio pulling away from Arton, but Hitchcock is closing on the back of Arton. Can Hitchcock maybe somehow get ahead of Charles Arton and pick up a second place in this race? They don't have the attention of Honeywell in the 944 Gulf-colored Porsche. So it's going to be a one-on-one with Arton and Hitchcock, and I think that one's going to be pretty interesting.
5 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on now, going towards the leaders now, going through turn 5 Fostron corner. But look behind them as well. Andrew Honeywell's got his hands full over here of Dave Aladev and Arnold Lambert. Lambert will be now going as well on the outside, surely, of Dave Aladev. No, I don't think he's close enough. Dave Aladev looking on the inside of Honeywell, who goes on the wide line, and then they'll go and charge it towards the line. Remember, now this is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th position. Let's see if Momberg, I think he's fallen a little bit back. And oh, he actually is there, sorry. He's actually holding on to the back. And Momberg is going to go towards turn 1 now and try on the outside of Dave Aladev, who's braver on the brakes. Of course, I think just a little bit more for Momberg over there. I think as Dave Aladev is starting to lock up just a little bit here, Gary.
Yep, it's definitely pushing it pretty hard. It's Jared Thompson that's leading out the Class D battle, and he's got himself Bench and ex-class champion Lotte between himself and his next rival being Hutchins, and then the second Lambert vehicle, the 28, that's out on circuit. So the Class D battle has been pretty close in heat number 1. It's still pretty close, but I do believe that Thompson is going to walk away with a big, big smile at the end of today.
Well, he's got a smoking Capri right behind him of Martin Bench there. That's one of the Class X cars. Remember, new driver, new car combination. He's ahead of Wayne Lotte at this time as well. And Wayne Lotte is all over the back of that Capri. So hopefully that Capri can make it to the end. And he's going to try on the outside into turn 4 Car Care Clinic corner. Does not make it work over there, but you'll see them down the back straight now. And let's see, you'll go onto the wide line, onto the outside will go the Capri, looking onto the inside will go to the Escort, and maybe he can try and make a move onto Fastron corner as they go towards the end of the lap. But now a 1:23.541 for Michael Hitchcock, the fastest lap of the race.
Well, you can visually see that as Hitchcock works his way up towards turn number 2. He's closed onto the back of Charles Arton, and he's closed up very handsomely onto the back of Charles Arton. He, I do believe, has the advantage at the end of the 2 long straights, the back straight and the front straight. Obviously, through the tighter bits, the Datsun should be a little bit more nimble. But with 3 laps to go, it's possible for a turn up there in Class A. And we'll keep an eye on that battle. But there's numerous other little scuffles going on. The nicest one of which is going through turn number 2 right now. Thompson holding onto that position, but 3 different classes, 3 different guys that want to desperately beat one another. That's Thompson, Bench, and Lotte, 9th, 10th, and 11th as they go through Interceptor Corner.
And they go right through now, just poking his nose in there, Gary, through Interceptor Corner was Thompson, and he goes quite wide, not Thompson rather, I should rather say Lotte. He went quite wide in turn 3 over there, and he lost a bit of ground to the Capri ahead of him, the Bench Capri, who's now closed up right onto the back there of Thompson. An all-forward battle as they go around the back straight over here now as well.
Cortina, a Capri, and an escort, all working their way down the back main. A lovely battle between them. Yeah, Lotte having stuck his nose in going into interceptor corner, did lose a lot of ground, but he notably caught up all that ground, literally endless. Oh, he's a pile up in turn number 2, and that looks like it's Hitchcock and Arten. That battle for second place, which we predicted, did come to fruition, and hopefully we'll see a replay of that. We only saw the end of it. And let's hope that there's no fluid down on the circuit. Looks like it's all okay. Everybody else that comes through there, he comes back on the circuit. That's Charles Arten, just ahead of David the Deaf. And then that Lambert fight is going on just behind that, because Lambert's holding that Jetta just ahead of Louis Powell.
Well, 1 lap left to go when they cross the line. There goes Franco Donadio. He goes through turn 5, Fastron corner now. And he has got quite a gap between himself. Of course, Arten has lost out, Hitchcock has lost out, so that should leave Andrew Honeywell as the second place man for now, I think. I have to just check that as Donadio comes through now, and he will start his final lap of the race, the 7th and final lap. And then we wait for the second place man to go through. Actually, Hitchcock will keep that place. No, Hitchcock lost time, but not too much time. And then Arten should follow suit.
That three-way battle works its way down the back main, down to Fastron corner. And Thompson looks like he's going to lose that lead of that little battle to Lotte. Yep, Warren Lotte goes right around the outside of Thompson. He had the run going down into the back main out of the car care clinic corner. He always looked like he had the legs, but he just couldn't find a way around Thompson. I don't believe Thompson's going any slower at this stage of the fight. I think Lotte's just taken the bit between his teeth and just taken the chance and pushed it to the limit, and he now gets to the front of that 3-car battle, which he's been sitting in at the back end of that battle for quite a while. Thompson now slows down. There's the answer to the question. It's Thompson that slows down.
Well, it is now the flag lap as Thompson slows down. Donadio comes around then through turn 5 and will take another victory as he puts the lights on. The red, white and green machine wins very famously as always, and that will be ahead of Michael Hitchcock, also a Class A entrant. Here he comes now. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang will take second position. Dirk Nolte, of course, down in 18th. He finishes. Leon van Lindendale goes a lap down. Neil Mouton and Dion Valentine. John Hurst will also be a lap down as well. But Honeywell comes across the line in 3rd position. Trevor Momberg in the Capri will be 4th position.
So Arten with that spin in turn 2 takes himself from the front of the grid to 2nd position, and then with that spin down to 5th overall, and Louis Powell just a little bit further back also in Class A.
Yeah, so Louis Powell come through in 8th, of course behind Arnold Lambert, Lotte and Bench. Bench, who was smoking quite a bit there as well, battling it nicely out with Lotte, Wayne Lotte. Clifford Bacon crossing the line now in the 5 Series BMW ahead of course, Thompson dropping out of the race. That should mean that it is Sean Bester that finishes in 15th position, and also as well not lapped. Here he comes right now underneath the bridge. What a sterling drive from the number 116 Mini. And look at that, after an adventurous day, he can be very proud of that, I can tell you that much. That will be 15th position, and then Goos will finish in 16th. So Goos in 16th, and then of course Jared Thompson falling down then to 17th. So he will classify surely Jared Thompson, but he will be most likely a lap down as Dirk Nolte is in the 18th position, and then Van Linden in the Alfa Romeo 19th, and then Neil Mouton in his Alfa Romeo. So 2 Alfa Romeos falling in the 19th and 20th positions. The Mini of Valentine finishing 21st, and then of course John Hurst in the Datsun will be in 22nd position.
Right, folks, we move on to the second last race of the day, the cheaper cars.co.za VW GTI Challenge. Cars are rolling out from the pre-race paddock onto the circuit, and we're going to be in for an interesting race that should be, yes, over 8 racing laps. So we are going to have a bit of fun out here with the second last race of the day. Remember, it's only approaching 4:45. So the final race of the day will be the Thunder Saloons, which is a new class that has been started at the WPMC. So not racing for points, but just basically introducing the class today here at Killarney International Raceway, the Thunder Saloons, which is basically a spring-off of the old Western Province Super Saloons that we had here that died out at the end of 1995. And for many years we haven't had a modified saloon class, and the powers that be at the Western Province Motor Club, Mancom and Sportcom, have decided let's do this again. So that will be the final race of the day, the Thunder Saloons. After this race, cheaper cars, VW GTI Challenge.
So Tate Bishop starts this one in the front end of Class C with Carl Walcher alongside him. So that's going to be a battle royal. It's going to have Jacques Heldenace, Colin Smith, Matthew Rowe, and then Skulk bringing up the tail end of that grouping. And I must say both of the Heldenaces in Class C have been very, very quick and very similar on pace whole day long today. Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia front row of the grid. Dylan Jubek, Colin Meader, they had a pretty decent battle there in heat number 1 as well.
Gary, I'm looking at the IMUSAT team showing us all the empty stands and the empty bomas. Not a lovely picture to see at a international racetrack like this, any racetrack for that matter. Life in Europe is slowly but surely beginning to get back to normal again. I'm almost certain that in due time we will follow suit, but we are still a long way from there. However, let's forget about the morbidness and have a bit of fun out here on track, because that's what it's all about in the GTI Challenge. Judy Swart, Jason Kutsia, Dylan Jabir, Colin Meader, Kai van Sail and Janu van der Westhuizen, the top 6 in Class A, with Janu and them having done a whole gearbox change on the Industrial Abrasives Polo.
Eden Thompson and Giordano Lupini on the front row of Class B, with Ian Cup and Jaco Lambert behind then, and then Mark Thompson, Nadia Nair and Wayne Field making up the balance of the Class B cars. But don't forget about that Class C battle.
Yo, that's going to be entertaining stuff, to say the least. Tate Bishop is on the front row of the grid, and on his outside is Carl Walcher. Then Jacques Heldenace is there as well in that third place. Jacques hasn't closed the door of that Golf yet, trying to get some fresh, colder air into that motor car. There are storms predicted for Monday and Tuesday here in Cape Town, but fine weather, but probably cold still for tomorrow. However, 5-second board moves out the way. The lights are on and off, and away the Class A cars go. They drop the hammers and run down into turn number 1, KFM corner, and a lovely start off the line there by Umpi Swart. Tucked in there behind him is Jason Kutsia as the Class B cars, Gary, get off the line.
Class B off the line. It's going to be all about Eden Thompson. Giordano Lupini pulls in there. Ian Cup trying to make a plan. A left-hand front lock up by the third place car. That was, I think it was Thompson that locked up the left-hand front. Class C off the line.
Horrible start there by Tate Bishop. It drops down into that 4th position. Can you believe it? And not a lovely start out there by him, but a perfect start off the line there by Kyle Walcher. He's got Jacques Heldenace right in there with him, and it looks like it's Skulk Heldenace, or Skulk, no it's not, it is Matthew Rowe. Then behind them it's Bishop, and then Skulk Heldenace.
Class A through Clark Air Clinic out into the back main, Umpi Swart. Then it's Jason Kutsia. Then Colin Meader. Colin Meader's having a pretty good day today. Dylan Jubé, and having changed the gearbox and trying to fix the misfire. Jana van der Westhuizen now to run with them. Kai van Sail bringing up the tail end of Class A, but they're pretty much nose to tail, nothing in it.
Class B busy working its way down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards Fostron corner. As the Class A cars come past, but keep an eye on those Class B boys that are busy working their way out of turn 5, and leading Class B coming down towards us is Eden Thompson. Thompson with Lupini in second, then Jaco Lambert followed there by Ian Cup, then Mark Thompson, Grant Kluter and Nadia Nair as that group heads into turn 1 KFM.
Wiltshire going to have to close off that inside line as they go underneath the Medemax bridge and diving out side by side. It's Geldenhuis, Jacques Geldenhuis and Carl Wiltshire. It's Geldenhuis on the outside, it's Wiltshire on the inside. Wilshire's got to get good drives through the corner and come across the front of Jacques Geldenhuis. He does get that correct. That's first and second in Class C. And then it's Colin Smith, Tate Bishop, 2 starts, 2 very bad starts. So I'm going to predict he's got a problem with that first gear selection, or maybe doesn't even have a first gear in that box, because once they get going, he's quick.
Right down the back main goes your Class A cars, flat box down the back straight they go. Into turn 5, into Fostron corner. And Umpi Swart will lead Jason Kutsia out of turn 5, out of Fostron. Colin Meader sits there in that third place. They're trying to break away there from Dylan Jabir that sits there in P4 as they exit Fostron corner. Under the bridge they come, right in there behind Dylan Jabir. In P5 is Kai van Sail. Janu van der Westhuizen in P6, but that car sounds pretty sweet from Janu. They got that gearbox sorted out, and Janu is now not being left behind. He's right on the case there of van Sail as they exit turn 1 KFM.
Class B down the front main, going down towards KFM corner. It's going to be Eden Thompson, but not as easily this time around. Eden Thompson eased the way up to 2.2 seconds eventually from Giordano Lupini in heat number 1. He's not been able to drop Giordano Lupini this time around. It's Lambert that's holding on to that third position in Class B ahead of Cup as they work their way through turn 2.
Class C working its way out of KFM corner as well. Carl Walter sits out there in P1, followed there by Jock Geldenhuis. Tate Bishop has now moved his way back up into that third position. And Skulk Geldenhuis and Colin Smith, they are side by side heading into turn 2.
The Class A guys on their way down the back main, down towards Fastron corner. It looks like a very confident drive there by Umpi Swart, not closing the line on Jason Kutsia as they go down towards the corner. He believes he's got the right kind of pace. He believes he's got the right type of braking to not have to close that line off. And for that, he's not being slowed up at all. And that's why Class A is being stretched out. Colin Meader now just outside of a decent tow as they work their way down into KFM corner. Dylan Jabir is dropping off, so it's 2 3-way battles at Class A.
Class B coming towards us now. They're working their way into turn 1, into KFM corner. And Eden Thompson has got the Jetta 2 of Giordano Lupini right on his case. And Ian Cup and Jaco Lambert are going one-on-one into KFM corner as well. And then Grant Kluter dives up on the inside of Mark Thompson and takes that place away from him. And they are followed through turn 1 KFM by Nadia Nair.
Class C down into turn 1 KFM corner. Carl Wiltshire's taken the pressure off. He's got a gap between himself and Jacques Geldenhuis. Jacques under braking, turning into that corner, lost the tail and scrubbed off a lot of speed. Probably 4, 5, 6 car lengths he lost in that maneuver, and that brings Jacques Geldenhuis under a lot of pressure. In fact, that brings a lockup. Going into turn 2, Tate Bishop just drives straight up the inside and back into that second position.
And as Tate moves up into P2, the Class A cars are working their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. Here they come towards us. There's nothing between Umpi Swart, Jason Kutsia and Colin Meader, first, second and third as they head across the line going into turn 1 KFM corner. Jason Kutsia gets sucked right under that back bumper there of Umpi Swart as they work out of turn number 1, out of KFM. Then behind them, Dylan Jabir. Right behind Dylan Jabir, Kai van Sail and Janu van der Westhuizen as the Class A cars work their way towards turn 2.
Class B underneath the start-finish line and down into turn number 1, Eden Thompson. having been in P1 pole position with Giordano Lupini, having been able to make a gap on Giordano in heat number 1, cannot do that. The laps are sticking away. There's only 4 to go. Lupini is holding on to Eden Thompson, ex-class champion, as they go down into turn 2, the two of them together. Oh, Lupini gets it completely sideways and scrubs off a fair amount of speed. That makes a bit of a gap between the two of them. It won't affect Lambert and Cap. The two of them are in their own battle, but the gap between those two and first and second in class, not affected.
Well, Class C is now working its way towards turn number 2 as well, and that's been led there by Carl Walsher. In second position is Tate Bishop. Right behind Tate Bishop is Jock Keldernace, followed there by Skull Keldernace and Colin Smith. That's that Class C battle that is now beginning to peter out a bit as they work their way out of turn 3, Interceptor corner.
Well, the Class A battle hasn't petered out whatsoever. Jason Gutierrez is starting to see the opportunity to get a maiden victory in this class. He is closing on the back of Umpi. Now, Jason Gutierrez has just done the fastest lap, a 1:25.178 by Jason Gutierrez. He's really getting to grips with this Class A motor car, under braking through turn 2. Almost touches the back end of Umpi Swart. Well, Umpi hasn't gone any slower because Colin Meader hasn't been able to close up at all. It's Jason that's driven away from Colin and gone to fetch Umpi Swart. 3 laps to go as they work their way through Interceptor corner.
Right, the Class B cars are heading towards turn 2 now as well, and Eden Thompson is trying to get away under Giordano Lupini, but Lupini is keeping him pretty honest indeed. One mistake and Lupini will pounce. Not too far behind them is that fight for that third position between Jaco Lambert and Ian Cup. They're sitting 3rd and 4th in the Class C as they work their way into Interceptor corner. And then the last fight out there is between Grant Kluter, Mark Thompson and Nadia Nair as they head into turn 3, Interceptor.
Class A coming out into the front main toward the Mad Max and RST race department bridge. And I think it's game on. Jason Gutierrez all underneath the back bumper of Swart. They've got rid of Colin Meader Jr. Jason Gutierrez look up the inside. Jason has a look up on the inside. How they made it through there, I don't know. They were so close to one another. In fact, they just about touching right front to left back. And Umpi Swart is in for a battle. Jason Gutierrez wants the win.
Jana van der Westhuizen cruising into turn 1. That whole back bumper of that Polo has dislodged itself, so problems out there for Janu van der Westhuizen as the Class B cars now work their way into turn 1, into KFM corner. It's Eden Thompson from Giordano Lupini, 1st and 2nd, but 3rd and 4th is not settled yet. Jaco Lambert sitting out there in that 3rd place, and he holds a narrow lead there on Ian Cup as the two of them in Class B race down towards turn 2, and they are followed there by Grant Kluter, Mark Thompson and Nadia Nair.
Just the penultimate lap that we're on now. Jason Gutierrez goes for the inside line down the back main on Umpi Swart. Umpi closes it off. Jason moves towards the outside. Umpi goes towards the middle of the circuit to close that one off. When they come past now, they're going to go onto their final lap. Can Jason Gutierrez make a plan to get past Umpi? Umpi's not going to give it away whatsoever. They haven't slowed one another up that much up until now. I believe only a desperate dive by Jason Gutierrez is going to unsettle the balance there with Umpi Swart. Let's hope they both make it to the checkers.
Well, we need to go to Class C. We've left them alone for quite some time. Class C is now heading into turn 4, into Car Care Clinic, and out of turn 4 they come. Kyle Wilshire still sits out there in P1. Second is second is Tate Bishop. Then we've got Skull Keldernace, followed there by Jock Keldernace and Colin Smith as well. So not much happening out there in Class C as the Class A cars, Gary, have got approximately half a lap to go.
Oh, they just about made contact through Interceptor corner. Jason had the look. He had the look. He came up on the inside line. He's lost a bit of space now. That could have been the last gasp effort. The amount of space that he's lost might be just a little bit too much to make up. Down the back main, they go for the last time now. It's Umpi Swart, it's Jason Gutierrez. Down the back main, where does Umpi go? He sits in the middle of the circuit. Jason goes for the outside line, not even on the inside. down into the Fastron corner for the last time. The Class A cars, he does the normal cutback, does Jason Coetzee, and can he pull one off Oompie? I think Oompie Swart Frankie's done enough. He's done it brilliantly. He's going to lead him out to the checkers.
Checkered flag is out. Oompie Swart P1, Jason Coetzee P2, P3 will go to Colin Meader, P4 and 5 will go to Dylan Jabert and Kai van Zyl, and sadly a DNF for Janu van der Westhuizen as he pulls into pits. Gary, Class B, making their way out of turn 5 Fastron.
Eden Thompson doing what he does best. What he did for a long time was a lead out the class, race for race, lap for lap, meeting for meeting. He had Giordano Lupini all over him. He's now broken away completely. Eden Thompson will take it away from Giordano Lupini. Can Cap make a plan on the last with Lambert? I think Lambert's got it. Lambert's got it just ahead of Ian Kamp. That's 3rd and 4th in Class B.
Right, we're waiting for the Class C cars to come to the line, but here comes the rest of the Class B drivers. Grant Kluter will get to the flag ahead of Nadia Nair, and she'll finish ahead there of Mark Thompson. And here come the Class C cars to the line. A lovely drive here by Carl Walsher. He drives from side to side. Victory for Walsher. 2nd will go to Tate Bishop. 3rd will go to Skull Keldernace. And that is the first 3 cars. 4th will go to Colin Smith. Yes, here comes Colin Smith. So not sure what happened to Jockey Keldernace out there in Class C.
Yeah, Jockey Keldernace has dropped off. I think Jockey Keldernace, in fact, I saw a car going into the scrutineering bay at the bottom end of the back main, but couldn't see who it was. That's the one car that didn't come through. So it was Keldernace that peeled off into the parking area at the bottom end of the back main. Brilliant race as always. Oompie Swart from Jason Coetzee, Colin Meader Jr. Class A. Class B, Eden Thompson from Giordano Lupini and Jaco Lambert. Class C, Carl Walsher from Tate Bishop. And then Geldernace coming through behind that.
Well, let's see how good Gary's knowledge is of the old Western Province Super Saloon days. Right, let's go through some of the names.
Are you going to test my knowledge or my age? Or both?
No, your knowledge.
Let's go knowledge. I'll stand a better chance on knowledge than age.
Neville Rousseau used to race out there. First he had the Masterpart Skyline, and then he bought the Peter Goff Cadet, which he put that share V8 in, also then sponsored BMW. We had Brian Bright in the Bright Cars RX2 Capella.
Campaigned in that class as well.
Wonderful,
was out there. That Masterparts Skyline was the very first car to endeavor down the back main to take out the tire barrier, the debris fence and the Vibrocrete wall. And back in the day, Masterparts spent, if I remember correctly, something like 19,000 Rand, which was the equivalent of 4 months' salary for the average person so many years back, on decent brakes to make sure that they could make that car stop at the bottom end of the back main. And I must say, Masterparts pretty much led the charge back in the day.
And before them, we had Skylines of Dave Hawkins, you all remember, and Luigi Mazzacca. Now I'm going back to the late 88, 89, those years.
Luigi Mazzacca's car was a bright blue, Subaru blue and gold, and Dave Hawkins was red and black.
That's
red
it.
At the front, black at the back. Stayed out in southern suburbs in, I think it was Lansdowne. In fact, I think still till today, he stays that exact same property.
Sure, and then remember the XR8 Animal of Willie Hepburn. That car was also bought by a driver, can't remember offhand who. And then the Henny van der Linde. No, the Henny van der Linde, the 300 ZX. Yeah. That car also was bought by a local driver. I think Mazzoka bought that motor car after he got rid of the Skyline. So, but that was late 80s, early 90s, and when I started here in March of 94, that was the second last year before the Western Province Super Saloons ended. They ended at the end of 1995. But it would be lovely to see those. I heard Tiny were talking about Jürgen Zubentheim. I think he also did.
That was the ex-animal of Willie Hepburn. That's the
Quite
one.
right. 100% correct there, Tiny.
Paul Ford.
Novell Ford. That's it, yes.
That's where we saw Jürgen Zubentheim and Novell Ford become well-known names and colors in motorsport out here in the Western Cape. And at the same time, on the oval track, that Novell Colours was one of the top 1600s, which was driven by Reggie Davies, and also had that Novell Ford colours on, and became well known back in the day.
And George McGrath also had he had Friendly Ford. I apologize. It was Friendly Ford.
It was also blue and white.
Yes.
Very much the same. It was the Ford colours, white and blue, just in a slightly different format. So yes, you have tested my age and my knowledge.
As Brian Peake would say, Byron would still have been a pup then, so he wouldn't know that, the late, great Mr. Brian Peake.
Well, just a bit of what's happened here in the last 3.5 decades at Killarney International. We look out now over the farmlands and we see tons of containers and container depots, and Montague Gardens is behind the trees, but Killarney Gardens didn't exist. It was just bush on the other side of this road. In fact, on the other side, looking down towards the sea, there was no houses for a long, long way. That all crept closer from Rod's Drive towards us. So yeah, 40 years goes past very quickly. Well, I think this race is going to go past pretty quickly as well, because I think there will be a couple of very quick car driver combinations out there. First time that they're going to be out. Rafik Paither, Daniel Kutsia, Imad Modak, Dani van Niekerk, Idris Ahmad, Nias Modak, Ahmad, Roshan Khan, Baby Jakes, Faisal Kutsia, Razli Harris. Well, the first on BMW of Razli Harris. Steve Humble's going to be out there as well. Sean Ludwig and Sulaiman Effendi. So very much a BMW versus BMW versus BMW, with Fikkie Paither in the 135 on the front row of the grid. It is a BMW 135i, and he's using the number 135 as well. Alongside him is Daniel Kutsi in the AM Plumbing two-door that's on the front row of the grid. Let's see who else is going to come through. I know there was a couple of people that said they're not going to be able to make it to the start line. There's the 47 car coming up of Imad Modak. Beautiful motor car, that, the 47. So, well, if you like the sound of a BMW, you're going to like the sound of this. Steve Humble out there with Citroen. I think it's a Xara Sport T. He likes all the something different, and he's got that car out on the track as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one goes. Oh, this is one of the Super Polos. Dani van Niekerk looks like one of the new Super Polos that he's got, and Wingfield Private Auto Finance and Best Price for My Car, Goodwood Body and Spray. Well, that's what Wingfield Motors, Johnny van Niekerk Jr. and Senior is all about. That's their three main businesses, and Johnny van Niekerk is their headline driver as well. So lovely to see that motor car out on a circuit. Razli Harris, one lone Golf. Steve Humble, one lone Citroen. Sean Ludwig, one lone Honda. and then some BMWs.
Some BMWs, I
Yeah,
like
it's-
that one. Just a few.
Well, let's have a good look at them while they down here in front of us, because next time they come past, there'll be nothing slow amongst this. The idea is 1 minute 22s to 1 minute 16s. It'll be interesting to see what these cars can do in this format. First time out. Well done to West Province Motor Club to try and get this class up and running as well. This is pretty much the cars that's too quick for Clubman's. Guys don't want to have to slow down at all. They want to keep foot down. But interesting to see what kind of lap times Razley Harris can do with the Golf amongst the BMWs. It's the only front-wheel drive out there. I think the Honda probably front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive.
Well, this is the inaugural race of the Thunder Saloons. And it's not only just these cars. Guys, if you got big old thundering V8 modifieds and rotaries and 6-cylinders and anything that you want to modify and come and race in this class, it's basically reliving, bringing back, as I said earlier on, the old Western Province Super Saloons. So, and that's an awesome concept, and I want to thank and salute the powers that be at the Western Province Motor Club, because we do need a modified saloon class, and this is the rebirth, if I can call it that, of the modified saloon. Instead of calling them Western Province Super Saloons again, they've decided to call them Thunder Saloons, but hey, one and the same thing. Anything that is super quick out there, you can enter in this class.
To the best of my knowledge, it was a straight draw out of a hat as to where you're going to stand, so no significance in the front row, second row, or further down on the grid. It was done at Harp Motorsport earlier on today, and it was purely a case of let's do a straight draw. That's from what I could see. Donnie van Niekerk with a thumbs up on the grid saying, check this, I'm going to enjoy this one. This is something different. Well, I think there's a bit of a track inspection somewhere out of sight of us. Oh, I see there's a fair amount of movement there in front of the main grandstand. So there must be something on circuit. Just give the guys a chance to get that sorted out. A big thumbs up to the A-team, the West Province Motor Club marshals. Did lots and lots of work today. They had major amounts of recoveries and oil spills and accidents and what have you to see through, and they did a brilliant job. A long day. The guys are out there from just after 7 o'clock in the morning, and 10 hours later they've only had one little half-hour break, and that is it. And you don't do it for the money. There's no money in it. There's lunch and a pat on the back. You got to do it because you love it. Right, the red flag is being held up. It looks like the pace car has been indicated. Off you go, young man. Go for a lap around the circuit. It's walked off, and Daniel Kutsia will lead this group around. Donnie van Niekerk pulls the polo off the line. Idris Ahmad's in there as well. Ahmad, Roshan Khan, Razli Harris. Well, that the Honda of Sean Ludwig coming off the tail end of the field. That car should be one of the quickest out there, to my mind, because that car in the hands of Auto's Angel, Dane Angel, was blindingly quick. I would think that car could do 1:16 without too much problem whatsoever. But it's going to be coming off the back of the pack, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it goes. I've got no idea where the polo of Donnie van Niekerk is going to fit into this one as well. That's the fancy Polo Sport, if you want to refer to it as that, which is the upgraded Polo Cup cars. So it's a super polo, super car.
Super quick.
Super duper quick as well, no doubt about it. Blindingly quick. And I believe you can buy them straight from the factory in that format. So first time I've seen that motor car, unless they have picked it up second hand from the National Series. So maybe that's a new version of that. That they've got the Wingfield and Best Buy for My Cars and Goodwood Body and Spray livery on. And in fact, a big thanks to our sponsor, main sponsor for the season, for the assistance that they give us, Johnny and the rest of the crew.
Right, so down the back straight they go behind the pace car. This is the introduction race, if I can call it that, for the Thunder Saloons. This one not counting for any points, any trophies, anything. It's just the intro race for the new class that's been started here at Killarney International at the WPMC. So Vicky Paitha and Daniel Kutsia are on the front row of the grid as the cars roll down into a turn 5. Nias Modak is also right in there. I'm going to keep an eye on that Citroen of Steve Humble and the Sean Ludwig Honda Civic. Those cars should be pretty quick in a straight line, in any line for that matter. Imad Modak is also going to be in that group as well. It's going to be pretty entertaining stuff. I think I saw Ahmad. Yes, he is out there. He's there with Roshan Khan. So the guys are working their way now out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. The pace cars peeled off. Gary, you can have the honor. Take them off the line.
Oh, that's nice. Just when we get to the one race of the day that nobody's got a clue who's going to get the whole shot down into turn number 1. A total new mix of motor cars. What's going to come out top? I'd like to see that the Honda would do pretty decently against the Beamers. Well, looks like Donnie van Niekerk finds himself in the middle of that pack as they work their way down towards turn number 1. Steve Humble dives towards the inside line with the Citroen Casara. That's also something completely different to anything else out there. I think it's Daniel Kutsia that leads them out.
Let's have a look-see as they head down towards turn number 2. It is one of the Modaks that's going through. Daniel Kutsia sits second. Donnie van Niekerk wants to go around the outside of Daniel Kutsia. We'll have a look-see as they go. But look at that Citroen Zaza right on the case of Roshan Khan. Vicky Paitha has dropped down a bit. He sits in there just ahead of Idris Modak as they exit turn 3 Interceptor.
Well, leading out pretty decently at the front, no problem there. But look at that batch, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. It looks like the little Citroen is no slouch whatsoever in the hands of Steve Humble. Wow, that Zara can go. He's quicker than Roshan Khan down the back main. Initially, got the pull on Roshan Khan, and then once they got to close to terminal speed, was nothing much in it at that stage of the fight. These cars that we thought would be spread out quite far on the circuit, surprisingly not that big a difference in the speeds and times that they're putting out there on circuit. Almost missing a gear there by the lead car, Nias Modak, Donnie van Niekerk in that second position. And it looks like the Citroen's doing a pretty decent job. Steve Humble moving a long way up the grid.
Right, so it is indeed Nias Modak that leads going into turn number 2 into Quarry Corner. Nias Modak sits out there in P1 with Imad Modak in that second position. He's been hunted down there by that Polo, that very quick Polo of
Donnie van Niekerk.
Donnie van Niekerk, I just couldn't think his name all of a sudden. Donnie van Niekerk. Then behind them, it's that Citroen that's going flat out. That's Steve Humble. As Steve Humble chases him down. Daniel Kutsia has lost a bit of ground as this whole group makes its way down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron Corner.
Well, I think that they've got the transponders a little bit mixed up, because we show Steve Humble up to 3rd position, and Steve's definitely not in 3rd. He's down in 4th place, and I think they've got a bit of a mix-up. Donnie van Niekerk showing up as 2nd, and he's never been in that 2nd position. So we'll check it out as they come around. But there's no doubt that Nias Modak is blindingly quick. 1 minute 19.623 by Nias Modak on that lap. Donnie van Niekerk, Steve Humble. Next one should be Daniel Kutsi. Yes, it is the left-hand front bumper corner of that one is gone. Then it's Roshan Khan that comes through. Idris Ahmad has moved up ahead there of Rafik Paither, Ahmad, and then the Golf of Razli Harris. Suleiman Effendi that was out earlier on today in the Clubman's class, and then Sean Ludwig that's riding the Dane Angel, the maybe Dane Angel Honda coming through at the back end of the field.
Well, there's a lovely fight going on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, heading into turn number 3 into Interceptor Corner. Never mind Nias Modak up front. He's disappearing down the road, heading now into turn number 4. It is Imad Modak. Right behind him is Donnie van Niekerk, followed there by Roshan Khan, as those three race down that back straight. I like not Roshan Khan, I do apologize. It's Steve Humble going down that back straight. Roshan Khan will be in the next group of cars. There's Khan, he's just behind Daniel Kutsia, and they followed there by Idris Modak down into turn 5. Vicky Paither, behind Paither, Razi Harris and Ahmad, and behind them Suleiman Effendi, and the last man out on track is Sean Ludwig.
Well, nice to see the Citroen's doing a pretty decent job in the hands of Steve Humble. But then again, we're accustomed to seeing Steve Humble in the pull beam, which is one of the quickest cars that can go around this circuit. So Steve Humble is quite comfortable from Harp Motorsport in very quick motor cars, and he's having a very nice dice there. Donnie van Niekerk and Imad Modak.
Right, that fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th still raging on out of a turn number 2 as they go through the kink and into turn number 3, Interceptor Corner. I'll tell you what, that Citroen is keeping those BMWs pretty honest as they exit turn number 3. The BMW and of course the Polo just ahead of that BMW of Donnie van Niekerk. So van Niekerk making his way out of turn 4. Right behind van Niekerk, he has got Imad Modak, followed there by the Citroen of Steve Humble as they work their way into turn 5 Fostron, but the leader is still Nias Modak.
Yeah, Nias Modak up, dusted and disappeared. He's gone into the future. Nobody's going to catch him. Sub 1 minute 20 seconds, side by side, Donnie van Niekerk and Imad Modak as they come out of turn 5. Up into the Porsche Straight, the RST Race Department and Mad Max Bridge beckons as they come through, and slowing down is the 47 car. Something's gone wrong. Unfortunately, we're going to get robbed of that lovely battle between Donnie van Niekerk and Imad Modak. Imad Modak rolls out of the gas.
Yeah, getting past him there is Steve Humble as the next two cars work their way into turn 1. Into KFM corner, Daniel Kutsia, right behind Daniel Kutsia, Roshan Khan, and going through turn 1 KFM now, Idris Modak followed there by Razi Harris, And as the rest of them turn in, Ahmad has got Fikkie Paitha right there on his case. Ahmad and Fikkie Paitha heading up the Joubert Straight towards turn 2.
Fikkie Paitha was on the front row of the grid according to the draw that they had, as Fikkie Paitha has a look around on the outside of Ahmad down into turn number 2. Nothing much between the pace of those two BMWs, and a little bit further back from that, Razdi Harris in the Golf, not doing a bad job whatsoever. He's doing 23.8 on the last lap out there. So even with the colder temperatures, that little Golf Mark 1 is blindingly quick.
Right, so the quickest man out there is Nias Modak, a 1:19.222 by Nias Modak as he works his way out of turn 1 out of KFM corner up into second place and pulling away from the rest now out of KFM is the Wingfield Motors super quick polo of Donnie van Niekerk, and he's getting away there from Imad Modak and Steve Humble as they work their way towards turn 2.
Some very impressive lap times there by Donnie van Niekerk, 1:19.6 in the super polo, and the car's looking very smooth. That's a very good looking motor car. And in fact, when that car was unveiled, Greg Maloney was there at the unveiling, and you see one of the nicest looking production style motor cars I've seen for a long time. Very impressive build quality from the factory, and he predicted that they were going to become popular motor cars, and I agree with him 100%.
It is a beautiful motor car, that super quick polo of Donnie van Niekerk as Donnie heads down into turn 5. Into Fostron corner. The leader is making his way under the RST race depot and Mad Max motorcycle bridge going into turn 1, and that's Nias Modak, and here comes second place man towards us. That's Donnie van Niekerk heading down into turn number 1. Here comes Imad Modak going past us now, followed by the Citroen of Steve Humble. They're all working their way into turn 1 KFM corner. Then on the main straight, there's a bit of a lull before we see the next group of cars working their way out of turn 5 Fostron and making their way towards us. And that group has been led there by Daniel Kutsia, right behind him, Roshan Khan, and up on his inside is Ederius Ahmad, and here comes Razdi Harris. Ederius Ahmad on the inside of Khan. No, Khan holds that line. Ahmad pulls in there behind him, and they've been chased down by that Golf of Harris, and Ahmad and Fikkie Paitha also making their way into turn 1 KFM.
Yeah, the two of them on a pretty tight battle. Well, Nias Modak's just done the fastest lap time, a 1:19.222, and that is 11 thousandths of a second difference from the previous fastest lap. So very consistent times. Roshan Khan's going to lose out. Roshan Khan's going to lose out to Idris Ahmad going through interceptor corner. He's gone past up on the inside of Roshan Khan, and now Razdi Harris wants to have a look at the back of that 325i shadow line as well.
Well, that's a lovely dice that's going down that back, mate. That's a dice just behind Daniel Kutsia. That's Idris Ahmad, and here comes Harris. Harris sits there on the outside of Khan. They're side by side going down into turn 5 into Fostron corner. And Fikkie Paitha has got ahead of Ahmad as they go down the back straight. But that fight that we have to watch, Gary, is the one heading down the main straight right now.
Oh, that's a beautiful dice as they come towards us. Daniel could see a Russian card, and I'll tell you what, Razdi Harris is not going to get dropped in that group whatsoever. Razdi Harris has moved ahead there of a Roshan Khan. Roshan tries to go for the inside line, gets closed off by Razdi Harris. Having a look around the outside is Idris Ahmad. He's going to get the line as they go up the straight. No, Razdi Harris takes that position back again ahead of Idris Ahmad. Up into 6th position for Razdi, down to 7th for Idris. Roshan Khan dropped from 6th down to 8th.
Well, that fight is still raging on, not too far behind them. Fikkie Paitha is getting away there from Ahmad, but we keep an eye on these 3 cars, make it 4 cars that's working their way now towards turn 4, towards Car Care Clinic. Out of Car Care Clinic they come. They jump on the loud pedal, go down the back main. Daniel Kutsia down the back main, and Daniel's been caught.
And
He's
fast.
been caught there by Razzie Harris, who's getting away now from Idris Ahmad. And right behind him is the boxy BMW of Roshan Khan.
Well, Daniel Kutsia did a 126.0 as opposed to a 125.3, 7 tenths between Idris Ahmad and Daniel Kutsia on the previous lap. Daniel broke that left-hand front spoiler earlier on in race number 1. Earlier on today, and he closes Harris off. Leslie Harris went for the left-hand side. He went straight across the front of Harris and holds on to that position, but they've actually now managed to get a little bit away from Idris Ahmad.
Well, it's still a four-way dogfight out there, and that fight is raging on basically for third position, because Dani van Niekerk in P2, he's checked out of this one. And Nias Modak is even further down the road. So that's 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we are watching going through the kink now, heading towards Interceptor Corner, turn 3.
I don't see Steve Humble anywhere out on circuit. What has happened to Steve Humble? He's still on the board, but I can't see him out on circuit. I think the Citroen, here he comes now. Well, here he comes through now. So it dropped a long way down, dropped completely out of it. The car sounds quite fine as he comes past us, but definitely out of sync with where he was in the race earlier on. And our leaderboard definitely, Frankie, is a bit mixed up.
Well, I don't know. He could still be out there in that third position, but because the leaderboard was a bit wrong. So at this point in time, our leaderboard shows Nias Modak P1, Dani van Niekerk second, Steve Humble third, and then this massive fight between Modak, Kutsia, Harris, Ahmad, and Khan. That's the fight that's coming down the main straight now, heading into a turn 1 into KFM corner, and there's still not much between those four cars heading out of turn 1 KFM.
So Imad Modak is dropping down. We don't see Imad Modak at this point, so he's dropped out of it. Still Sean Ludwig to come across the line with the Honda Type R. Well, the checkered flag has come out. Wow, Nias Modak wins that one. Dani van Niekerk coming through in second. A nice drive there by Dani van Niekerk, I must say. Sean Ludwig is at the tail end of the field. He's come through, he's completed that lap. Well, here comes Steve Humble. So, yep, he's done very well. Steve Humble from Half Motorsport comes through in that third position. Well, where's that battle that we've been watching? Here it comes down the back main now. It's Daniel Kutsia that's managed to hold off Razzie Harris. But Ukman net because it's going to be touch and go as they work their way for the last time down into Fastron corner.
Right, so first, second, and third is the way it showed on the board. We were so focused on this dice and we forgot about those guys further down the road. But here we go. This is the last sprint towards the checkered flag. That's going to be Daniel Kutsia, and Ahmad gets to the flag just ahead of Harris, followed there by Roshan Khan. And the next man coming down to us is Vicky Paitha.
Yeah, Rafik Paitha coming through. Only Ahmad, that still shows us not having come across the start-finish line. 88 thousandths of a second between Daniel Kutsia and the recovering Idris Ahmad that got past Razzie Harris and beat him by 71 thousandths of a second. Well, that wraps it up for the day. It just shows you when you've got cars that's nice and quick, 14 minutes and 52 seconds, everybody's crossed the line. That's how long it takes for these guys to do all of 10 laps.
And Dani van Niekerk, the quickest time of a 1:19.203.
Yep, there we go. Right, folks, for those of you around the circuit that have been here all day, you are very lucky to have had the opportunity to be here. For those of you watching us from the house today, hope you guys enjoyed the very good camera work that we have from our local guys, IMUSAT. From my side, Gary Fleming, on behalf of the commentators, good night to you one and all. And Frankie, the A-team, they had a long, cold, windy day. They came out once again on top.
Yeah, once again, our WPMC marshals. I know the PA system around the track is not fired up. It's only fired up in the two pit complexes. And then, of course, what IMUSAT transmits to your house. But to the WPMC marshals from the Western Cape Motorsport commentators from Second Gear Productions, from Second Gear Talk Show, from Tiny Spitbox, and I know, Byron, you've got, what's your Witzenberg Motor Talk. From all of us, we want to say a big thank you to all the Western Province Motor Club marshals and officials out there today. As usual, as Gary says, the A-team, a stunning, stunning job. I'm going to just let Byron and Tiny say goodbye from my side. Look after yourselves. Times are hard, times are tough, but just hang in there and believe things will eventually get better. Cheers, everybody.
Yes, and myself as well. Big thank you to everybody involved in the race meeting, officials especially, and marshals. Did a hell of a job today. I echo the sentiment shared by Gary and Frankie. And yeah, all just keep well. I want to thank as well my colleagues up here in the commentary box. Sorry, I thought it just dropped now. See, I think I powered down for a moment over there. Battery low. So yeah, thanks to Gary Fleming, to Emil Tiny Brunt and Frankie Hennis, IMUSAT, and of course the
big thanks.